non-negotiable and not up for changing, like the threats of violence or the doxing. But when it comes to, the mentioning things from other rooms, yeah, I think some of them hurt. Like even an exclusion for non-English speakers could make sense if we're like, let's say, quoting something from a foreign movie or something of that nature. But I think that we should use Robert's rules, allowing people to request for a suspension of the rules.
Hey.
One of the
Good morning, sweet Ashley.
one of the hottest elections is going to take place in March. It's the congressional primary in the state of Illinois, and in the 12th district, there's a real showdown brewing between Darren LaHood and John Kitover. And once John is ready to speak, what we'll do is we'll maybe put up a link where people can donate. They say that some elections matter more than others. I would say this is the most important election of our lifetime.
Good suggestion. Can we get LaHood in the room?
Well, here's what I would highly recommend is when we talk about these things and we're streaming it live, get a link of the YouTube live, because I doubt he's going to download this app, but send it over to his campaign. I'm sure you could reach out to, or he's got an operative right here. You could reach out to, if you look in the goo, you could see where it says Darren LaHood, U.S. Congress. Just go ahead and click on that person's profile and send them a back channel message with a link to the YouTube video, and maybe he can get it in the hands of the greater LaHood team. And we welcome discussion, debate. We will platform LaHood simply because we want to be fair and balanced in here. And while the creators of this house are unapologetically in support of John Kitover, we also believe in democracy, and so we want to hear from Darren LaHood. So if we can get Darren LaHood here, he would have a place here. Absolutely. I might even give him a mod badge.
I actually think he's not impressive at all, and he just looks old and washed up, like old business. I think we should I think at this point, if I were to take just a vote in general, staying out in the district, I'd vote for John just because he's hotter. Mentally and physically.
So Bima, I'm glad you're bringing up the aesthetics because it's important in these elections. Has that drawn you? Have your begonias moved you to supporting with the cash donation to the campaign?
Yeah, I am a DeFi advocate, and so I like to I remove my productive ability from institutions which I do not support or align with my moral beliefs. However, if I were to support John Kitover, which I'm getting there, I would definitely be happy to send over some decentralized cryptocurrencies, peer-to-peer transaction money without any interference from a third party, nor which can be interfered with. What is it when, not obfuscated. What is it when you take something from somebody? What is that word? Well, anyway, the point is it's immutable. Wrong timing, Big Red. Wrong timing. It's 12 o'clock.
Give that chicken some scratches. Like some scratches.
But yeah, immutable DeFi, crypto, John? I can help you set up your own DeFi wallet. Oh my gosh, do you hear this? Big Red. He's excited, I guess, for John. Is this an endorsement? Oh, Any points? Um, yeah. Any suggestions? Cindy's very passionate about my existence on the app, and I'm very flattered. Well, nobody's talking. He's so rude. Do you know what I found today? So I was going and I was checking out my little garden, found a beautiful little cucumber, and I'm passing the morning. He doesn't want me to talk either. He apparently thinks that silence is better than me speaking too. That's really mean. That's really mean. Big Red. But I was walking past the morning glories, and I like delusion a little bit. I think I have, I age in fantasy and like my own little sci-fi world. So I pretend like I'm like a fairy, and so I like pick this beautiful flower, this morning glory, and I like stick it behind my ear, and I'm just like, skirting through my little property, get up on the deck, and I'm looking at this flower, and I see it looks like there's like a piece of dirt on like the outside of the petal, so I try to like flick it off, and it started to move. And I'm like, wait a second, that definitely is not, that's a piece of dirt, and it's moving. Well, I took my iPhone, by the way, if you ever need to like really look at magnify, the iPhone 16s, I mean, I don't know what yours is, but I have an iPhone 16. I'm proud of that because it's my second iPhone ever. And anyway, I magnify and I see legs on this thing. And I'm like, what the heck? But there's no structure. It's weird. And then just legs. And then it fanned out the tail. Look at the PTR. I ended up looking this thing up. It's called, I'm explaining what I found, Dr. Adams. Calm down. I found what's called a golden tortoise beetle. And I found it in the larvae stage on the morning glory. And apparently it uses, this is a little intense, trigger warning. It uses its feces to create like this shield. So it looks like nothing. And so predators don't get it. And then it like covers itself like an umbrella with the shield of feces to protect itself. And anyway, but this is the cool thing. Go look up the stages of the golden tortoise beetle, and you're gonna see a crazy golden beetle. I've not seen them yet in person, but I can't wait. I'm hoping there's more of them over there.
You have the coolest stories on stuff. I swear to God, I learned so much.
Bima, what are you growing in your garden? I do a little gardening too, so I'm just curious. You grow what, mostly flowers, herbs, fruits, and vegetables?
Yes, all the things. Right now, I only have tomatoes, cucumbers, green beans, pumpkin, garlic, corn. That's it for that.
Well, you know, that's like your own, like, girl, that sounds nice. Pumpkins too? Nice. Peppers, very nice.
And yeah, I'm also starting to do edible landscaping. If anyone has any recommendations, like echinacea, yarrow, all things burdock root, things that I can use, please send me these recommendations.
Where do you buy your seeds from? If you don't mind me asking. Is there a website you can recommend?
I do have a website, but I also I am under the tutelage of one of the most amazing anthropologists and organic farmers in the world right now, and he has a movement known as the food justice movement. And he has his own seed bank, which I'm talking, these are heirloom and organic. Heirloom meaning these seeds have not been changed in any way, and sometimes for hundreds or even thousands of years. So they're very expensive seeds, very, very expensive. And he has the seed bank. And that's usually where I source my chef, Jaffe Kabuli, is where I get my seeds. And if Mojo and the team would like, we could probably get Chef Kabuli to come on in and give a little lecture, one of his lectures. If you check out my bio, and you guys could ask him questions and engage yourself. But if you check out my bio, there's a website there. Right now, he's doing a tour. He just spoke at the UN conference. He's invited to the UN food conference, food summit. He spoke there, honorary guest, and he's on Foodies Without Borders right now, a tour. And you can check out their website too.
Rima, can you drop a link for people interested, and maybe even talk about the replay that I got to visit you on that you did talking about food justice?
Oh yeah, I ended up deleting that because that was.
Rima. Okay. Alright. Okay.
can I-
Just rip my heart out and step on it. That's alright.
Sorry.
Well, Scarlett, I just wanted to point out some inconsistencies in the moderation today. BMO has been violating rule number 4 for quite some time now, and there's been no scoring. And I'm just wondering why that is.
I was pumping gas and getting a soft drink from the gas station, and my phone was in the car.
Wait, you pump your own gas?
It would be really delicate of me not to be able to pump my own gas.
Roger hasn't been exposed yet to
That could be original. That could be a geographical thing. I know there's some parts of the country where even men are not allowed to pump their own gas, which I think is kind of strange, but
Yeah, in Oregon, they pump the gas for you. But
isn't that strange?
But Scarlett, I just want to say this: if given the opportunity, I would love to pump your gas.
Roger.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry, Monica. Roger, you need to propose marriage first.
To pump gas? Like, what are you talking about, Chris?
You are very well capable of taking care of Monica, and now it's time for you to propose. We're done with this whole like romantic flirtation thing.
There is no romance. There is no flirtation. Just mutual respect among the moderation team of the Mojo Positive Vibration Experience.
How does that start for a marriage?
Well, sometimes it may sound like it's something more than that, and I can understand how people get confused, but don't confuse my respect and admiration with anything more. She's a lady. Should be treated as such.
Can we normalize men pumping gas? Because I think that's the greatest thing that has been lost in this society is women having to pump their own gas.
100%. I never have to pump my own gas, honey.
You must be in Jersey.
I'm in California. My husband pumps my gas.
I only get out of bed when
You know, I heard Don has a superior gas pump.
I only pump my own gas.
You know, it could be a pride thing. You know, some people stop at the first pump, but you know, some people know that you can fit a little more gas in there if you like. You know, so
Scarlett, let me just say
You gotta
this.
twist it and shake it a little bit.
Scarlett, let me say this. I would not stop at one pump.
Darling, am I to be mistaken, or was that innuendo?
not for me. I don't do those things.
No, we were talking about pumping gas. For those of you that have your minds in the gutter, you guys need to. That's a you problem.
I'm gonna go and take a cold bath. Sorry.
Mojo gets around apparently.
Some people wake up with a full tank every morning.
Oh.
Damn. And others with an empty tank.
And some people just have dreams. Bima, do you know how to keep Bill alive? Because mine always
wish I did, but Chef very well will.
Scarlett, do you have a large tank?
What is the average tank?
I don't know. I just know that some tanks are a little smaller and it requires less to fill them up. And then others have larger tanks and it requires more to fill them up.
Like I at Highlander, so
Can I please direct everyone to my PTR to check out the larvae stage of the golden tortoise beetle? And you can see the umbrella, that umbrella of crap, he curls it over himself like an umbrella. Isn't that crazy? It's fanned out right now. I waited for him to open up. But isn't that crazy?
that's so cool. Where are the located?
I'm on the East Coast, baby.
Down north, I'm guessing.
That's right.
Okay, I'm in the south, and that's probably why I can't get bills to stay alive. It's too damn hot.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, could be a clubhouse motto. I'm more interested and intrigued because I heard that one of your, it sounds like the rooster, but maybe chicken, is called Dr. Adams. Are there other names for the other ones that come from Clubhouse?
No, I definitely have not eaten any of my chickens that good. It was Big Red McGraw.
Well, I'm mistaken. I thought you were talking to the chicken, Dr. Adams.
So you have a big red cock in your backyard.
Oh yes, it's actually a big red black cock. Because he's a black copper maroon. You know what they say? If anyone wants to exchange eggs, I would like to, put this forth as an Agora type-esque opportunity. If anyone wants to exchange chicken eggs, I'd be happy to do that. Hey, it's Italian Rick. What's going on, Rick? What are you doing?
Oh, God.
Hey, what's up?
What's up with you? Bada bing, bada boom.
Everything's fine today. It's federal storm. And it's at home. Nobody's working, not even the hospitals.
How did this happen? Why are we here? What's going on?
What's the matter? Where are you complaining? This way.
Am I complaining?
No, not you. We got a mojo up there that's complaining because we're welcoming the Rick.
I'm so sorry. Mojo. Oh my God. I've been waiting all day to talk to you. I have missed you so much. Stroke, stroke, stroke. Happy thing. He's incredible at everything. And he
What's going on here?
quiet. And he's all right all the time. Well, no, he's not all the time right. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that better? Does that make that better?
So confused.
Well, that's okay. That means things are doing well in your room.
Kristen, Mojo was a little person. I like him a lot.
There's a what person? You're kind of like,
It's a lovely person. I like him a lot.
so excited yet, but he is growing on me.
On you or in you?
Currently on me, because that has yet to be,
Yeah, somebody told Kristen yesterday how to use her voice isolation, and her voice isolation sucks.
oh shit, I'm sorry, I'll take it off.
I like how we woke up
down?
I do like the up and down.
Tiffany, is Cincinnati better?
So much better.
All right, cool. So back to flirting with Mojo because he needs some today, and it is Friday, and so he needs more. Oh my God, that scarf is amazing. Where did you get it? I want to touch it.
Man. I don't do compliments well.
Well, practice.
I would like to bring attention to the 31 votes for the poll that we have above. Brought us to a grand total of 103%. So, way to go. You guys are overachieving in these polls.
I like being part of the gay ones. Anybody else gay? It's a good weekend. I'm happy today.
Yes, me too.
Roger, do you think you should burn in hell? Or what?
I definitely think Mojo can burn in hell.
I agree.
The guy's a dick.
He's very hard on himself.
He can be hard on you too.
Cars. I mean, that's cool. That sounds interesting. I mean, you kind of have a competitor. I may be visiting Lima and her backyard.
You gonna visit her backyard?
Yeah, she's got a big black cock back there.
Thought it was red.
I think it's multi-colored.
Yes, see, she knows. She pays attention.
Kristen,
Yeah.
Kristen, you're a racist.
Why is that, darling?
Because you see color.
Oh, okay. What color are you, dear?
I think I exist outside of this construct of colors. It's more like a vibration.
So you're mixed. You're biracial. Okay. I kind of consider myself more peachish pink on that kind of color scale, but people usually categorize me into white.
Nye, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fabulous. I'm just sitting here thinking about if I'm gonna go see Weapons tonight or tomorrow. Has anybody on the stage seen Weapons yet?
Ooh, no, but I'm dying to.
Yeah. And apparently they're thinking about making a sequel, so that's pretty exciting.
And they came out with a new, what's the horror movie that starts with an I? They came out with a new one also. Anyway, go ahead, Nye. So, what's Weapons about, Nye?
It's about these kids in this town. They all go missing. No one can quite figure out why they went missing. I guess it has some sort of twisty ending. Josh Brolin is in it, and he's super delicious, so that's one reason to go. So yeah, I've read mixed reviews. Some people say the plot kind of falls off midway, and there's some plot holes, but the trailer is intriguing. The premise is intriguing, so that's enough to get me to go in and reach my own conclusion. Plus, I'm just a horror fan, so I'll support almost any horror movie.
Yay!
I love horror movies too.
I like reading about him.
Did you say horror or horror movies?
Both. I like horror movies too.
I was wondering if somebody was going to comment, but I'm glad you did, Mojo. Your mind is exactly where it needs to be.
Monica.
Absolutely.
So will you guys come visit me in Italy or not?
Absolutely not. No way.
Where you at in Italy?
Modena. Modena is next to Bologna, is where they make Ferraris and Lamborghinis.
I drove both of them yesterday.
How far away
It's where they grow the bergamot. That's where I'll be. Oh, take me with you.
So are you gonna be in Calabria?
Yes, that's exactly where I'll be.
Just take me with you.
And we have the most powerful mafia in the world in Calabria.
Did you say mafia?
Just that's what I was thinking, NY.
If he said mafia, that was random. Jesus Christ.
And I would have to push back, Rick. I'm pretty sure the U.S. is the largest mafia in the world.
Yeah, I mean, unofficial. No, I think the US is pretty official as a mafia.
Is that why it's relatively peaceful where you are?
Nah, no, it's not that peaceful.
There are opposing opinions about mafias. Some say that if there's mafias that exist, it keeps the actual law enforcement in check. And then some people say that it's corrupted. So everybody has an opinion about it.
You know, I really liked the mafia style films and TV shows. I'm late to Peaky Blinders. I think they were kind of a mafia or something of some sort. So I just started watching that. But I don't know. I'm very intrigued by real life mafia culture.
What you want to know?
No. She wants to know nothing. She knows nothing.
You're right. I want to know nothing. You're right. I don't want to incriminate.
I think it's gay compared to Drangheta or Cosa Nostra.
Rick. We want to know how to can tomatoes. That's what we want to know.
Okay.
No, I want to know Rick, who are the mafia leaders in your part of the. No, I really want to know. I want to read more about these individuals.
There are so many families in the south. You can check on Google. You can write Ndrangheta boss. Ndrangheta is the name of the mafia. It's the most powerful mafia in the world. You can write down this and check on Google and say Ndrangheta boss Calabria.
Wait,
I can put it then.
please put it in the chat, please.
That's where I'll be.
Oh, by the way, random, another TV show, Alien Earth, just dropped this week on Hulu, and it's supposed to be dynamic. I haven't seen it yet, but it's getting rave reviews. I'm really excited to start diving into that. If anybody likes Alien, it's part of the Alien franchise.
Like aliens and like an ancient alien thing, or
No, like Sigourney Weaver, the Alien movies.
oh shit, no thank you. I'll read about it though. It's awesome. I'm just curious because it triggered when somebody said "Take Me With You," it triggered the Prince song, and then it kind of because you guys are a little feisty today and hilarious, it triggered a little like for me when I heard that song by Prince, it was kind of like my sexual awakening, and I was like, okay, oh, what's happening? And I'm just kind of curious. Anybody else? What was your song that you're like, oh no, what's going on? I'm no longer a kid.
Pop That Pussy by Two Live Crew.
Oh my god, are you serious? Ah!
That's when the innocence was lost.
That was a rough awakening, man.
Wait. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say really quick, speaking of Prince, his estate has shelved the documentary. So there was a documentary made by Prince. The filmmaker has done some interviews this year about, his frustration with getting the documentary released. Because apparently in the documentary, several of Prince's colleagues and fellow artists and friends and family members spoke about how abusive he was towards women. Apparently Prince had a dark side. He beat up women. And we don't know if this is true or not, but those who were closest to him apparently in the documentary spilled the tea, and the shelved the documentary, and the filmmaker has been fighting to get it released. So I don't know. I would be interested in knowing the ugly side of Prince. He's human. I'm not saying that abusing women is I'm not advocating or supporting that in any way, but to learn that this man had a dark side when he presented himself as this petite, musical fairy, I find quite intriguing.
Well, his father was abusive, right, to his mother. So.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Mhm.
I don't think he was very nice to his wife. It's kind of creepy how young she was, and I would say grooming tactics were used. I don't know, yeah. And then I also understood from a lot of accounts that he was very controlling in her diet, and I don't know if he was physically abusive, but it was not pleasant to listen to.
Rick, thanks for that link, Rick.
So my nephew is my nephew's uncle on the other side is dating Apollonia. So we'll have to ask Apollonia. We'll ask her.
Yeah, she was certainly a hottie back in the day. I don't know what she looks like now. I imagine she still is a hottie, but she certainly was a hottie in her age.
She's beautiful. She's still so pretty. Yeah.
Yeah, she's had many pricks sticking out of her. She's had stuck in her. She looked like a porcupine.
Oh, are you virgin shaving?
Nope. Quite the opposite. But I'm only allowed to talk like this when there's certain somebody's not.
Okay, I have an off-topic question. I'm taking my daughter on a trip. We're going to go out of the country for her graduation. Where's a safe place for two women to travel over in Europe? We were going to do Italy, which is why I brought it up. But I don't know. I heard a bunch of people the other day say that we shouldn't go to Italy. Where can we go where we can feel safe?
It depends on the city. Which city you want to go?
Well, we were going to do like 10 to 14 days out there, so we were going to try and use the train to see as much of Italy as we could.
You like the train?
I like the train.
I think you're completely fine. I think you can take there's a train called Alta Velocità, which is a high-speed train, one of the fastest in Europe that we have, and I think it will be pretty comfortable traveling with that. And it's very fast. It connects, for example, Milan to Napoli. You can see many cities in 15 days, definitely.
Why do you want to go to Europe? There's so many places that you can go here. Like you can build a trip around, visiting like a Howard Johnson or a Grey Wolf Lodge. Dine at places like the Waffle House.
We do that all the time, though. We have 480 Waffle Houses in our state. There's one on every street corner. But because I always prefer out of the country.
I recently ate at a Waffle House in Idaho, and it was an interesting experience. I think the meal that I had about 4,000 calories. It's a different kind of environment.
That sounds lovely.
I was disappointed though. I've always heard about fights at the Waffle House. There was no fights. Nothing
You can have it at 2 o'clock in the morning.
It was quite late. I was in, was I in Tempe or was I in Phoenix when I went to a Waffle House late at night? It was after a wrestling match. Actually, yeah, it was on a Monday night in Phoenix, or just outside of Phoenix, heading to Peoria. Yeah, but the one in Idaho was actually kind of nice. is there a Waffle House around here?
I don't think we have them. It's hard to find a Denny's anymore. We're stuck with, some really sad IHOPs.
And they shut down all the Sherry's. The Sherry's pies were good.
Yeah, fresh pie.
I love a good fresh pie.
And twofers.
I would get a slice of pie and a cup of coffee. And there's something about the bitterness of plain black coffee contrasted with a sugary pie.
Did you ever get like a freshly roasted cup? Like they just roasted the beans and like made that coffee right after they roasted the beans.
Yes, I have. Yes.
Amazing. Anybody, if you've not had that experience, definitely have that experience.
This poll is tightening up here. Very interesting.
I bet.
Pima, you haven't responded yet to the poll. Pima.
I'm withholding some of my judgments because I am in a state of neutrality for now. Because if you asked me like a week ago, I would have definitely reviewed and put my answer. But at this point, I think I'm gonna hold it. It's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Just be doing like me. It's fine.
Speaking of coffee, you know what else is really good with coffee? And this is something that I learned about, like these cottage laws, right? So when I went to Texas, I'm from the East Coast. Texas, whole different experience. I had like legitimate culture shock, okay, in the best way. It was just, yeah, I love the state of Texas. And so because I'm a lowly, poor, impoverished, I didn't graduate high school. I have no education, barely read. I do like I was doing food deliveries, and would you know that I got my first order? Well, it was the first order among a bunch of orders that brought me to like this person's house for pickup. Normally, you pick up at a restaurant, but I'm like, wait a second. I'm going, is this right? Like, I get there, like, this is a person's home. Fresh baked pies, and they have cottage laws where you can sell pies, which I mean, this is obviously right down, I love this. And I gotta tell you, this person was popping. But I'm talking homemade, amazing pies. Oh my God.
We have a woman in our city that makes her own pies at her house, and she has a vending machine in the front yard. And you can buy that pie fresh out of the vending machine.
My mother makes pies, homemade, everything, and they are so good. My favorite is peach. She just made us a peach pie. It was deep dish. It was so good. But I don't need a vending machine. I'll just say, Mother, I need a peach pie, and there she is. I'm so lucky.
Now you guys are making me want to go get the stuff to make a pie.
I've never made my pie. I cook. That's my
find it very hard to stick to a diet.
I've been very strict lately.
Okay, let's talk about a fruit now. If you were to snap your fingers, okay, and have the most ripe, freshest fruit in your hand.
Oh, yes.
Watermelon for sure.
A white peach or white nectarine. I love them.
Cherries.
Pineapple.
And you make pineapples. Have you guys ever had bow tie?
No, what is that?
So this is like a Tongan drink, and they mix watermelon, like mashed up watermelon, pineapple, and coconut water, and it gets like they ice it up. Oh, let me tell you
And
that.
the coconut and that tequila, that is what I think is mashed up watermelon.
Oh, look at you.
And sometimes flavor juice.
I don't want to deviate from the subject. I'm just curious because if I don't ask now, I'll forget. Friday, ABC brings me one copy. Does anybody know of a device that you can put on your car door so that it doesn't leave vent into somebody else's car? Parking lot.
Is this a parking for
Yeah, we're done.
in a garage?
Yeah, I parked up there in the garage and it's pretty good, but most of the Atlanta parking lots just suck. Engineer job.
The space is small and so there's everything from phone bumpers to just Google it. There's a million products you can buy.
Yeah, I know, but I often for my shopping, that's why I'm asking.
I just choose a parking place. That's why I asked if it was approved.
Yeah, I can't do that, but
I'm a piece of shit. Everybody knows that already. When I was younger, I was even worse piece of shit. And I had bought this car, and I was so obsessed with this car. And I hated when people would park next to me. So I took a corner parking spot, and I would park at an angle. I was that horrible individual because I was so tired of people disrespecting my space. And I never got any dents. I got a lot of shit for it, but never got any dents.
I'm in a class joint, so I can't do nothing nefarious.
Hey, good morning, everybody. This is John. So we had one respondent from Craigslist that wants to gather signatures. And he asked, hello, regarding your Craigslist ad, my name is Ed Matthews. How many signatures do you need, and what are you paying for sig/board? I told him 15 an hour, which is not a lot. A lot of people want $15 a signature, but we'll see what we can organize and convince him to work as you know, experience with this matters. When I ran for committee person, I met a professional signature gatherer who for 20 years has been getting judges on the bench, and he charges 15 to 35 a signature. But we are live, and we're live on X, we're live on Clubhouse. Welcome to the Mojo Experience, a super positive vibration.
And we're live. John, have you ever read Shambhala?
No.
I love you, Miss Elba.
What is it? Tell me.
Oh, I'm reading it right now. I got it out of the archive.com, or I think it's archive.org. So free. Anybody can check it out if you want. And it's really, really good so far. It's very interesting. It talks about how to be a warrior, like a spiritual warrior. Spiritual warrior.
Oh.
I feel like this campaign needs more strength. So I just want to quickly read something about strength if everybody can concur or agree that they want to hear something about strength.
John, I just want to let you know you're in trouble.
Oh, that's okay. As long as, you realize that it takes a comedian to know a comedian. So what does that make you?
I will be a perfect politician.
Rick, are you ready to give $10 to the campaign to elect John Kitover today? Because your valuable input and money is needed.
Sure, of course.
Well, thanks, Rick. I hope together we can change the world and make it a more peaceful place for everyone, with no terrorism, no hate speech, and absolutely no trolling on the internet.
John, how can you even think that you can scam an Italian? It's our job. God damn. How can you think that?
So, Ms. Lopez, this is just the very first, like the introductory. So the index, so you could get an idea. Let's see. The index has how to be a warrior, creating an enlightened society, discovering basic goodness, the genuine heart of sadness, fear and fearlessness, synchronizing mind and body, the dawn of the great eastern sun. So you get the idea. And this is the very first little intro paragraph is the Shambhala teachings are found on the premise that there is basic human wisdom that can help solve the world's problems. This wisdom does not belong to any one culture or religion, nor does it come only from the West or the East. Rather, it is a tradition of human warriorship that has existed in many cultures, many times throughout history. So exciting.
Well, if there's no objections to hearing a little bit about strength, or do you want to hear about the lovers?
I hear about the lovers.
Okay. Be careful what you ask for, or I should say ask for.
Maybe you were right the first time. Go ahead.
This is called Zion. Z, value 7, means sword or weapon, suggesting the antithesis of the nail, because a sword cleaves, cuts, divides, and separates. Diversity, contrast, antithesis, distinction, and therefore discrimination are some of the related ideas. Discrimination implies nice perception, acuteness, sharpness, like a sword's edge, sagacity, and so on. Smelling is the sense attributed to Zion in the Book of Creation. The sense of smell has always been associated with keen perception and sagacity. An old Kabbalistic maxim says, properties are discerned by the nose. Our everyday speech has a number of phrases like smell out to suggest approach to truth. East above, the direction assigned to Zion is the line bounding the eastern side of the top of the cube of space and joining the top face above Mercury to the eastern face, East Venus. This line, moreover, joins the top of the vertical line northeast emperor to the top of the vertical line southeast hierophant. The combination of east and above suggests the working together of the subconscious power of creative imagination and the self-conscious power of acute discrimination. Gemini, the twins, is the zodiacal sign attributed to Zion. The name of this sign suggests duality, division, and other ideas related to the meaning of the letter. It is difficult to tell twins apart, and to do so requires nice discrimination. Gemini is ruled by Mercury, key one the magician, sometimes personified in Egyptian mythology as the jackal-headed Anubis, representing discernment and sagacity because the jackal's keen smell of smell. Gemini governs the lungs, collarbones, shoulders, arms, and hands, all in pairs. Gemini people are said to be given to inquiry, investigation, and experimentation. They often engage in mental pursuits. In our color scale, Gemini is represented by orange. The corresponding musical tone is D natural. Gemini is a common sign of the airy triplicity. Disposing intelligence is the mode of consciousness assigned to the letter Zion. To dispose is literally to place apart, to arrange, to distribute, to apportion, to divide. Thus, analysis implied by the meanings of the letter name, sword, classification, organization, preparation, and adjustment are all related to this mode of consciousness. This it is which shows itself in our disposition, and one's disposition can be modified by right discrimination. Okay, there's more, but there's always more. But I want to thank you all for being here. This is how to make friends and influence people in Clown House. The best way to win friends and influence people is to treat people the way that you want to be treated. Hopefully with kindness, love, compassion, friendliness.
And threats of bodily harm.
Perhaps, but I think that a lot of people who don't want to listen to the playback or replay, maybe they're ashamed and they know it, but they just can't show it. But I say, don't bring drama into new rooms. Let that old drama simmer in old rooms, because the now is all important. And I think that every day is like Groundhog Day, and you are reincarnated in a way. And if you're intelligent, you're not reincarnated into yesterday. You are reincarnated into the now. And in the now is a great silence of peace. And anyone who breaks that silence of peace is guilty of violating the power and the beauty of the now. So if you're in the now, you are in the muff.
How do you know as a Gemini? Jackal-headed Anubis?
John, did you hear or did you see the thing I tweeted to Darren?
No, let me check. If everybody is not on X, now is the time. This campaign has to move very quickly, and today could be a quick day for the campaign. But every day is so important that your participation here in Clubhouse, your active participation, I know everybody wants to stir the pot and have a drama, but real social media activity on this campaign can have and will lasting effect on any and all future political aspirations. But gathering these signatures is a big to-do, and it's a lot of work because it's real. And I don't know if anyone here has ever gathered signatures, but to get someone to even put their name, their address, and sign is very difficult. Most people literally scribble, and when you go to the challenges, you realize very quickly how horrible people's mark is and their signature. And therefore, it's a time-consuming task to actually capture a valid signature that doesn't get rejected by a challenge. So there's a huge time component to getting these signatures. And the people who gather the signatures, if they're unprofessional, and generally they are because they're being paid very little, they don't give a shit what you fill out. And so that's part of the training piece in getting individuals motivated, that their direct work and focus there can help this campaign get on the primary. So those are my thoughts. And Bima, I didn't know you were a Gemini.
Yeah, you taught me my color is orange and D, what was it? D natural? Remind me.
Oh my God, Roger's aura is orange today. That is crazy. What is it usually? I don't know usually. I just see orange today.
Yeah, that's great. If everybody could go to Mojo X Experience right now, you can go to his replies tab. I'm not sure why it doesn't show up in the posts tab. You may want to post something to the actual profile as opposed to just reply at Mojo, and then maybe even do a Grok query. Say, hey, ask Grok, say, hey Grok, why should I vote for candidate Congressman John Kitover versus Rhino, vaccinologist, gun grabber, something like that. And that type of content with Grok gets a lot of views. And if everybody in the room has an X account, you can retweet it and tag or
The link up there for the Mojo experience.
Sure. Mojo, do you wanna pin your X account to the top of the room? Dr. Adams, we really need your positive vibrations at this moment right now and in the future, but now is most important. Dr. Adams, we want you and we need you and we love you. But that's okay, Dr. Adams. By playing the opposition when the opposition won't even talk to me, you're still one of the best solutions to this quagmire, which is how do we get press and how do we get signatures. So Dr. Adams, even though I'm roasting you, I want you to know it's true. We actually do love you and we actually do need you. So this is what Thomas Massey's going through. 4 hours ago, he posted the next 3 billionaires posing as MAGA Kentucky just released a poll to claim their smear campaign against me is eroding my job approval rating. The pollster is notoriously inaccurate, but this helps them advance a false narrative. Will you help fight back? Secure.thomas.com/donate. An image of MAGA Kentucky's advertising campaign has turned Thomas Massey's polling numbers upside down, leaving him exposed and extremely vulnerable in a Republican primary election for Congress. So, see how negative publicity, negative press, you can turn it around upside down and use the new media to generate contributions. Well, I may be trying to do the same thing here in Clown House. For example, Abby, well actually we can't talk about the full room, so we'll take us out of it now. So let's just learn how to make friends and influence people here in Clown House right now.
I tried to add, I didn't hear Roger respond to his ex profile. I just tried to add it, it's not appearing. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if I have to click on that link above, nor can I even remove it, because I don't think it's gonna take me to the page, but I tried to.
Yeah, it takes you to his X account.
It does. Okay, perfect, okay.
You can also post to your own X account. If anyone here has an X account, you can just write, hey Grok, why should the voters in the 16th District of Illinois vote for candidate Congressman John Kitover versus $20 trillion debt creator Darren LaHood? It's little things like that that, can cause a little sting and stir the pot. But that's what we need, and that's the help we need. Even though you don't live in the 16th District, it's not fake news. This is patriotic activity here at Clown House, trying to pay off the debt, reduce the deficit. What is Kitover's stance on big bags? Let's find some common ground here. Yeah, Dr. Adams, do we have any common ground on that comment?
Adam, wow. What did he say? What's your stance on big back? Adam, I effing love you. You are so damn funny. Oh my God. That is, John, what is your stance on big bags? Inquiring mind.
There are big bags everywhere. I walked through the park last night and there was a big bag just laying on the grass, like, with the head up off the ground and just looking at like like some little kids walking by, and I was like, that is a beached whale at the park. How did that beached whale? But it wasn't a woman, FYI. This was a man, and he was huge. It was like, it was impressive to just see the head lifting off the ground, but the body kind of lying on the side. You know, he was huge, and there's homeless people at the park. They live at the park. I can't believe the police let them, just set up tent. But I think that everyone needs to go to the gym, get some sunshine, have a, and eat less. I think eating less is one of the bigger components because I find myself personally when I pack on the pounds, it's because I'm eating a lot, having huge meals or eating all day long. I mean, fasting, intermittent fasting and eating less is more. And they say that in these monkey experiments that they can prolong monkey lives like 60%, 80% by doing a caloric restriction diet. So overeating, I think, is the poison, the primary poison. So basically, you want to eat, very healthy foods as little as possible, and maximize your eating efforts. So that's how I would address the Big Mac crisis in America and in the world today.
And I just for clarification, it wasn't Adams. I just assumed that was Adams. I went into the channels. Mike, who said that? Not Adams. Yeah, Mike. So sorry, Adams. I just assumed because Adams is the only one who talks about Big Macs. But it's Mike. Okay, no problem. Still funny.
And Ro, it's good to see you back in the room, and I just want to remind the House rules about not bringing in prior drama from other rooms. So in that way of being in the now, all of my recordings are actually compressed in the now, but exterior on YouTube, if that makes any sense. Or Instagram.
Bro might be sleeping now. Isn't it like late? Where he is?
Yeah, he's asleep.
Oh, I didn't see him in the room earlier. So Bima, I would consider you the anarchist liberal contingent of this campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover. You are far out on the spectrum. I'm just wondering, you couldn't offer solid explanations on many of your neo-anarchian positions. So I'm just wondering, what would your priorities be, if your government was to take root?
Well, first of all, evidence anarchist liberal. Okay, it's a voluntarist, which is very different, and that is a free exchange and voluntary association of like minds coming together without the use of coercion or violent back force. And the answer to your question is, I'm not, everybody knows I'm not the smartest person in the world. I do know that I don't like, as you said, how to win friends and influence people. How do I like to be treated? I like to consent, like explicitly, to things outside of my private property. And I like to be able to exchange peacefully. I'm a peaceful human being. I've never harmed another peaceful person in my life. So, with that being said, that's what this particular government would be. It would be leading up to a bunch of other amazing individuals that are much smarter than me to bring like minds together and build competing institutions to be able to innovate and really expand and really tap into the creativity that's been harnessed, forgotten, exploited, destroyed through the public education system, the Prussian-led and influenced public education system, stripping us and creating these little sheep boxed in perfectly to become just meat machines for the meat grinder. So yeah, somebody that's smart, that's the type of person that has a particular passion for something in society, whatever it might be. Yeah, we're gonna look to that person. We're gonna say, hey, pay one.
I just want to say hey to Doug.
No.
Hey, all, how's it going? Nice to be back on this godforsaken hellhole. This is a new room. This room is for Rachel.
It is sometimes.
What's the topic of discussion?
We're trying to figure out how to make friends and influence people on Clubhouse.
Why exactly would we need to do that?
Because I'm running for Congress and we need as much social media digital support as possible, from campaign strategists to AI strategists like Dr. Adams there posing as an aide to the Darren LaHood campaign. What are you prepared to do for freedom today? How are you going to make a change right now, Doug?
Oh boy.
Well, are you seriously running for Congress?
That's right. We're running for Congress, and today we had our first campaign signature vote gatherer to put together petitions and ballots so we can get in the March primary.
Which district are you?
16th Congressional District of Illinois, Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Normal, Illinois.
And I'm assuming GOP.
That's right. Abraham Lincoln's Liberty Party of Freedom for the African American people of the United States of America.
I mean, that's cool, yeah. I don't think Clubhouse is the most efficient way to do this, though.
Well, we're taking the message to the masses on X and YouTube right now. Some of the comments on YouTube for the day: why all the phones? Look, everyone, it's a homosexual. That was an actual comment today. See, that account's called Staying Off the Grid.
So I was looking for Ashley to her. Have you seen the new Battlefield 6? Don't watch the trailer on YouTube. Don't watch the trailer for on YouTube right now. It is look. I'm literally in the process of buying a PC this weekend just so I can get Battlefield.
And then we're watching some Call of Duty zombies together.
Yes, I'm not gonna report. That's warfare, obviously, but you gotta watch the trailer for Battlefield 6, Ashley. You're gonna take yourself. That shit looks amazing.
Oh, I'm gonna go watch it right now.
Yeah, right now.
You know, Pockets, yesterday you thanked me for my service, and I said, don't thank me, thank all the dead soldiers who died in Iraq and Afghanistan to give you that liberty to get that video game, to get that PC, so you can make a salary from Medicare and Medicaid, so you can buy the latest technology out of South Korea, Taiwan, and China. So all I'm asking to you, Pockets, is if you want to increase the economy, it's inversely related to cutting, borrowing, and spending. Therefore, you need to stop the spending pockets. We're in a state of austerity. This is Americans for Austerity. We've got a super PAC going, Pockets, called Americans for Austerity. Are you ready to donate to the super PAC today, or are you ready to donate to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover? Thanks, Pockets.
I will when you get rid of that iPhone. 100%.
I'm gonna sign up for the free beta right now.
Yeah, do it.
I'll stream it in the next 30, but no, I'm not starting to listen because Nathan's a liar.
I will be watching. It's literally going to ruin campaign for all campers. You can really pull up all buildings.
Also, if any of you know any great discords from people here on Clubhouse, if you could put the antidote link in my profile, or I'll put it in the chat, or we can pin it to the room. But if you can spam chillism, with messaging on behalf of the campaign, like John Kitover, I appreciate it. Or, if we're going to do a chatter rollout, if you don't have chatter, download the app now. Live stream this room onto Chatter. Live stream this room onto X. Live stream this room onto YouTube. I do all the heavy lifting, but we need your digital media support more now than ever, unless you're willing to give $1 to $10, 10 not 11, 10 not 9 to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover.
John.
Oh my God.
John.
Can you Keegan, your question cannot be related to any former day's drama or any type of information related to anybody from any former room. It has to be directly related to the campaign policies, etc. Thank you, Keegan.
Okay.
I'll pocket, by the way, it's on Xbox as well, or PlayStation.
Or Microsoft as well.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm glad I brought you to the smart side gaming, PC Master Race all the way. The only Master Race I believe in is PC.
Well, I was gonna get rid like a gaming laptop. I don't want to do like a whole setup in my room. I like a lot of space in my room. You know, take up so much shit. So I think like a gaming laptop. Thinking about it, it's not.
I have one and honestly, that's good. It's still really not as good. Like using an actual desktop is a lot better. Yeah, do you think I'm gonna do? Oh, I see. That's it.
Yeah, I know the graphics are obviously probably better on the story for the gigabyte. So I don't know. I'm thinking that.
Unless they've improved, the lag is pretty bad. Like,
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, I heard that anybody who has that thing even on like a gaming laptop that your internet super slow. It's fucking makes sense.
Okay, I'm happy to hear people very funny to hear that.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
29. What?
Whoa. John, my question for you is, do you support state funding to LGBTQ programs? This is before you can be publicly an advocate towards your campaign.
No, absolutely not. And, I also don't support local municipalities or counties giving millions of dollars to abortion care providers.
Very.
So I hope I knocked out, 2 home runs for you there, Keegan. Any other questions you want to ask?
As of right now, no. As of right now, you have my full support.
See, it's wonderful when principles are aligned. So Keegan just let us know his particular position. See, what's unfortunate is sometimes the state and politicians will take your tax dollars and then put it towards things that are against your moral compass. And that's not nice, and that's not fair. So if we just go with John Kitover, just take the funding and bring it back and put it in the hands, the direct agency of individuals, how can you fight with that? Your moral principles will stay intact and you'll be able to wake up and live a great life every day.
Thanks for that, Bima. Okay, so we're going to transition this show, this morning retinue. We are apparently not repeating the same cycle as the past 3 to 4 days. The tornado has blown out of Oklahoma City, and it looks like we have clear skies in the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover. I'm looking at a beautiful blue sky right now at the beach with the Lady Hawk, and we have a surprise guest here on the Lady Hawk at Montrose Beach. Give it up for Hakima. Hakima, come on over here. I got the clubhouse room going. Where you at? Hakima, come on over. Put that margarita down. Come on over here, Hakima. Yes, I got an extra bathing suit for you, Hakima.
What happened? I said the tornado blew through while you were sleeping, John.
Oh, that's good. I like to sleep during large storms. Let other people ride it out. I'm sleeping.
Well, I'm a spectator. I love watching that chaos.
When you get topic.
Definitely needed a topic, yes.
Well, can I ask some questions for John, actually? Can I ask some questions for John?
Yeah.
So, yeah, John, I'm looking at your website. So, say you describe yourself as in terms of the current Republican Party, like which I think it's bifurcating in certain senses, not even bifurcating, like there's like 4 separate categories. But would you describe yourself as more aligned with Trump and MAGA? Is that how you identify?
Well, I do not identify fiscally or economically with the big beautiful bill supporters, but I do support Trump's strength, his courage, his mercurial political, capabilities. He is, to me, an American hero, and he resisted what I would consider like a deep state Democrat attack, which is contradictory, to essentially our good sensibilities, our American way of doing things, fair, truthfully, transparently. So, but to me, the biggest issue that I have with the Republicans, having trying to get into Congress now and working in trying to become a committee person, is it's definitely the debt, borrowing and spending, and especially the 100 trillion in unfunded liabilities, but the 37 trillion of funded liabilities, and spending 2 trillion more a year that we don't collect if we're collecting 5 trillion. If the Republicans aren't actually trying to set up a way to permanently cut our spending and our borrowing by having a balanced budget and that amendment or act, we won't just keep kicking the can down the road, and it doesn't matter who's in charge, whether it's Republicans or Democrats, because the debt is what's all important. But from a cultural perspective, the liberals and the Democrats and transgender mutilation and abortions and vaccines at large for a Wuhan virus made and funded by Dr. Fauci, we are living in clown world. And I gotta say, if you want to continue living in clown world, that's up to you. But in the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover, we are letting all the constituents in the 16th district know that Darren LaHood is a rhino vaccinologist, super debt creator, who poses as a Republican, but he's not a Republican. His daddy's a Democrat, and he's a Democrat. And if you want to say the swamp or the deep state, he has a lot of seniority in Congress, and he supervises a lot of spending. And you can just do a comparison on Grok. If everybody here wants to do an exercise on how to determine how people vote, just ask Grok to do a comparison of Darren LaHood's open secrets and the HR acts and determine what percentage of his votes are attributable to his donors at Open Secrets. So we need you to take direct action today. And this is the hardest, most unbelievable thing is people will sit here and listen to me for hours, but like 1% of people will actually do any digital physical footprint, activities. So follow Darren LaHood on X right now. Follow John Kitover IL on X right now, and please help do some digital marketing operations for the campaign today. I hope that answers your question. Thanks, Doug.
Well, yeah, that kind of gives me perspective. Just one more. Would you say you're more like economic protectionist in terms of like foreign economies? Like, are you in support of Trump's tariffs? I think the following election with the GOP will be interesting because there's still the economic protection side that's been, kind of originated with Trump. And I think J.D. Vance would probably be the type of person that would carry that on in the GOP when 10 years ago this would not be the norm at all. So would you say that's what you align with, or you're more, you're not as strict on that?
It's a very simple answer. It's a variable solution or a smart contract. If it's smart to do it. If it's reciprocal and strategic to get new business markets open for U.S. corporations, we'll do it. But we don't want to get taken advantage of, and if we can't compete in their marketplace and they're dominating our marketplace, well then maybe it makes sense to use some strategic, smart contracts to force an issue and come to some type of solution with, foreign governments and foreign manufacturers. That you do everything smartly and in a business way. Does that make sense?
I get it. So you're just more pragmatic about it. That's what I got from that, at least. Yeah, that's, I don't know who I do it for. I'm not even in your district, but this upcoming midterm should be interesting. So yeah, I guess good luck to you.
You know what's so funny though? My dad and I were talking last night. I like called him and I was like, dude, let's do a political ideology test together. And we're like literally almost 96% the same when it comes to like political ideology. But I asked him, one of the questions was, you know, what is a good attribute that you want to have as president? And my dad literally said, I want our president to be feared. He's like, I want people to be scared as fuck of our president. He's like, that's the type of president I want, is one that people fear. And so I thought that was interesting when you were saying, you know, you like Trump's courage and his, you know, boldness and, you know, type of stuff. When you know, my father was just saying that he wants someone to be feared by their people. I thought that was amazing.
A little Machiavellian.
Big shout out to Mike as well. Thanks, Mike, for donating to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman Kitover. I know you and I have been talking on this app for many years now, and I've critiqued your public speaking. We've talked about communication, theory. I'm just wondering, Mike, why did you decide to give to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover when you voted for Kamala Harris and J.D. Vance? How did I change it? How did I melt your heart, Mike?
Oh gosh, I like you on a personal level. I think that you're a good human. I think you're smart, and I don't necessarily have to agree with everything that you believe. I don't have to agree with every platform that you support in order to want to see you succeed. And in order to believe that, generally speaking, we'd be better off if people like you were in charge rather than the host of people that we have currently. So, in short, I just don't need to fully agree with you on everything to want you to be successful. So, I donated to that for that reason. But in general, as for why I support you after I voted for Kamala, because I've remained open-minded about Trump and I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, and I like your obsession with fiscal responsibility, which brings you in line with a lot of the way I am. I'm probably more rhino for sure than MAGA, and I think that you kind of take the best of both sides of it in many respects. And I appreciate the fiscal responsibility and the focus on that. So that brings you more to the rhino side for me, which makes me like you more.
Thanks. I think obsession with fiscal responsibility is what everybody does in their own personal life, and I hear that, I hear that sentiment in you and your life, and talking about taxation and income and mortgages and all these things with you over these years. So the way you live your life, the way I live my life, the way everybody here lives their life, fiscally responsible, trying to maximize their investment opportunities, save, protect your assets. That type of attitude is not the sentiment in the government. At $7 trillion a year and $5 trillion collected in taxes, it is spend, 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 and you can't spend enough. And it's utter madness. And the Republicans pulled a bait and switch with the big beautiful bill. They're not fiscal conservatives, but that's the game in Washington, D.C. And that's what Darren LaHood has been doing for the past 10 years. And if the patriots of the 16th district can get this message and they can rise up, help me get signatures. This is the most amazing thing, is this is basically a parallel society here on Clown House, that we have raised money on this sentiment. Now we have to actually get people on the ground with the voter list and the addresses to knock on the doors, stand at grocery stores, go in the downtown areas of Peoria and Rockford, get the signatures, and we can get on this ballot. And there is a third Republican candidate now running, and there's also 3 more Democrats running. So the field of people running in the 16th district has tripled from where it was just a couple weeks ago. So more people are running in this race. and we'll see if they can get the signatures, to get on the ballot.
The big beautiful bill, I never spent a long time looking at it. That is the annual budget bill, right? That has to be passed for the government to continue running, or no?
I have no idea.
So I'm gonna ask Grok, give us the top 10 line item expenditures in the big beautiful bill, and then we'll tell you shortly.
No one's gonna say yes or no for me?
So no, Scarlett. So there's a different budget that happens after October 1st. It's basically there's an actual budget act that was put in place in 1974. So you can't do any budget cuts, anything related to the budget until October 1st. So what you do is you implement all your raises first, like all the products and everything you're going to implement ahead of time, big beautiful bill, and then you do the budget cuts after the fact during the fall budget process. That's the only way to do it. The budget is done at a specific time of year, October 1st, at the beginning of the fiscal year for Congress, and that's the only time that you can start that process of doing your budgeting, doing your cuts, doing everything you're going to eliminate in the government funds and cutting things and reducing the size of the budget. So that's why they did introduce.
We really have a follow-up question when you're done.
Okay, that's why they didn't introduce anything new, budget cut-wise, in the big beautiful bill, because they can't do it. They're not legally allowed to do it by law.
Okay, did I not learn, like, I'm asking genuinely. I understood the executive branch is responsible for proposing a budget that the legislator tweaks and amends and does all kinds of stuff to. Is that wrong?
That I'm not entirely sure on. I think it's more the Congressman, the House and the Congress deal with that, and then they have to come to a consensus, and then of course the president has to read over it and sign it.
I want to say I thought I remembered presidents in the past proposing budgets, so I'm going to look into that. Thank you, Nancy.
Most of the stuff that's being cut, like the recut, all that, those were all executive offices that the president had an actual direct control over to cut. These were all implemented by executive orders, etc.
I'm gonna be honest, I should have paid attention in history class. Back to school, so.
I too am embarrassed that I don't know this. I think Civics 101 classes should be taught on Clubhouse because this is something I should know, and I'm sad that I don't know it, and that's going to get rectified today.
Over here, Monica, I was like, I have no idea what the fuck is going on.
I even know anything about this is because it's been a constant hotbed topic of debate on a Discord server that I'm on. That's a conservative Discord server, and so that's been the thing.
Neely, can you share the link to is it open to the public, the Discord server, or no?
Yeah, it's the largest Discord server, conservative Discord.
Is it called Politics?
No, it's called Conservative Art Conservative.
Can you drop a link for it for anyone interested?
Sure.
I have no idea what's going on.
Scarlett, just basically what I know, and it's not much about this budget either. Congress proposes the budget. The House starts and they figure out what they want in the budget, and it goes to the Senate. And the Senate tweaks it, sends it back to the House approves it, then it goes back to the Senate, and it's tweaked a little more, until they come to the meeting of the minds, and then it goes to the president. And if the president likes it, he'll sign it. And a lot of times presidents sign hospitals, they're not crazy about certain aspects of it because they can't touch certain areas. Or if the president disapproves and sends it back, they're going to fight again. So a lot of times, everybody's not happy with the budget. There are things that people don't like. Even in government, because they have to compromise. When you have the majority in the House, you have some strength, and you have the majority in the Senate, you also have strength. But there has to be a compromise, most of the time. So, as for the big beautiful bill, I'm not crazy about it. There are things I don't like about it. But, for instance, we go further in debt. But really, we're so far in debt, we can't have a balanced budget, which I think is really the goal of the whole thing, to balance the budget. Kudos to the president. He's bringing in a lot of money in tariffs, and the talk of it being inflationary has not come to bear yet. And I hope we get a rate cut by the Fed, and that will save us a lot of money, because when those come due, the Treasury has to pay it, and if they have to pay it at a lower rate, it's going to save billions of dollars. So we're headed in the right direction, is what I'm trying to say. And,
So, it reminds of,
go ahead.
I'll get it the car.
You're in the next one.
When you go gambling yeah, I know, it's terrible. I'm trying, I'll even put up that driving. Is it any better now? The area that I'm in is a little bit like schoolhouse. Yeah, so, when you're at the casino and you put your $5 in, and it says that you won $2, it just really means you lost 3, but they're softening the blow of losing by allowing you to keep a little bit of your money. It's kind of how I feel a little bit about the big beautiful bill, and I still think we're in a better position than we would be if Kamala was president.
There's no doubt about that. But I don't see how you could make an analogy with the casino. Casinos out to make money. We as citizens have a responsibility, I guess, to pay our taxes. And, that people rise up and don't want to pay taxes. Everybody's looking for loopholes. The rich in this country pay most of the taxes, no matter what they tell you, but there's never enough because they want to spend. The system, we just heard somebody running for Congress, where is John who runs for Congress, the system is created for the person running for office to tell the people that they want their vote because they can give them something, and they need tax money to give them something. So you can't say, I'm taking away from you and expect to win an election. So whether they lie and say that they can give them something, or they tell the truth and say that they're going to give them something, they're going to give them something. So, this is the way politics is today. But you have to, and it's very hard to analyze a big, beautiful budget because it is big. I don't think so beautiful, but it's big. There's some good features in it. And, I'm just talking because I look at certain things that affect me. And, a lot of things don't affect me per se, but so I look at what affects me and analyze whether it's big and beautiful. That's all I gotta say.
I just mentioned that link in the chat.
So, Jules, I actually think my gambling analogy is pretty good, considering what you just said.
Well,
The house always wins, and we are definitely not the house.
Well, not true. Not true. How do you determine what a winner is? Is it the tax you pay and what you get in return for the tax you pay? Is that a winner to you?
Depends on the game that you're playing.
Well, we're talking about, all right, well, I say that because half of Americans don't pay income taxes. So they're getting,
Well, let's get more specific. The bottom 50% of Americans, bottom 50% of income earners, pay a total of 2.3% of all of the federal income taxes, where the top 50% pay 97.7% of all federal income taxes. I would say that we need to stop saying that we need to tax the rich more, and we need to open up an honest dialogue about taxing the poor more.
we've gone through this before, and what I agree with you is that everybody should have some skin in the game. And that's why I agree with you. I think
I prefer having my skin in the game, for sure.
right, right. So I think everybody should pay taxes, or maybe, like you said, the bottom 50%, make it the bottom 10% should pay no taxes.
What's the argument for paying no taxes?
Well, you gotta live. You can get
Yeah, well, here's the thing, right? If you're putting in tax dollars and putting in a minimal amount and then taking out a maximum benefit, I don't see how that's equitable. I think what we need to realize is that the wealthiest people, they do pay a large number in tax, but it becomes a smaller portion of their wealth, which I'm totally okay with that. I'm pro wealth inequality. I'm absolutely in favor of wealth inequality because where you have wealth inequality is where you have large concentrations of wealth. And so if you wanted to shrink the gap between the wealthy and those that are not as well off, then typically you find that in societies where there's not a huge accumulation of wealth. This is a good sign. It's a positive sign when you see wealth inequality, quote unquote, what they would call inequality. And by the way, the things that you would ask the government to do to make things more equal would be completely unfair.
Okay, we're just talking income taxes. It's sales taxes, it's property taxes. So, and the rich are paying much more of that too. So, I kind of agree with you on income taxes. We've gone through this before. I like your analysis. About having skin in the game. Nobody likes to pay taxes.
So there's. I'm sorry, Jules. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, the people that earn less than like the poverty line, people underneath the poverty line, you still think they should pay taxes?
Well, the answer should be yes, because they're receiving benefits regardless. They have a fire department, they have a police department, they have whatever, sanitation department. And they should chip in for that. They're getting the benefits for that too. Maybe definitely on a small level, but I agree they should have some skin in the game. They're gonna vote, and when people vote to have in lower income bracket, they're gonna vote for someone who says, no, you don't have to pay taxes. In fact, we're refundable credit. So the rich can pay, and that's just the talking point that Mojo and I have spoken about before. We both don't like it. It's not fair. So, but low income earning people should get benefits too. And of course, the benefits are going to exceed what taxes they do pay, but they should pay taxes. Does that make sense? I mean, this is a society that's benefiting from monies the government spends that we contribute to. So everybody should pay their fair share of taxes. Go ahead.
I'd like to see us implement Milton Friedman's negative income tax. I think that would be beneficial for the country entirely. Because what it does is it shifts off the non-working people. It eliminates the entitlements. And if you're working, but you're making less than that poverty line, you get, or a certain livable wage amount, we'll say that, right? If you make less than that, then you get back in the income tax at the end of the year up to that amount. Right? We're paying this, we're incentivizing people to work, but you have to work. You have to do 40 hours. And if your job is paying you too little to make up to that point, the government subsidizes that. But no entitlements. They're all gone. Right? And if you get a promotion, it just, that gap closes as you promote. So you're not being incentivized to stay in a welfare program like you are now, where if you make too much, you lose benefits, and then there's a gap there. It just slowly phases out until you make over that amount, and then you're just slowly moving up the food chain as you normally would. It incentivizes people to work. It incentivizes people to do better for themselves instead of staying out of this poverty chain that we have right now. Now, what that's down to it that needs to be worked out, I'm going to say it, the criticism I have of it is you need to make sure that you have some method in place to make sure that these companies are not abusing that system and just paying everybody less than the poverty line so that the government supplements that.
Yeah, I never liked Uncle Billy's proposal. And governments, you see government subsidizing, we want to subsidize. I never liked the term government pays. Government doesn't, nothing to pay.
Right.
The government, all right, so that's the point. But you talk about incentive to work. My God, we have to give incentive to work and earn a living and make money for yourself so you can live a certain lifestyle. No, you should have that built into yourself. Everybody should have the incentive to work.
But right now we have these policies in place, but they're getting free money and they're not being incentivized to work. They're just incentivized to leech off us.
That's right. It's our problem, right?
This is what we need to eliminate. We need to make sure that, hey, you're working, or you might have a disability where you can't work, and that's a justification that can be considered work in a certain way. Even if you're a Walmart greeter, that's work. So there's ways to work around that system to make sure it's beneficial to everybody. And then what happens is you see that happen. That increases. We have people working. They're not sitting on their ass. And then if they're working up the food chain, if they make more than the minimum amount, that we're putting into place here, I mean, at some point, these taxes will start to, you'll see the decline or the need of taxes. Hopefully they would come back to this later on. But you're seeing your money is now being spent for more things that you want them to be spent for, and less of these individuals that are being lazy asses, etc.
Well, I think people should want to work. One thing I love about Trump's tariffs, if you don't get tariffs, if you have companies in the United States producing a product from whatever country, so to me that is unbelievably great. It's creating tons of jobs in the United States, and we're going to have people working, contributing to society, contributing to society, and that's the great thing about the tariffs that people don't talk about right now. Tariffs are are not deflationary like all the jackasses predict. You can have an inflationary spike here and there, but when things settle down, it's so pro-America, it's unbelievable. Money is coming into our country, and so far I like it, and it's gonna bring jobs. It's gonna allow us to compete in other countries. It's gonna benefit. It's really gonna benefit the world. They're gonna get the benefits of American production, American factories, and whatever. God bless Trump. I mean, the way he looks at things economically. And today, I think if Trump's going to try to pull off. I'm surprised you guys aren't talking about today what Trump's trying to pull off. He will become one of the greatest presidents in our history, undeniable. If he can get a peace agreement between these two crazy countries, these two crazy people who favor war, and will make it just, it's just one. But if Trump could get an agreement there, and he's so smart, his agreement is not going to only be stop fighting, it's going to be an added divvy up the profits. That's what Trump does. He's gonna give a sweetener to Putin, which in a way I'm not crazy about, but I want peace because that's like rewarding a person who's a maniac. But in the long run, Putin's gonna have to stop. He can't keep this up. So Trump, in short, I know I'm talking a lot. He's really an economic president. He has economic genius in him. He's a brilliant guy. People hate him, say he's not. But, I was involved in international taxes. There were some very complex areas I dealt in. I'm not going to get into it. But I heard Trump making a speech about it one day. I'm going, how the fuck did he know this? How did he, he just knew certain things that nobody knows. Certainly Biden did. Obama had intelligence, but he didn't. And the Bushes. Trump is really an unbelievable economic genius, and when you globally get him involved globally, he looks for deals that other people come out saying, hey, we gained also, and getting peace, getting economic prosperity in the world, not only in the United States, is what he's shooting for. And I don't think there's anybody on the planet that can do what he's doing. And I hope he just gets through his piece. Hey Marshall, how you doing, buddy?
Good, Charles. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you too. What do you say? Signs an agreement, or can we just ceasefire today, or what do you think?
I think he is going to tell us that he's going to continue to take the bill cuts. I don't think he can give that up, so we'll see.
So that means he's not going to agree to a ceasefire right now.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to agree.
Yeah, I think Putin called for this meeting, so he has to call for the meeting and has to give something when you call for a meeting. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but there's some sweetness in it that Trump, like I said, that Trump's going to give him economically, and Russia needs it right now. They're a one-product country, and with Trump's third-party tariffs, that's going to kill them. That's going to really hurt. So he has to come to the table and realize he got to get what he can get, and then his economy could flourish. But you got to realize this. I know he's a maniac, so I don't know if he's going to. taxes to the war in Ukraine, but
Well, I don't know. I would like Mojo's answer about the poorest among us paying income taxes. I agree. Like, I really did like the item in the Big Beautiful Bill that able-bodied adults from this age to this age who didn't have children should have 80 hours a month of some kind of work. Charity work, volunteer work. I liked that. I thought that was good. Can someone tell me why an able-bodied person couldn't or shouldn't be required to do that?
they should work. You're right, but isn't it preferable for them to work on their own? For, that they want to work. I don't like the government forcing someone to work, but then again, I don't like the government paying someone not to work. So I have to lean on the side that you're saying that they should work if they're capable. Yes.
They're not saying they have to work in a coal mine. They're not saying they have to work picking up trash or cleaning out sewers. They're not they have incredible flexibility about where and when they work during the month. So I'm struggling to find a downside, and I haven't heard an argument yet where able-bodied adults who are living on government assistance can't give back to the community in some form or function.
The way you put it, there is no. You're 100% right. You can't be wrong the way you put it.
Oh, that's scary too. I'm sure there's a hole somewhere.
No, you're asking for where the hole is, but I love the way you put it. You not only have a good voice, you have a common sense good voice. You're right. You're contributing to society. We are a society. People are taxed too much now. We're giving more than we should be giving from our taxes, and we're not getting the benefits that we should be getting.
I'm not gonna lie though, Jules, I'm not gonna lie though. I have, some girlfriends who have multiple kids, right? Not multiple baby daddies. They're actually like, I know women who are, both parents are in the household, 4 or 5 kids, right? And these moms, man, it's what they do throughout the day blows my mind. Like, I don't think I saw her sit down once from like when she dropped her kids off at school, because she also has I think a 6-month-old baby, my little nephew. And I think, for some it's very hard to volunteer those extra 5 hours throughout the day. When your kids are at school, you're cleaning the house, you're making dinner, you're doing the laundry. So sometimes it is a little difficult for, both people in the household to give those hours. Because, the dad's working and she's at home taking care of the house. So I feel like, it'll be a little hard when it comes to, people with bigger families or more kids.
Wait, I want to ask Monica something really quickly. Sorry, Jules, I'll make this really quick. Monica, you were asking about able-bodied Americans who collect benefits from the government?
Yeah, that's what I understood. People were saying, oh, they cut Medicaid, they cut Medicare, they cut. And from what I understood is they added requirements for those, and look, now I didn't do a deep dive, I was busy. I was distracted with a myriad of other things, likely Sydney Sweeney and Blue Jeans, but so irrelevant, fluffy things, but,
Wait, but here's my thing though, really quick, just to kind of, vibe with you on this. Here's my take on it. If they're able-bodied, meaning they're able to work, right? They have no medical reason or disability that prevents them from working. So they're able to work, yet they're collecting benefits from the government. If you're asking why don't they give back to the community? And I'm thinking to myself, if these people don't even want, if they're unwilling to do for themselves, meaning just go out and get a job, right, without depending on government assistance, why would they help the motivated or inspired to give back or help their community. You see what I'm saying? I feel like there might be a little selfishness there. Like they feel they're entitled
That
to the
should
government.
change, I think.
Yeah.
Let me just jump in quickly. Pockets was talking about a married woman with children or a woman working with children. Either way, the woman working with children is filing a tax return, and the married woman, even if she doesn't work, she's filing a joint tax return. So we're not talking, I'm not talking about them. That's number one.
I'm not talking about married couples either.
Okay. So all right. So I'm talking about a woman who's working, you say. So she's.
No, I'm talking about a woman who's with Medicaid. They're gonna, the requirements they have for Medicaid now is that you have to put in 20 hours of work or volunteer work throughout the week to qualify for Medicaid if you're willing and able bodied. So that's where I got to the point where women with multiple kids, mothers, who are stay-at-home mothers, their Medicaid is gonna get cut because they're not putting in those 20 hours of volunteer or work, but they're spending most of their days taking care of the household and the kids. So it gets, I mean, that's where I'm like, this is going to be a little difficult, or it's going to have to be, the Medicaid's going to have to be cut for certain households.
Yeah.
But the ones who who don't have kids, who are just fucking soaking up these benefits that, are really doing nothing with their fucking lives except getting employment and Medicaid, yes, 100% kick them the fuck off, so put it over.
Right, not contributing to society.
I don't understand. If you're a single mom and you have 5 kids and you're not married, where's your income coming from if you're not working?
So they live in the same household. So in the eyes, I guess in certain states, it would be considered a common law there, but they live in the same household. So they're just not married. But you do not have to be married to be claiming each other's kids and to be getting Medicaid for your kids. You do not have to be married.
So you're questioning why we should require people able-bodied to work 80 hours a week because
So 20 hours of volunteer work or work if they have.
I'm not saying 80 hours a month. Sorry, 80 hours a month.
Yeah.
So you're suggesting or you're questioning why we should make them do that because there's a group of people who have a bunch of kids who are not married, who live in households with men already working, and might not be okay to force them to work. That's what you're suggesting, right?
Yeah, them not, when it comes to stay-at-home moms who are not married or filing jointly, their Medicaid is going to be cut as well.
I mean, part of me wants to say it's a decision to have 5 kids, and if you can't work, if you don't have the energy to work in the first place, you shouldn't knock off 5 kids when you're not married. And part of me, like at some point, we have to hold everybody individually responsible for their decisions and say, if you're going to accept money from the government, then you're going to put it into the system and in a form of manual labor. It equals your ability to do so, regardless of how much time you have on your hands or whether or not you have to take on a second job, i.e. the 20 hours a week in addition to your full-time job, which is taking care of your 5 kids that you chose to pump out without getting married to a guy that's in the house with you. Does that make sense? Like, I don't have much empathy or sympathy for that. I think that if they're able-bodied and they have 5 kids, that they should maybe be forced to do what everybody else has to do to survive, especially if they're taking money. First of all, why are they taking money from the government if they're in a house with a guy that's working anyway and they have 5 kids? Why is that happening?
Mike, what do you think about a proposal that adjusts federal income tax based on obesity?
Daniel.
I'm not saying this to be joking, but you're clearly, if somebody is obese, they're going to have higher risk for heart disease or diabetes or any other of these types of comorbidities. And my question would be, if they're going to be the biggest drains on the system, not to mention, living a shorter life, which means being productive for a shorter period of time, wouldn't it make sense for us to consider establishing income tax rates based on your health?
Well, they should have to pay more in their health insurance based on their health. for sure. They should have to pay more based on their weight. If they're 600 pounds, their health insurance shouldn't be the same as somebody else's. But that reminds me of my idea about like airplanes. Like an airplane expends fuel to move a pound a certain amount of miles. So if you weigh 600 pounds, you instead of buying 2 seats, you should just get charged by the pound. So you just step on a scale and they see how much you weigh, and then they calculate that based on the fuel, and then that's what you pay for your flight. I mean, let's put them up against that too. Like realistically, yeah. I mean, I thought about that a long time ago. And I'm like, nobody would want to do it, but I don't really give a fuck. They weigh my luggage. Why does 10 pounds make a difference on my luggage? The chick next to me weighs 360 pounds.
So what should happen is you and your luggage should get on the scale,
Yes.
and then the total is how they should do it.
100%. That way, if I want an 80-pound bag, I pay the 30 pounds for that, but I don't have to
so
pay
let's
for
think
my
about
weight.
it this way. What if they just said, okay, you've got a 250-pound limit, right? And let's say you weigh 250 pounds, and let's say you have a 30-pound bag. Well, then you got to pay for the 30-pound bag. But if you weighed 150, right? If you weighed 150, you can bring a 100-pound bag and still meet the 250.
100%. Yeah, and then you don't have to worry about making them buy 2 seats. Like if they pay twice or 3 times as much as a normal person, they get the amount of seats they need to fit their fat ass in safely. If it's 2, then it's 2, but it's not 2 because a fat person buys 2. It's 2 because the person weighs enough, and because the shape of the person requires the 2, but they're going to pay for it anyway because they're being charged what they weigh.
What I would do, I would come out of retirement and work at the airport and just be the person at the line that, like, where you could just make a visual observation, where you could just say, okay, you guys are fine, you could go in through this entrance, and then if the people that look like them and their bag might be more than 250, then you put them through the scale line.
Exactly, yeah. Like it's basically it'll basically be a fat line and a regular line, but we won't call it that. We'll just base it on the 250 pounds.
And then some people, their weight is distributed differently, so I think we should weigh all women.
Well, I think it'd be great that, I think it'd be fair to weigh everybody, because usually men who are tall and have a lot of muscle mass walking around the world, have a lot more privilege, just do.
Have you ever noticed women with big titties, that they're just heavier than women with small titties?
So would you be offended if you had to pay more money than the lady who's sitting next to you?
No, look, if I flew to a toy convention and then I flew back and my bags were filled with toys that I purchased, I should have to pay for that.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing inherently unfair about getting on a scale with your luggage and paying based on what you weigh. That seems completely fair. To be honest,
yeah, and the reason, Mike, you already said it, the reason is because the airline itself has to adjust fuel costs based on the weight, which is the reason they charge you for the bags.
Right, but they try to, yes, exactly. And there's this whole, and they've already tried to make 2 fat people buy 2 seats, and that always becomes an issue. They always resist, or they say it's prejudice or whatever. This would solve it. It's like, yeah, I mean, you're wide, you need 2 seats, but you also weigh 600 pounds, and your ticket is 3 times more than the 200-pound guy. So you get 2 seats.
Yeah, I
Three. See, they'd actually benefit. They'd actually make out with that.
Hold on. In the chat, Regan Michelle says, brain rot conversation. Listen, the only reason why somebody would say this, the only, hey, why are you know where you're going with this? Why are you going with this? The only reason somebody would not like this conversation or believe that it's reasonable is if they suspect that they might be over the 250-pound limit. Listen, nobody got offended that weighs 100 pounds. Nobody got offended by that. Most people are just saying, that seems reasonable. It only seems unreasonable to the fatties. The other solution is to just say, hey, look, you're going to be too much of a drain on this particular plane ride, and so no, we can't do it. We can't put you on this plane. Maybe you'll get an Amtrak ticket.
So if I weigh 100
150 pounds and my bag is 30 pounds. Can I bring my 125-pound llama? It's an emotional support llama, mind you, but can I bring that along and just pay the difference?
If you have a 25-pound llama,
The problem
I
with
don't
that,
understand. That's cute.
the problem with that becomes storage, because there is a space component to this. Where would it be? I would say that if you have an alpaca or a llama, you probably could bring them, but I would recommend that you'd have to pay for a second seat just because of the space that it would take up, not about the weight.
What about the koala? They're really
I'm
cute.
an ambassador of the big back community, and I propose that us bigger people, we get our own airline, or our own section, because if we're gonna have to pay more to fly, then obviously, we need more space. So therefore, we get more room, we get the space we need, and y'all can be cramped up in the little seat. That sounds like glorious to me.
Well, you already get that. You just flip up the armrest and you take 2 seats like you already do. I'm not going to give you more leg space. I mean, I'm 6'3", I want more leg space, and I'm not fat. So it doesn't mean you're going to get more leg space because you're big, but you can flip up the armrest and get 2 seats.
Yeah, hey, I want to bring something up, and I'm only going to bring it up briefly, and I don't want to make this a big deal, but there was a room the other night, and when I went to sleep, there was people left modded, and in that room there was some doxing that took place, and really it's just some rude behavior, and I've heard about this from multiple people. I'm not even going to call out the people by name, but let me just say that if should you find yourself at the end of a long day, getting a mod badge in a particular room, whether it's this room or anywhere else, it's probably not a wise thing to participate in a conversation about doxing other people. A, it's a dangerous practice. B, it's a violation of the house rules here. And C, it just, once people recognize that you're participating in that, then they'll take defensive measures, and I know a lot of people might block those people because they deem them as a doxer. So again, that's the last word I'll say on it. I don't really need to open that up for discussion. I just wanted to say those words out loud for whom it may concern.
So can we get a reset?
Why are the gays always asking for a reset?
Oh my God! Not everything is about faggotry. Let's put the faggotry down for a second and focus on the conversation, Roger.
I think with my allyship, if you look at my PTR, I am showing strong allyship. I can talk to the gays how I wish.
Okay, I'll give that a pass for this Friday.
Thank you. Mojo is the gayest. No objection. Mojo is the gayest.
So I got a little campaign update. This is kind of an interesting exercise. If you ask Grok to identify the top 25 profiles in, say, Rockford and Peoria, Illinois, that are politically conservative or active or might be interested in supporting the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover, so it identifies all the profiles. And now I'm following up in the Grok reply, tagging them and asking all these individuals who are geographically located if they'd be interested in signing a petition to elect fiscal conservative John Kitover. So this is one quick way how to find voters in the 16th district.
Oh, isn't it a great time for a reset?
Yes, they were just discussing how when you go and fly on airplanes, they should be charging people based on the weight of themselves and their luggage instead of, the whole one seat
all women should be waived for tax purposes.
What if we taxed women based on bra and panty size?
I would definitely get those puppies cut off.
Go into a surgeon and ask them for a tax reduction.
Exactly.
A mastectomy might help with the flight payment too, because we can shave off a little bit of the weight. All the women will go get mastectomies and none of us will have those anymore. It'll be great.
I ain't cutting my titties off, ladies. Do you for them tax deductions? But, yeah, we'll just go ahead and pay them tax.
Well, maybe you could get a tax sponsor. If you could get with a guy that likes them big old titties and just have him sponsor your tax.
I was thinking that, but I didn't want to say it to sound whorish, but that's exactly what I was thinking. Mm-hmm.
Maybe I cut out, but I like how everyone assumes smaller titties means less tax. I think it should be more.
Well, no, we're trying to tax by the pound, and I think the easiest way to assess that would be on boob size. I mean, it's unnecessary fat kept in the upper region. Anything more than a mouthful is a waste.
I think airlines should deduct the weight of the boobs. We should weigh each boob as well, and then we deduct that from the overall weight of the girl in order to disincentivize women small breasts on purpose. Like, we don't want women getting breast reductions just so they get cheap fights. Like, maybe it's almost like a write-off. Like, we should write their boob off.
Or what if you're a big girl and you get a special where you can bring your flat-chested friend and flat-chested women fly free, kind of like the bags.
Yes. Yeah, I like that.
You know what?
I'm the chairman of the itty bitty titty committee. I support everything you guys said.
I think this might be cultural, because I feel like men of color want some titties in their life. And no disrespect to the white dudes, but yeah, y'all tend to like them real slim and no titties, no ass, no thighs. So yeah, I guess it makes sense.
So now,
go into a room with some black dudes, they would disagree.
But now here's the thing: the people that like big titties and small, tight little pussies, it's because they have big mouths and tiny penises. Like if you have a big penis, you probably don't want that.
Yeah, I was gonna say something, but it's kind of foul and explicit. So yeah, yeah.
It's Friday. We'll allow it.
Yeah, I can't even say it because it's okay. The guys packing, generally not all, they want some titties, because then you can do things with them titties. You can motorboat, you can titty fuck. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, shout out to the guys that like titties. You know, you dig?
I've been very blessed to sometimes I get real jealous. I'm like, damn, y'all want some big old things. Like I really want that shit so bad. And then other days I look at my friends and they're like, my fucking back hurts. When they run, that shit hurts. I'm like, okay. There's some like positives and shit and negatives to both sides. But I wish for tickle bitties all the time. My mom got hers done as well. We just come from a little itty bitty titty family.
Well, now, what about us mid-tier cocks? Like, where do we fit into this whole thing? Like, we're not like, like Asian deficient cock size, and we don't have the brother man tubu-coo problems. Like, what about those that are just, we're like the Goldilocks of cocks. We're just right.
Listen, as long as the man knows what to do with his cock, it's all good. The size really doesn't matter. As long as he just knows how to work it out and he's creative with it, yeah, that's all that really matters. But if some titties, if a little extra titty meat scares him, I don't know. That sounds like, you might have to work on that. And I would encourage that guy to stay with the itty bitty titty committee. Don't waste the big titty girls.
So we need to have this conversation, right? So, because there's fat girls and then there's thick girls, and some dimensions that people might say is thick. But if you're ugly, and you have that same frame, same exact frame, people are just going to say you're fat. And so the line oftentimes between thick and fat has to do with how pretty their face is.
You know, I don't think I'll argue that. I hadn't really thought about that. That's something to think about, things that make you go, But I suppose so. From a man's point of view. And if I were a lesbian, I suppose I would look for pretty face girls if she was a little bit on the chunkier side. And she would have to have a cute face. Yeah, I think I agree with that.
I think I know a lot of thick, ugly people. So, I would disagree.
Yeah, but you got, but
Honestly, I think thickness makes girls prettier.
wait, hold on. Hey, Kima, your vote really doesn't matter here because you are not very picky when it comes to women. You've went and had 11 children with 17 women. Like, this is, like, it's a feat that nobody will
That's math. God,
How does that mean I'm not picky? I'm confused.
You'll fuck anything, is my point.
No, every one of my mothers are beautiful women.
would you fuck a female girl?
I don't know. What are you talking about? I won't even ask that.
I want to hear from Trillian. Trillian is one of my favorite blacks on the entire planet, on the entire app. Trillian, tell me what your thoughts are.
Well, thank you, and you're one of my faves too. Blacks, depends on the photo, and then other. I guess now you're in the other face. To medium-sized dicks, absolutely. I like the story that I read, Goldilocks and the Three Dicks. One was just right, absolutely. Why do I need a huge monster cock pounding me? I feel like the only women who like that have been abused as children, and I hope they heal. As far as being thick, I'll be honest, I don't like being thick. PTR picture of my body for reference, because I notice it attracts a lot of poor black men, and I don't care how that sounds. I don't want poor black men looking at me, because they think I have snacks and food, and I'm cooking home-cooked meal.
Can't make this shit up. It is so funny.
But
Hold on. Somebody read rule number 7 to Trillian.
No use of the N or K word.
I don't know what the K one is, but there's still time for me to figure it out. That's fine. But anyway. Okay, I've been working out though, I will say. So I've lost 30 pounds. I feel like I want to lose 60 more.
Get it, girl. You know, one of the best ways to lose weight is to shake that thing.
So I also second Trillian. I think that there is a certain point in penis size where it's just too much. Like I had this guy come over, he had a 10-inch dick, and I was trying to suck his 10-inch dick, and my jaw for 3 days hurt like a bitch. Like that was not a fun experience for me. I'm never doing that shit again. If I see another 10-inch dick, I'm sending it home because this is not going anywhere near me.
And just really quick, I just want to say, because I like anal sex, so I'm not putting that dick in my ass.
Wow.
Especially at your mother's
Okay, hold on. I'm going to unfollow you just so I can refollow you for that comment. That's amazing. I also want to just give a warning. If Scarlett returns to the room, we have to change the subject immediately.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do. There's no fucking way we have this conversation in her
Ah,
presence.
dude, we gotta bring the freak out of her, man. Come on.
Nope.
I know she's weird, dude. I know.
I have the same feeling underneath it all.
Yeah,
Like it's
No, listen. I know women don't like listening, but I'm telling you, this is one that I'm fucking 100% right on. Listen, there are not a lot of classy women on this app, right? There's not a lot of them. She's the classiest. So we don't talk like this in front of her.
No, I'm gonna message her right now. I'm gonna be like, do you like anal? I'm gonna message her right now.
Don't do that.
Like you don't get to hear. Like with our friends. We get to hear the
It
things
was
you
just
don't.
the final Mojo experience. Super positive vibration. Part 1.
Wait, hold on. Ashley, listen. If you think I don't hear from the hoes on this app what y'all talk about, believe me, I know all the fucking dirt. Mojo hears everything. Listen, I want to explain something to you. Mojo hears. Listen. I'm only referencing one classy woman because they're rare on this app, and I'm just telling you that while you may have whorish discussions in your little circle of whores, there are some women that don't participate in that. Some women they rise above that, and I can say that Scarlett is one of those. She does not have these conversations. Not here, not there, not anywhere.
That's because politics gets her off, man. Come on. Wait a minute. What actually have a circle of whores that wasn't invited? What the hell? Wow. I will add you to my circle of whores. Thank you.
Wait, hold on. If someone doesn't start a fucking house right this
Doing it now.
mute your goddamn mic. Somebody start a fucking house called Circle of Whores.
Didn't I hear you say that all white women are whores?
What did you say?
Didn't you say your opinion is that all white women are whores?
No. I'm not a racial essentialist. In fact, the whitest of white women that I know on this app is the furthest thing in the world from a whore.
I could have sworn you said something like that.
People make up shit about me all the time.
Add me to the circle of paid whores.
No, don't get all bougie about it. A whore's a whore. Come on. I gotta do garden tools because they won't let me use whores.
You can use it if you take inspiration from the title of this house. You can just run the words together and you can say whatever you want.
That's a good idea.
Y'all remember that Ashley said, "You dirty hoe"? Thanks for the party. I love you.
So I want to announce something about the campaign. Marshall has said that he's too busy this month to fly out to Chicago for an all-expense paid trip. But we do have somebody who randomly responded to a Craigslist advertisement today. They wrote, "I'm more inclined to work as a campaign manager or field director. I'm in Chicago now. I have a team in place. However, they work per valid signature. Please contact me at your earliest convenience to discuss this further. Thank you." So what I'd like to do is call this individual and tell him that he's on a conference call with our campaign HQ and see what he's all about. Is anybody open to having a conference call in 10 minutes with this individual?
Fuck yeah, dude. Let's do it.
Hell yeah, let's
do
do
a
it.
great voice though. I gotta do an accent. It's been weird.
Alright, I had to get creative, but I will share the link to the circle of whores. Even when I ran them together, it wouldn't let me.
Can I just point out that this is where Clubhouse is at its best. It's like spin-offs. If you guys remember, like The Jeffersons was a spin-off from All in the Family. Great shows have great spin-offs. So hopefully the project for Circle of Horrors takes off. I support your effort, ladies.
We talk about smut books. Oh, it'll be great.
And don't you dare send an invitation.
What the fuck is this snuff book?
Do not send an invitation to Scarlett for the Circle of Horrors. No, I'm telling you, listen, you're gonna get on my bad side. You're gonna get on my bad side. I will banish you from this fucking space. You cannot be in the muff if you're sending that kind of shit. Listen, I'm not a big believer in banning books, but I do ban houses from being broadcast to innocent women. Okay? Clean it up. Everyone clean it up. Everyone clean it up. Get your minds out of the gutter.
So yeah, racism is horrible.
Welcome back.
Good job.
Wow, my goodness, what have y'all been doing in my absence?
You don't want to know. You just sit there.
I want to know the link to that red bubble that you're wearing in your shirt right now. In your shirt, I mean your picture.
You can Google it. I think it's Target. And that's a legitimate ad. I didn't make that into a meme, although it is a meme now. I just think it's hysterical.
Follow the rules of the room. Follow the rules of the room. Do not cut off. Yeah, thank you.
And you cut her off, boy.
You think?
Hey, hold on. Order in the court. Order in the court. Look, we're gonna do this. Who has a sexy reading voice that can read the rules of the room? Can someone do this?
That's easy.
It's fine. We have a lot of them.
Let me have the rules and I will read them to the room.
Go ahead. Click up top. Figure it out.
I am pressing R. It's going to take the X there for one.
Oh my God.
I got it. Okay, and I'll
Yeah,
tell you. I got it. So the rules, no threats of violence, no doxing, stay on topic, keep your shares brief, do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. Mods may interject when appropriate. The N and K words are forbidden on stage and in chat. Don't spam the chat. Do not bring drama here from other rooms. English only. Keep families out of your mouth and no speaking while eating. I like that one.
That was not sexy at all, and your microphone sounds crusty. What the hell's going on?
That's too bad. Suck it up.
You used to have like a really clean microphone. What happened to it?
Yeah, I dropped it and it broke, so you gotta deal with it.
Put your cash app up, maybe.
Sean, you don't have a fucking speaking role here.
Pockets, would you consider doing us a favor? Would you consider Pockets doing the favor of singing the rules to us in a recording that we could play? Because your singing voice is so lovely too. That I think would be awesome. Personally, I don't know how Mojo would feel about it, but I think it would be lovely.
Now I see why people don't like you, Scarlett.
Well, hold on. If Scarlett thinks it would be lovely, then I think it would be lovely.
I'd like to get back to a timeout question about her shirt in the ad and what's the message behind that ad?
That the model loves being a black woman. What's the matter with that?
Does she look black to you?
Are you gonna judge her lived experience, sir? Like, what's your problem?
So you're just gonna be disingenuous and sarcastic? Got it. Done.
It's very small of you, Scarlett, to find joy in, well, a lot of people do that, right? But most of the people do that are very small, tiny people. And if that's okay,
Just say you hate black women. That's all. You hate black women. That's fine. You can hate black women if you want. If you want to hate black women, you can. I won't.
I told her she's passive-aggressive racist.
She's a very strange girl. And Mo, that's your figure of affection. It means you're very strange too, Mo.
Well, hopefully opposites attract, right? So that means Mo actually is more mentally well balanced. Hopefully opposites.
No, that's his blind spot.
Wait, hold on. Listen. I think this is probably uncomfortable for certain people in this room, and I don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable, especially the purest women on this entire app. So, can we just move on with the conversation? Let's center this conversation around ideas and not around people. How about that?
Well, let me just say this. I enjoy interacting in the room. I enjoy your humor. But like Pepe, Scarlett really thrives on attention because she's insecure, right? So
I disagree, but go ahead.
You can disagree all you like. I'm talking about the way I think. And she's your lover. She's the person that is there.
Nope. She's not my lover.
You're in love.
It's a friendship based on mutual respect and admiration.
Okay, so I'm not coming to the room anymore because I'm not.
This is the offer that I'm going to make to Mojo and only Mojo. Mojo, in the spirit of winning friends and influencing people, I, for now, will offer to change my, oh my gosh, so nasty, foul, and racist that I love being a black woman shirt.
No. Don't change it.
For you, sir.
No. Do not change that shirt, sweetheart. I don't force any of my opinions on any anybody like you.
I don't think you understand that I'm not doing it for you. I would do it for the room and Mojo only.
No, I don't care what you think, little person. I don't care.
He's not processing, is he? He's not connecting the dots.
He feels attacked, and it's hilarious, right? Like, he feels oppressed, just a bit.
Mo, it's been
I
nice.
think it's pathetic, pockets. It's hilarious. Go ahead, Timex. Sorry.
I don't think I feel to see why man of color, I don't understand why man
Mo has been responsible.
like it's very strange.
How you don't understand that? No, you want to say something because I'm racist.
No, don't leave, Time. I'm seriously.
I'm never coming back to this fucking room. Never. And when I say never,
Wait, hold on, one mic, time out, don't leave yet, hold on, Hakima, what'd you say? Hakima, what I said was, I don't know if your comment was directed towards me, but what I was saying is, I don't understand why there might be some confusion among anyone in the room or on the stage, why a man of color would feel some way about the shirt. That's what I said.
So now the reason being is she particularly does this so she can do her passive aggressive racism and her passive aggressive bullshit, and it's an ongoing pattern with Monica. It's an ongoing pattern with cunts like that, and so if people have the ability to call it out, and it's fine, and then she's the victim immediately, and she gets people like that think they want to cover for her, and in reality, Monica's not a decent person. The world would be better off with.
I have an ISO with Nye after Brad.
So I again, like you see how she gets.
Brad's minutes, not like an ISO.
Brad, I'm leaving. Mo, it's been lovely. Night, I'll talk to you.
It's great to see you.
Please keep it up, I hate that he left, I really hate it.
He's one of the nicest people in that.
I mean, that's
So Nye, can I have an ISO with you?
Shout out to Hillary. What's up, girl?
Who's so that okay?
I'm asking you for an ISO conversation with Nye. Do y'all know the clubhouse lingo what ISO means?
I don't. So I was like listening to it. At first they said eyesore.
So maybe if you mute up, I could explain it. And
No, I refuse.
If she's interested or not.
Hey, the next person that interrupts when Scarlett's talking is going to get moved to the audience. This is getting ridiculous. Read the fucking rules.
Nye, can you consent? Okay, thank you, because this is very important to me. Nye, when you see my PTR, what are your first thoughts and your first emotion?
Well, my first thoughts are, it's Monica, so she's likely trolling. Number two, I think it's a people who are not black or not from the BIPOC community, I can see if you're not from that community why you don't think that a white woman in this ad with that shirt is offensive. While members of the black community or the BIPOC community look at it with the side eye because why is there a white model wearing the shirt? It's very strange. My question to you is, Scarlett, you woke up this morning and decided to make this your PTR. So my question for you is why?
Same question.
Yeah, sure. And then we can open it up for discussion because I am trying to get somewhere and I probably should be talking less while I'm doing it. So I love irony. I have an admittedly weird sense of humor. I think race relations in our country are best handled lightly as possible with the best sense of humor, with the best intentions. So I am imagining a black model with "I love being a white woman" shirt. And then I'm wondering about the existence of "I love being a white woman" shirt to our culture, and if that might not end up with some bruises and beatings because I don't think people can love being white women in our society today. So there was like I had 5 reasons for this PTR, and one of them was not being so provocative as to offend in the muffers to make them leave the room. That was never my intention. And that's why I offered, for the good of the room, with Mojo's direction, that I would bank this in my PTR album for today. And I'm still willing to do that for In the Muff and Mojo, but Mojo has to say, yeah, Monica, it's a little too much for some people who are sensitive, and let's just put that on the shelf for today. And I will.
Do you think you would have changed your PTR if Target chose to do, I don't know, "I love being an Asian woman. I love being an Indian woman. I love being a Ukrainian woman." Like, like, again, it's just like, I can see why Time Out.
Did he go into the Matrix? Because honestly,
Sounds like it.
you know,
I can't hear him.
I just want to say that at some point.
There goes crazy Monica. She's just trolling again. Oh, what a nut. She's so nutty. But yet, when you walk out, like, Monica, are you walking around? Like, are you gonna, like, in real life, are you gonna walk into a black community and put on that shirt?
Well, in this age of you can identify as whatever you want to identify as, you know, she has that right to walk into the black community with that shirt on and say, I identify as a black woman.
And you just shared one of the 5 reasons. Thank you, Nani. Thank you, Nani. Thank you, Nani.
I mean, because listen, I identify as a Time Lord, so.
And wear it in real life, Monica. Wear it in real life.
I would like to jump in here. So this is one of the areas where Monica and I have disagreements. And I don't do it publicly, but her and I have private back channels that I don't need to read to you, where I think she could fend off the mob, as it were, by doing things slightly different. That being said, I think that there's a huge leap that people make where if she decides to, wear a shirt in a provocative ad that generates a conversation, has an opportunity to allow us to discuss what our thoughts are when it comes to race relations. I would love to get to a point where anybody could wear that shirt and it wouldn't, inspire the thought that, like, oh, this must be hateful, we should fight about it. That being said, I don't think we're there. I think racial tensions are still in a place where people are overly sensitive, in my opinion. And but my guidance to Monica, and she can tell you this is true, it's always been to like, my advice to her is to do less discussions about race because of the perception that people have that somehow she is racist. And I will put my entire reputation on the line to say that I do not believe that Monica is a racist. I don't believe that anybody has ever made that case. I also think it's fair. It's fair when people say that they think that Monica's a troll, because as I've told her many times before, I think she's a benevolent troll. I don't believe that she means to harm anybody. That being said, her intentions to not harm people doesn't necessarily mean that overly sensitive people won't get offended. That will happen. And as soon as I,
Scott, welcome to the campaign to elect Kitover. We're here listening to Mojo pontificate about Monica. You haven't helped the campaign yet, Scott. I'm asking you, please take an active effort to help. Do an interview, do a repost, do anything. What can you do for the campaign, Scott?
It's not her wearing the shirt. She thought it was funny.
Sorry, Scott, what was that?
Not too many. You know I live and die to you. I personally.
Alright, I need you to go to X, and I need you to do some retweets. Can you do that?
Ideas. I mean, if you look at my PTR,
Or even go to X and type in, hey Brock, why should the voters in the 16th district vote for John Kitover versus Darren McCurry?
Discussion, and so
Say, Darren, are you man enough to debate John Kitover for Congress?
I, again, to protect her, I advise her to walk some of that stuff back, because some people just don't, they don't want to get along. They want to catastrophize everything, and they want to vilify everybody. They can't be a good guy in their story if they don't find a bad guy. And so I don't think Monica's a bad person. I don't think Monica is out to hurt anybody. I certainly don't think she's a fucking racist. What I do think is that she's a fucking incredible troll. And I think that when people do get offended, that's working. And again, and for what it's worth, I have cautioned her to, to troll in different directions. She doesn't listen. She's a real woman. Reflects things I respect about her.
I'm sorry. So just to be an example of the double standards on how women are treated with greater scrutiny than any other population. Darrell had this PTR and another one of an obese debate on his profile, and he had a little discussion about it, but not the pressure and not the censorship and not the moral conviction of righteous indignation, despite literally having a lumberjack monkey as his PTR. Now I'm going to change it right now.
Hey moderators, could you put me in the queue, please? This is John. Thank you.
Hey John, you get the mic right now, because I'm going to change my PTR again.
So the campaign does have a response from a Craigslist job applicant who claims he's a field director with a team set up in Chicago who can get signatures. I'm asking if in 12 minutes we do a hard stop, a room reset, a title reset, and we call this gentleman at 2 o'clock who claims he's willing and able to help the campaign. Also, Antidote just made the first wire transfer into the bank account today. It takes 2 to 3 days, and it was for $500. So thank you all who contributed, and thank you very little anyone else who has claimed and done libel and slander about stolen valor and made death threats on the app. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll see if Brad goes crazy.
If we're going to do a call, I'm going to request that everyone remain quiet for that call. If you can't do that, if you can't fight that temptation, move yourself down. If you make noise during that, I'm going to, even though it's not a written rule, I'm giving you a verbal warning. I will absolutely remove you. So when we have that call, I hope everybody can hear it, and it'll only be effective if everyone remains quiet. Ashley, you were saying something.
I think like the campaign on the shirt is rage bait. I think it's
Yeah, I don't know if you saw my Instagram, Scott, but go to John Kitover, you know, and I basically outed Brad for making death threats against people on this app. You know, looking out for Jane, beautiful Jane, poor woman, horrible things were said, horrible things, insane things. So I'm sticking up for Jane.
Chat doesn't cross the threshold. Jane is a Kitover fan. For using it in their PTR.
I wouldn't go as far as saying it makes them a racist for using their PTR, but it's hard to ignore the bizarre magnetism and feeling so compelled, feeling so called to immediately, hours after the ad comes out, to rock that PTR, because if Target says it's okay, then I'm not a racist.
Look, just an observation, and again, for what it's worth, and the last comment I'll make. I'm not a fan of the shirt. I'm not a fan of Monica choosing this as her PTR. That being said, I think the overreaction from some of you it helps me to understand why Monica might want to do it. Maybe what she cares about most is exposing overreactions.
I'm still Yakima. Can you tell me why love being a black woman is bad?
I mean, when you're not a black woman, you have the reputation that you have, you walk around with a shirt on saying that I love being a black woman. When you're not a black woman, how is that okay? It's clearly race baiting. It's rage baiting. And anyone that chooses to participate in rage baiting or race baiting is a racist.
So if I wore a shirt, I love being a white woman, what would your reaction be, sir?
There's absolutely nothing wrong with you loving being a white woman. You wear shirts and I love being a white woman. Kudos to you for loving who you are.
And see, that's interesting to me because I would never want to wear a shirt saying I love being a white woman.
Because you're more proud of being a black woman in public or not, that makes sense.
Akima, would you wear a shirt saying I love being a white woman?
Yeah, I wouldn't dare wear a shirt that way. I would be nice if I finished the sentence without you jumping off the mic.
You can't, Akima, because she can violate her own fucking rules that she wants to go on.
What if I wore a shirt that says, because some days I do identify as a rich Jewish woman, a rich Jewish white woman, when I'm not identifying as a Time Lord. So can I wear a shirt that says I love being a rich white Jewish woman? Would that offend anyone? I'm just curious.
That
would be epic.
Hold on, I'll go to Cafe Press right now and have it printed and shipped to you if you want one.
And I'll wear it in my PTR.
I would love that.
It's not going to go over with.
Why, Akima?
Akima, it'd be an interesting case study to see what the reaction will be when a black woman wears a similar shirt. It'll be an interesting case study. Social media experiments. I love social media experiments.
Me too.
You know what would have been more clever by Target in this non-binary, I identify as this, I identify as a toaster, if they actually just flat out said, I love being a woman. I love being a man.
Hakima, Scarlett, you did read a book.
Walmart has an ad of a white man wearing this shirt and rocking it. I think that's hilarious.
Scarlett, you did read a book with Hakima the other day, didn't you? Wasn't it called The Tao Te Ching? You both read a book together. What was that book about exactly, Scarlett? You read a little bit, and Hakima read a little bit. Do either of you remember what you read?
There's a phrase in there that caught my attention about good men being models for bad men and bad men being the work of good men. Did I get that right?
Scarlett, I have a better idea. Why don't I wear a shirt that says I love being Monica? What's the case?
But I have one. I love being nine. Yeah. Oh man, I want to grow up to be nine.
Hey, Michael, why do you relate that phrase to race? Are we talking about race and he actually
Okay, we
No,
got.
I don't think I did, Akiva.
Ladies
I
and
know
gentlemen,
that's
ladies and gentlemen, let me interrupt your discourse here because in 5 minutes we're going to call our field director, and I'm going to inform him that he is on our HQ conference call, and there's about 30 people listening. But you have to remember, if anybody comes off mic, he probably will not be able to hear you, and it will just sound garbled to him. So anything you think he can hear, he's not going to hear. So don't waste your time trying to interrupt a quick and short, pleasant conversation.
So wait, you're gonna fuck around with a guy who's actually looking for a job on your fake campaign?
See, it's that kind of comment, Brad, that I'm worried about, that this gentleman who has responded to a Craigslist campaign, who needs money, and we have money to give him, and he wants to get signatures, you might discourage him from doing work for the campaign. So as Mojo said, if anybody interrupts, and I'm gonna tell him he's on a conference call, if anybody interrupts or, causes a rude outbreak, they're gonna be put to the goo, because you will be stopping the flow and, forward progress of this campaign to elect myself, John Kitover. And Brad, you can go to my Instagram account. I'm not going to bring up former drama, but I did make a post about you. I think you blocked me on Instagram. I hope you unblock me and we become friends. But you can go to John Kitover on Instagram to see some legal information involving yourself. Thank you very much.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, we'll never be friends in any legal action. You can go ahead and try. I really don't care. And I got attorneys that deal with shit like that. And as far as I'm concerned, some whack job on Clubhouse is not going to do very much. Again, when I have, you really are stretching. You're gonna fuck with a guy who's actually looking for a job, trying to find something, not trying to scam you. You're going out there for a job. You're gonna fuck around with it. So at the end, are you?
We're not effing around with anybody. This guy responded to a job ad. We've got $500 in the bank account, and we need signatures, Brad.
Allegedly great. They are the model. Like, yeah, I expect this out of Monica. I expect this out of a bunch of people. But holy fucking shit, Roger. You're gonna fuck a man over and toy with him about a job? Fuck, the new levels of bullshit these guys have. Monica, you're a fucking piece of shit.
Where did you all of a sudden get your empathy from, Brad?
Because the guy's out looking for a fucking job.
You don't seem to care about people at all.
I don't give a fuck about you or Canadian cuts like you, but fucking A, you're gonna fuck with some guy in the real world that wants to fucking get a job? You're wasting his time.
Where did this empathy come from all of a sudden?
Fuck you, dude. Shut the fuck up. Go gang on a dick. Go make potions or whatever it is you do in Canada. You guys are gonna really fuck with some guy and think it's fucking hits up. You guys are gonna have a good time with it? Holy fuck. Nah, I expect better out of you. Holy shit.
I didn't expect
Serendipity, I expect better out of you. You guys always brag about your moral authority over and over, and you guys think this is a fucking joke to
I didn't expect to hear one empathetic statement from your mouth, but you really surprised us here.
Hold on. He said he expects better out of me. Brad, sir, this has nothing to do with me. This is all John's work, John's campaign. I am just chilling in the muff, co-moderating in a space with people that I really enjoy sharing conversation with. This has nothing to do with me. What am I supposed to do? I don't control John. I don't know John. I don't know these people. I don't give a damn. Like,
1 minute.
me in this?
All right, everybody, just updated my PTR. That is Darren LaHood with Speaker Johnson.
Match with some poor guy off of fucking Craigslist who's probably out there job hounding. Because I know this. I got candidates that are lined up that are asking for work, that are sitting out there, and I have like 400 fucking candidates to go through a position that I may have two. Like, I hear their complaints. They're telling me it's rough.
Scott, you see how hard it is to organize people?
This guy who's fucking out there beating the pavement, who's actually looking for work and trying to find something, and you're gonna toy with him?
I know, it's like dealing with people on the psych ward who are extremely aggressive.
Amy goes by? What the fuck? Are you like into torturing little fucking kids? Do you want to watch a pedophile fucking do a child? Are you guys like that desperate for fucking content? That's what you're akin to doing here.
Okay, I updated my PTR to Darren LaHood, shaking hands with Speaker Johnson, and Darren LaHood is on the left. That's who we are going to defeat and remove from Congress in the 16th district. Now, Brad, your negative criticism is taken and noted. Everything is live streamed on YouTube and in other rooms. So please refrain from speaking as we call our new field director from Craigslist. And everyone in the room who thinks that this is a joke, well, that's okay. Get your dopamine, but go to John for Congress. And also, Mojo, if we could do a room title reset and pin the link for donations, because I think it's moments like this where people are going to go into their heart, dig deep, and know that road raging on Clubhouse, screaming and shouting everybody down, and constantly coming into rooms every single day to repeat yourself is the definition of madness and lunacy. And that's exactly what I'm fighting against in Congress, in the Senate. And I think the big beautiful bill, which adds $2.4 trillion to the deficit, and that Darren LaHood voted for, is a complete travesty, and it's theft, and it's fraud, it's waste and abuse. And I want to encourage everyone to repeat the mantra: stop borrowing, stop spending. Say it with me, everybody. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Okay, Mojo, if we could change the room title, pin the link. I'm ready to call our field director.
Some poor guy who wants to get a job. Way to go.
Okay, you're breaking the room, you're breaking the house rules, Brad. I'm objecting that you're breaking the house rules. Please refer to the house rules.
Jesus Christ. Do you think anybody's gonna vote for you? You don't even know your own district. You don't know what's going on. You're fucking fake as fuck. You're the dumbest motherfucker on this app. You are retarded. Like, shut the fuck up. You're just fucking scamming some poor guy who wants to get a job to feed his family. You don't know what he's going through. You don't know what last leg he might be on. He's answering Craigslist lads, which means he's desperate for fucking anything. And you're gonna fuck around.
Why are you pretending to care about people?
Jesus Christ. I'll fucking care all day long, dipshit. I wore a uniform to try to protect Americans. You want a fucking booty clap because it provides you some mild fucking entertainment perfume maker. Go back to Canada, suck daddy's dick. Stay the fuck out of America's business.
I don't have the link to the donation page. But I will say this, as someone that's hired campaign workers before, you have volunteers and then you have paid positions. If the guy's looking for a paid position and gets hired for it, he'll get paid. I don't think anybody on this stage is for slavery.
Yeah, we've raised $1,000, and we're going to have an open and transparent conversation with this gentleman that we respect and reply to our Craigslist ads. So Brad's accusations are a violation of the room rules, and it's wasting our time and slowing this campaign down. I'm willing to sit here and be patient and take our sweet time to come together to, donate to this campaign, call this field director and see what he's all about, because a lot of people really like this work, and I've worked with very enthusiastic people who love politics and being on the ground, and the marshals of the world that love shaking hands, meeting people, and organizing for politics. So I'm going to refrain from mentioning former speakers in this room, and I'm going to leave all former drama out. But my Instagram at John Kitover, if you're not following me yet, I have written a legal warning to Brad to refrain from doing any more libel or slander against me or this campaign. And if everybody's ready, we can call the field director and see how he responds. And I'm going to inform him that we have some heated people in the campaign HQ. And, if they do break the rules, as Mojo has stated previously, if anybody speaks up and interrupts this call, they will be immediately kicked to the goo. And I'm going to tell our field director, the rules of the campaign HQ conference call. Okay, I'm going to let the room simmer for just about 5 minutes, and then we're going to call the field director.
Do you think it might be a wise idea to do maybe a couple deep breaths? If somebody can lead us to a breathing exercise, I think that might help.
Mojo, can I just say I've been on this app for a while. This is great content, and this is fantastic. I just want to affirm everything about this.
Was it great contact when you needed financial help and people had to pitch in and people were begging for you online? That was great contact, wasn't it? Since you're so quick and easy to jump on that one.
I just said I'm enjoying Trump impersonation from Mojo, please.
We got some Moose. We got William. We got Hakima. We got Mike.
Bima.
Great gentleman at the end of the as number one. Go ahead, Mojo. Yes, sir.
Can you please walk us through a breathing exercise? Just instruct people to take a deep breath and breathe in, breathe out. Can you do that for us?
Can someone just stop her when she's breathing in, and then we can just see how long it takes before her evaporation?
Yes, let's close our eyes. Closing eyes and take a deep breath in. Hold. And a deep breath out. Two more. Deep breath in. Hold. Deep breath out.
Wrap the plastic bag around your head, and then we can just be done with this and hearing your voice.
And the last. Deep breath in. Hold. Deep breath out.
John, I think this is the most ready we're going to get for this call.
Okay, let's do the call.
Remember this, and somebody's so fucking happy about it. The next time you guys want fundraisers, the next time your kid needs fucking surgery, or you can't pay the lights, you need mechanics, you come to me and you ask for money, you've asked for kidney transplants, you've asked for wheelchairs, you've asked for fundraisers. I'm gonna remember this, really, all of you, because you do this shit. You guys run into problems, and then you come to someone like me, hey, can you pay my fucking bills? Oh, hey, my kid needs this. Oh, hey, can I have that? And a number of you have done that. And you know what? I'm really fucking disgusted that a bunch of you would actually toy with this guy off the street who's looking for a job. A poor kid that's fucking looking for a job. You're gonna toy with him. And get your kicks out of it? The fuck, man? Now I know why. You're like, you spare me your fucking political rhetoric. You ain't for change. You're just for fucking people over. You're sick fucking purveyors. You guys are just as bad as the people you try to condemn. You're no different.
What does the application, sorry, what does the job post on Craigslist actually say?
Yeah, I'd be happy to share it with you if you'd like. I can put it in the chat. Maybe that's a good idea before we call him. Let me get you the Craigslist link. Please hold.
Is he waiting right now for you to call him?
No, he said call me at your convenience. I don't even know if he's going to pick up. I'm just saying, we're going to have to get past these road bumps before we can actually successfully conduct a campaign conference call. I'm getting you the Craigslist link, and then we can do the call. But I mean, I'm willing to sit here all day and be as patient with Brad and others in this room as long as it takes. I'm very patient when it comes to this campaign.
When Brad feels that badly that we're taking money or opportunity away from the gentleman, perhaps he'd like to donate to your campaign so the funds can go directly to the interviewee.
Okay, so moderators, maybe you could pin the campaign, a fundraising campaign. I can't do all the heavy lifting. I know Mojo is doing 99% of the campaign coordinating here, and he's just an independent contractor, not actually volunteering or even working for the campaign, but merely conducting a positive Mojo experience. So let me pin the campaign donation from my profile, which you can't copy and paste. Let me put it in the chat. Anybody here can send $10 or $100, it's much appreciated. And guess what? It's going to go to hopefully the gentleman we're about to call. And again, this campaign is totally transparent, and I'm matching every dollar up to $1,000. And right now we are at $1,100, and Clubhouse users have contributed over $500. And I want to thank Mike Moon. Brad, what do you think about Mike Moon sending $25 yesterday to the campaign to elect John Kitover?
I think he wasted his money. I think he pissed it down the drain. I think you're still a scammer. I think you're still full of shit. And you have been.
By the way, Mike,
And again, you're fucking scamming some poor guys looking for a job, which just tells me everything I need to know. And for all those that go around preaching their conservative Christian values and all that high level shit, when it comes to the real world, start fucking around with people who actually are looking for jobs, looking for work, the ones that conservatives are all up in arms about, you apparently have no problem with talking about individualism and anarchy. But you know what? Fuck that. Go ahead, release the guy over. See how well it works for you. Like, fuck with the poor guy. Go ahead, get your kicks out of it. Get tweet. I bet you flick that little fucking beam after you lift your flupa up. Flick that little thing until you fucking orgasm on it while shoving ho-hos down your throat. Because quite frankly, you're fucking with somebody in real life who's actually out there powering the people.
Hold on a second. Nye or Scarlett, if you could share the link up top to the campaign.
I'm sorry. I'm in heavy downtown Dallas traffic. I can't.
Okay.
Where's the link? I'm sorry, where's the link?
It's John's.
It's in the chat. It's in the chat.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll grab it.
Okay, cool. And Scarlett, don't tell people where you're located.
Oh.
Yeah, that was slow. I just want to see the Craigslist ad because I'm confused. Brad's talking about things, but if it was
Got it. Let me get it for you. Hold on a second.
clear about payment, maybe it was written in a way to get experience working campaigns, which there are plenty of newly out of college or even in college kids that would love to do that type of thing for free just for their resume.
100%.
Or whatever money can be thrown their way. I mean, I don't understand what Brad is not targeting people who are, what are you picturing here?
Okay, link is in the chat. This is the ad in Peoria, and I put up multiple ads across the state of Illinois throughout the district. It's also in Bloomington and Rockford and Peoria. Those are the three major towns in the 16th district. Peoria, Bloomington, Rockford, and you can check them out. They're all on Craigslist. It also shows the other postings, and that's what I put up. I can read it to you all if you're too lazy to click. It says, Republican candidate Congressman John Kitover, #Illinois16, is looking for Republicans and politically interested citizens to join the campaign in a variety of roles: door knocking and grocery store ballot signatures, podcast content creation on X, YouTube, Instagram, AI content creation, social audio content creation, treasurer, fundraiser, and event coordinators, etc. Compensation $15 an hour. Now, the gentleman who replied says that he's been working in politics for quite a while, and he wants to be paid per signature or board or for a full petition sheet with certified signatures. So, in order to call this guy, I would just encourage everybody in the room to take a deep breath, and I'm ready to give him a call if everybody else is.
Yeah, John, can I just recommend this with the 500 plus valid signatures that need to be submitted? Maybe even though the campaign right now only has $1,000 in it, I would offer him $2 a signature for the valid signatures. I think that would be, as somebody that's donated to the campaign, I think that would be a wise way to spend that money. And see if he's okay with that.
Is $1,000 your cap that you're able to pay him, or do you have your own money that you can pay this kid to?
We will continue to raise money, but if he's getting $15, actually, if he's getting $2 a signature, that's something that you can promise, because you can offer $2 a signature. And in fact, if he surpasses the amount that we have, I'm happy to kick in more to be able to cover it. I mean, it's less than 600 signatures to get on the ballot, but they have to be valid signatures, which means you might need more signatures because the valid signatures is what counts.
Hold on one second. I just also want to address one thing Brad is suggesting or implying, that we are wasting this man's time. I have spent many days here now with Mojo and yourself and other people here, and a lot of people here, their money is tied up in this now, Brad. And I want to be as transparent about this as possible. So you can watch the YouTube live right now. I put the link in the chat. I'm going to inform him prior to the start of the conversation that the conversation is and will be recorded, because he lives in the state of Illinois. So I want to make sure that all of this is documented prior to this call, because there shouldn't be any legal complexities about this campaign conference call. So Mojo and other moderators, I am asking you to please enforce rules and not waste this gentleman's time, because in my opinion, Brad is projecting. He's wasting our time, and if he starts interjecting, he'll be wasting his time. And now, Brad, you'll become the hypocrite. So don't waste his time, don't waste my time, don't waste anybody's time in this room. It's all transparent and fully legit, and I'm wasting a lot of time doing this, but I'm telling you, it's all documented, it's all legit.
How about this? I'm going to take it an extra step. I'm just going to remove everyone from the stage until the call is over,
fine by me.
People can move themselves down too, that would help.
No, there's a possibility that this conference call goes absolutely nowhere because when I inform him that he's on a recorded line, he may decline to want to even continue to speak. Just FYI.
You may also want to tell him, it's a good idea to not share his name.
All right, well, I've got his name in the email. I'm not opposed to sharing his name, maybe. But anyways, okay, are you ready to do the call?
Let's go. And please, everyone, stick around because after the call, we'll bring people up and maybe people's hearts and minds will be changed on what this effort is, and we'll get some more donations going so we can pay this guy.
We'll see. He's got a New York number.
Hello.
Hey, Ed, it's John Kitover in Chicago calling you about the field director, campaign manager position. How are you doing?
Hello.
Hey, can you hear me, Ed?
Yeah, I can hear you now. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm good. How are you? This is John Kitover in Chicago. I'm calling you back about the field manager position, campaign manager position for vote signatures on petitions.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so, can you tell me your interest and why you want to work for the campaign, or where do you live, and how we can work together maybe? What are your thoughts?
Okay. Yeah, I'm from Memphis, but I'm up here working on some state rep petitions with my group, and finish it up here. And so I'm totally open to working with you. Like I was saying, most of my guys, they work for Seed, they're pros, and so just want to see like what was your business scale all out, how this, what we're trying to do. We usually get a budget and come in, we knock them out, validate them through our app or your app, however you'd like to do it, and get them on in, notarized, and move from there. We've got demographics, whatever your district you're trying to reach, and then we go out there, boots on the ground, and get it done.
Okay, that sounds good. Listen, I'm gonna let you know that I'm gonna put you through to a conference call with our HQ, who's helping me do a lot of the marketing and campaign strategy, digital strategy, so they can listen into the call. And the call's gonna be live streamed onto YouTube. Are you okay being on a recorded line for the rest of the conversation?
No problem.
Okay, so Mojo here, is our campaign director, and he can listen and he can speak as well. I just wanted to, see, like, how much are you asking per signature?
You said you need 1,200 signatures.
Correct.
In what time frame you trying to do? Like September, March?
What is it, Mojo? End of October?
It has to be submitted by October the 27th.
October 27th, everything's gonna be notarized and submitted.
And is this a statewide or just a district?
It's District 16. The major towns are Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Normal.
District 16. So you're looking at probably like what, 50 mile radius?
Yeah, at least. And it's, top of the state to bottom center of the state, Peoria.
There'd be some travel.
It would be two cities, really, Rockford and Peoria.
Rockford and Peoria, okay. So would you be handling lodging for the guys as well?
Yeah, we can do on a Friday, Saturday.
Friday, Saturday. Um, I'd say anywhere from $8 to $10 a gig.
Yeah, 8 to 10 a sig. So right now we have budget. We only have a budget of $2 a sig based on our campaign contributions. We've got $1,100 in our campaign account, but we believe we'll be able to raise more, substantially more over the next 72 hours. We're doing a lot of new digital marketing and social media stuff on X. And we have other people who are listening in on this call. Just FYI, there's a lot of people listening in on this call that have a lot interested in this campaign. And so everything, yeah.
What's the demographic area of Rockford and in your district 12 that you're trying to reach? I know it's Republican. Is this a rural area or is it populated?
Yeah, it's rural. I mean, these are the two largest towns in the district, and they're pretty substantial in size. So, any major grocery store, there's always going to be enough people on a Friday, Saturday night in Rockford or Peoria to do significant amounts of signature and petition signing. That could be major bars, it could be hotels, it could be grocery stores, it could be restaurants. There's a lot of people out on a Friday, Saturday, and within 2 weeks, I think the signatures could be gathered. It's just a question of, if you want to do it individually or you want to, get 1 to 2 people. But again, I mean, your help is really needed. You are the only person who has responded to our Craigslist ad, other than, where do you live, and can you maybe tell some of the people listening who might be contributing to your work? Because everybody listening will most likely donate to you. All this money is going to go to you directly. So what would you want to let the people know who want to give to you? Tell them about yourself and why they should trust you with their money.
Well, I'm Edward Matthews. I've worked on several campaigns. I've worked on people on presidential ballots. So I've been a regional director with Ron DeSantis, Texas. I was on that campaign. I worked with cottonjobs.gov, you name it, Vanguard. I have a track record. I can send you a resume as well. But I'm in Chicago right now, finishing up. I'm working on the 42nd District state rep, and just finished up the 98 kick butt and got her on the ballot, Nona Parker. So, I mean, we're killing it. And so I just happened to see this ad, somebody forwarded it to me. And I was like, hey, let's shoot for it and see what's going on. I mean, because we're about done here. And so I take pride in my work, and so do my people. And we travel looking for Native Americans that are, trying to do their due diligence and try to get on balance.
Okay, that sounds great. So are you comfortable sharing your name and your telephone number or your social media handles with people in this room that would want to contact you, speak to you directly, follow you, and get to know you before they send you money?
Sure.
Okay, so how can people get in touch with you? And I will repeat back what you tell me so everybody can make sure they can hear it, and I'll put it in the chat of this conference call.
Okay. It is Edward Matthews.
Well, actually, people are saying don't share your number. I'm not sure because so I want to let you know, Edward, that we have people also listening in on this call that are not happy with our campaign, but we still include them in the conference call regardless. So you're going to get.
What do you mean not happy with the campaign? Are they contributors or not happy with the party?
It's an open conference call on an app called Clubhouse, and I've been doing Clubhouse is the app. You can join the can you actually maybe download the app Clubhouse and join the room?
I used to have it, but I'm actually in a restaurant having lunch right now, so it probably take a minute. But send me the link. Can you take me the link for your room?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. But yeah, just look up Every Masters on Facebook. I'm not really social media kind of guy as far as my private life, but I have what is that website?
LinkedIn.
I have let me get my system like this. Hold on.
And by the way, do you have do you have a vehicle? Do you have transportation?
Yes, I have can you forward check me the website that you put up the link to my phone number? Can you check the all for the website that you just put up to me? I have this amazing. She does a lot of my web and administrative duties. She works with me. She's on the call. Is that okay? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes. Um, well, yes, she's about to take me a link that I'm not sure to. I thought she was already on the phone. I'm just trying to bring her up to speed. Can you introduce yourself to her? Sir?
Sure. I'm John. What's your name? Okay, yeah, I put up a Craigslist ad because I'm running for Congress, and this is a conference call where we're discussing Edward's, you know, uh, application to gather petition signatures. So there's a lot of people listening in on this call that will be funding Edward's operations and vote petition signature gathering in Rockford and Peoria. So I think he was asking you if you have his LinkedIn or a resume that you could send or post it to a social media profile so people can like it or retweet it.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay. So, Edward, I just sent you the link now.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just sending this to you shortly.
Okay, cool. So I wanted to ask you, do you have transportation? Do you have a car? Do you have a car?
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, send me that resume, and I'm gonna send you the link to the Clubhouse room. And if you download the app, I'll send you the room, and you can come in here and talk to individuals who are going to be contributors to funding your vote petition signature gathering. So again, and you feel you're confident, you're the right man for the job, that you can gather these signatures. You've done this before, and you're motivated to do it. Correct?
Yes. I wouldn't have called if I couldn't have did it. That's why I was asking. Yeah, 1,200 signatures is not a lot. That is the most that you can do.
We right now the campaign has $1,100 in it. I would personally bring it up to 900 to the 2,000, but I'm 100% confident that based on the number of people we have listening in on this conversation right now, we will easily surpass the $2,000 mark. And if you really show results, and if you come and join the conference calls and speak with other campaign organizers and donors, I think you'll self-fund yourself, and you could maybe generate thousands of dollars doing this work, and it could be a very profitable experience for you.
Okay. Sure. Have you sent me the Clubhouse link?
I will in a second. Just go into the App Store. Are you on Android or Apple? Just download the app, Clubhouse, reinstall it on your phone, because if you don't have the app, the room URL won't work anyways.
Okay, one second. And besides signatures, what other areas of business are you looking for?
Well, it's primarily a digital marketing strategy position where you'd be creating content and having conference calls with constituents and campaign donors, as well as gathering the signatures. So there's a digital marketing component to this, which is all through Clubhouse.
Okay. Elena?
Yes.
Did you hear that?
Yes, I did.
And then first word today, webmaster, social media, expert, search engine optimization, she does all of that.
Okay, fantastic, because we definitely need that, and I'm 100%. If you also joined our conference call on Clubhouse, you could probably help raise hundreds, if not thousands of dollars for your valuable work.
Oh, awesome. That sounds really good.
Okay, fantastic. Well, can you introduce yourself maybe to the people listening in on this call?
Yes. Are you talking now or in the Clubhouse?
Yeah, you can do it right now. Go ahead.
How you doing? From Memphis, Tennessee. I'm here trying to get a little more information about the petition gathering signatures and campaign managers. And I'm the guy for the job. We go out and we get signatures, 1,000 signatures, and portray a great image of whatever the candidate wants us to people out there, bringing great awareness.
Awareness. I think that's the key word there. I'm sorry. What was your name again, Miss? Who you do all the marketing and the digital optimization?
You said about it?
That was excellent. But what was the other young lady's name who was speaking just a moment ago?
Hi, this is Elena.
Elena. Can you maybe
Elena Maven.
Elena Maven, can you introduce yourself to all the listeners on the conference call?
Okay, hi, my name's Elena. I'm out of Memphis. I've had a lot of experience on various campaigns, petition gathering, information gathering, strategic. I also, one of my main things is digital internet marketing as well. I've built quite a few websites for lead generation. I've experienced in search words, search engine optimization, some social media background as well. So that's a couple of things that I've been working on.
Okay, great. Well, listen, I want to let you both know that you are the only two legitimate respondees to the Craigslist ads that we put up. I shared the Craigslist ad link with everybody in the conference call. The conference call has generated over 1,000 chats, and right now there's about 50 people listening in, and many of these people have donated to the campaign, and we're at over $1,000 in donations. And I want to let you know that all of the money we have raised as of now will be going towards you two if you both decide to join and help work on the campaign. And the number one priority is getting the signatures, verifying the signatures, and getting it all in by October 27th. That is the goal. There's no other goals, but that is the primary goal. So if we can get those signatures, we can get on the ballot box in March. And if you two are key, a lot of people are listening to this and they're excited that you've done this conference call and hopefully you'll join the campaign. But is there anything else you want to tell people listening in on this conference call?
Yeah, I'm really excited. With the information that I have, I'm definitely sure we definitely get it done. Definitely.
Okay, when we end this call, I'm going to send you the link to the clubhouse room. And if both of you can join the clubhouse room, I'd like to introduce you to some other campaign coordinators and we will tell you the next steps. How does that sound?
Sounds great.
Okay, thank you guys so much. And I'll send you the clubhouse link and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye. Okay, that's the conference call. Hope you guys enjoyed it.
Listen, I'll give my feedback. I think in the future, I would probably not do this. That being said, I'm glad I got a chance to hear from people that actually do the work. This is the dirty part of politics that nobody wants to talk about, where somebody actually is doing real fucking work. We don't think about that. These are the people that do the real work, and I'm enthusiastic about them. It sounds like they have real world experience. This has motivated me. I will be kicking in more to the campaign today. So when we do the money bomb room, I will definitely kick in more. Hopefully, people feel the same way. We do have a poll up above. Should John add these two to the campaign? Heck yeah, they rock, or heck no, they can kick rocks. I'm gonna go ahead and bring people up and we can talk, get everybody's thoughts. I'm sure some of you are going to have some very strong and interesting opinions about this. I like them, and I just want to hear from everybody else and see what you guys thought. So we'll get the invites out and bring you guys back up here. Feel free to just jump in, just popcorn style, folks.
Would you be opposed to make?
Sorry, no, go ahead, Ashley.
I had a quick thought. Would you be opposed to setting up a separate fund that's just for the two of them, since there are going to be people on Clubhouse that might donate to them, but they don't want to donate to the campaign?
I think that earmarking funds for donations is a good idea. Earmarking funds specifically to make sure that the money goes to where you'd like it to go. Which, by the way, the commitment at this point is to get right now. The whole game is ballot access, and ballot access is about signatures. And so this is the most important component of everything at this stage of the game. Once the signatures are gathered and ready to distribute, or rather ready to turn in and get them validated, then there could be additional expenditures, moving forward to advance the campaign to win votes. But right now, everything is about getting on the ballot. And I don't know if you guys agree with me, but it sounded like people that have done this type of work before and feel confident that they can get these signatures. So yeah, I feel good about it.
Yeah, it sounds like they're the only two applicants. I think they're actually respondents. I think they're perfect for the job. So I have a question for John. I guess I'm wondering two things. When did you know that you were? It sounds like you had this plan. Only the applicants were in the dark, but it sounds like you had this plan to broadcast this on Clubhouse. I mean, you did acknowledge, you did inform him that it was your campaign manager, it sounds like, is to not do that again. Why do you think he's advising you not to do this again?
Well, it sounds like your question has a bias in it, or you have your own opinion. And before I answer your biased
Your own
opinion,
campaign manager said I would not advise you to do it again, so let's just go with that.
all right, I heard what he said. Are you asking to listen to what my opinion is, or do you want to share your opinion with me first?
No, I'm going to do that. Thank you. I don't know if you're talking, John, but you're muted.
Listen, I am trying to be transparent because I think after yesterday's stolen valor, libel, slander, and extreme dunk down on John Kitover the roast, I'm a pretty resilient and flexible person. But I just want to say that, politics is not what you think it is. It's pretty insane, nasty, clicky, despicable, and just it's like an OCD, experiment in anger management. What I'm trying to show is what Mojo just stated, is that real people, and I've worked with these people that worked on my committee person campaign here in Chicago in the 45th Ward, and I worked with real people. I worked with people so real that as I received the clipboard with the signatures back, guess what was crawling on the clipboard? A bed bug. So we're talking about people that are sleeping in churches, gathering signatures at train stops here in Chicago. So Moose, if you're ready to kick in $10 to this campaign instead of complaining, and I'll tell us to any other complainers in the room, I'll address your complaints and we can put it in the clubhouse complaint box for you, so you can retrieve them later. But I've worked with real street people that gather real signatures, and you just talked to some hardworking people, and they agreed to be recorded and put in a conference call. And guess what, Moose? They're going to come to this room, and you can ask them your questions directly. Moose, how do you feel about that?
It's you pose my question as a complaint, which in itself is that you calling me kettle black. I'll call you kettle black because you were implying I was being biased. But you're receiving my questions as a complaint. They were pure questions out of curiosity, which, by the way, you didn't answer. In the guise of being a real politician, want to manifest this thing for real, then yeah, by all means, deflect, as all politicians do. And I agree, politics is a very dirty game, extremely. Both sides of the aisle are dirty. It's by any means necessary. But again, I was just wondering if you wanted to answer the particular point that your own campaign manager put out to you was advising you not to do this again in this format. Do you think that's
I heard him say it. Why don't you let Mojo answer? Mojo, can you address the question, please?
Yeah, no, I'll address it. And look, I think that those conversations can be done private. I think that the exercise of exposing a little bit of transparency of, just showing people that, look, we're having real conversations with people that want to go out and do this type of work. They have experience in doing this kind of work. Maybe it'll help people understand that there are people that apply for these types of jobs and they want to do this kind of work. I just don't think that the vetting process requires a listening audience moving forward. But I do think it was a good exercise in transparency, and hopefully it'll motivate people to to think about the people that were on the other end of that call and think about the work that they're going to have to do. They're gonna have to put some miles on their feet, and it's not easy work. When Marshall gets in here, ask him what it's like to go knock doors. He'll let you know. It's here. There you go, Marshall. It's not easy. It's easy work, is it?
No, it's not. And if you don't have the right attitude, it can be highly discouraging. Attitude for that job, attitude is everything, as in most jobs anyway.
Yeah, I think for me, I wouldn't need to hear another one of those, but it was good to it's good for everybody to kind of be able to be a fly on the wall and hear what that was all about. And I also like the fact that when they realize oh, okay, I'll talk to the people that are listening. They're even willing to jump on this app and continue the conversation. I think these folks are great. I think anybody that's involved in politics should say, okay, this is cool. Maybe I'll have a campaign down the road that I need to tap into a resource like this. And so I'm happy that they're going to be jumping on the app. I think it's a good paid for doing it. It's not like he didn't offer them no pay. He offered them pay and was very clear about what the terms would be. So if it comes to an agreement and they join the team, I think that'll be a good thing. And in fact, that conversation motivates me more to to provide whatever backing I'm capable of providing for this campaign. So I'm excited about it. But it sounds like for the most part, I look at the poll. 10 out of 10 said that John should hire these two for the campaign. In fact, we heard that nobody has voted that he shouldn't hire them. So I think the people that were listening to that were enthusiastic and could feel the sincerity and the experience and felt good about it. Okay, we've got one person that thinks that the people should kick rocks. Does anybody want to explain why they think that those two hardworking individuals, those applicants, should kick rocks?
Yes, because they would be better off actually working for something in their field instead of the fucking state bullshit campaign and bullshit rhetoric and the clubhouse fucking antics that are going on in this room by admin of all fucking people.
Well, first of all, my name is John Kitover. I'm running for Congress in the 16th district. And you know what, Brad? You can kick rocks. And you can go bake a shepherd's pie tonight. And you can cry yourself to sleep. But this campaign is marching on with or without your shepherd pie. And your haggis.
Hey, John. If you already have these ideas of really getting your direction on your campaign out there to, I guess, the younger crowd. Maybe going to the college campuses around your area, trying to get these younger people involved. I think a lot of them, if they really like where your campaign is going, they might actually volunteer and actually help out to get signatures on the campus there. You said there's plenty of train stops that they can go. I don't think necessarily door knocking is the only way to go, but I think there's other ways to go. And definitely, trying to get yourself embedded into some of these college campuses, with the younger generation, I think would be a great idea as well.
Do you know why they door knock versus public gatherings?
Oh, I know.
Oh, I wasn't asking you much. I was asking Harry, but okay.
Yeah, because they see who's registered as a Republican or a Democrat, and they specifically go to these houses where they are registered as whatever vote or whatever party they're registered underneath.
Well, also because you can track your work, right? Like petition signing is one thing, which I guess is what John's doing. So you can have people there, but if you're trying to show to possible donors that you're going to have broad support for a potential base, you will want to both do the train stops and look into door knocking at the same time. I promise you, people, you can't reinvent the wheel. You can add some spokes, you can strengthen it, but campaign's been done with door knocking for a very long time for a very particular reason. And that reason is it is the most efficient voter contact method for the money. Always. So mix it up, but make sure you actually hit the doors.
Hey, Marshall, can I ask you a question? Do you think the display that was just John, the fact that you just took people who want to work in this, who are looking for a job, who responded to what they think was an actual job, do you think that based on admin of all fucking people, the troglodyte of the Clubhouse for 5 years, do you think that this is actually something we should, people should be donating? Do you think this display was genuine? Do you think this was even fun?
I have not donated any money and intend not to donate any money. I want that to do the walking. What about Marshall to the point of I'm guessing you've probably worked with interns, college people campaigning, free or otherwise paying them. Just the framework of holding an interview on a public app, telling the applicants, several minutes into it, and by the way, putting them on the spot, so if they say, no, please stop recording, they may feel they may not get the job, they're feeling awkward. It's not ideal. Do you think that is conducive to finding the best applicants and building trust with said people as you're building your team?
No, I don't. I wouldn't have done it. I would not have done that. I get why John did, but I wouldn't have done it.
I think the record will reflect that in hindsight, this is a learning lesson. But I think that if they get the job and they get paid and people in this room are paying them, that was your introduction to the people you are paying. And I want to be fully transparent about this campaign. And you just heard the two first people who responded to our Craigslist ads. So all the complaints, all the words, which are like photons and disappear the next day, these are two people who are now in the record, and if they get the money and they get the signatures, well, they earned it. And you're all witness to that. So you complainers who like to complain, you witnessed capitalism and politics and social behavior real time, live in this Clownhouse Act, in this app right now. So click the link above. Oh, we took the donation and we got the survey. So William, Moose, Marshall, Hakima, you witnessed it, Hakima. And everybody who has donated in this room to the campaign who will be funding, their $15 an hour or $2 a signature, whatever kind of, terms we agree, it's going to be fully transparent. I won't publish any documents with anybody's information. So I want to thank people in the chat who discouraged sharing personal information.
Yeah, people should trust admin of all people on this fucking app. You would be better off putting your fucking faith in one of the fucking Ponzi schemes that existed on the app. This is akin to that fucking...
Okay, Brad, this is libel and slander again. Libel and slander. I'm gonna post again to the Instagram warning you of legal consequences from what you're saying on a public social audio chat app, Brad.
Roger, because at least I'll hold my morals and principles there. You faggots fucking walk and use these people as a team. That's what's sad.
Are you running your mouth?
So again, you can shut the fuck up. So you
I can shut it up. Shut the fuck up.
I don't give a fuck. Whatever you got to say, go back to fucking killing kids, dude. That's all you're good at. So again,
whoa, that's slanderous. That is defamation, Bradley. I have your full legal name. If
Oh God! It's the I want to shoot immigrants in the front.
Everyone mute up. 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 There you go. There you go. Listen, we're not going to be doxing anybody here. This is not what we do in this room. It's rule number 2. You can refer to the rules. If you can't follow the rules, you can't participate in the room. Look, I just want to point to the poll. 88% of the people that responded to the poll believe that the two people that we've just heard from would make good additions to the campaign team. Only 13% believe that those people should kick rocks.
Yeah, I don't think John should add anyone to his campaign. I think it'll denature the authentic John Kitover experience. And I'm not going to dox anyone. I just want if you're going to touch children, you're going to children.
How do you win a campaign if you don't have any fucking stats? How do you do it?
Marshall, it's called force of character, okay? It's called charisma. It's called that shiny, polished, bald head. It's called wit.
Hold on. Rule number 5. Don't interrupt me.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I interrupted you, Marshall. Go ahead and continue to tell us how you need a stat.
All I was saying was people who think they're going to run their campaign on their own and they're going to knock all the doors by themselves, they're going to raise all that money by themselves, are fucking delusional. The people who try this shit lose 100% of the time. You know why? Because you have to have more than yourself to win a fucking campaign. You may not know, but you've never stuck your fucking hat in the ring for public office.
Did you vote for Trump, Marshall?
I voted for Chuck Norris. It's irrelevant, so.
No, it is relevant. I mean, if you
it's not fucking relevant. It's not relevant. We are talking about
Rule 5. Rule 5, Marshall. Rule 5. I'm talking. Rule 5, please. Mods, can I get a Rule 5?
Yeah, we had a Rule 5 infraction.
Thank you. All right, so just to be clear, ultimately, when we're trying to determine whether or not someone should be a part of a campaign, we want to look at their actions. What are their behaviors? What do they believe? How do they act? And if someone voted for Donald Trump, I assure you, the old adage, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, holds to be true here. If you were stupid enough, and I mean stupid enough, I mean, you know, the literal definition of the word stupid, enough. You've got enough stupidity to vote for Donald Trump not once, not twice, but 3 times, you are not going to add anything relevant to any kind of campaign that I want to be successful. And I want John to be successful. I do think that John is clinically insane, and I hope that that will be a good shakeup for events in Chicago. So I don't want you, Marshall, to hitch your wagon to any star because you're going to hold it down, you're going to bring it back, you're going to be a problem. You are a dyed-in-the-wool, staunch advocate for the status quo, whatever that might be, and whoever else established it. You don't want to break new ground. You better not fucking touch John Kitover's campaign. All right? I like.
Said the guy that's never done any political work in his fucking life. Yes, I and everybody in this room am going to take your advice seriously when you've never done the work before. I may not have voted for Trump in any of those 3 times that he ran, bro, but I've worked in campaign politics for 10 years.
Okay, so you definitely.
One of the things I have learned is that you can't win a campaign on your own. And that you shouldn't stick, as you said, clinically insane people next to power. If you think you're clinically insane, then you shouldn't want him near power. Clinically insane people make dumb decisions. Really dumb decisions. But it's okay. You're the same dude who said in order to solve the immigration problem, we need to establish a wall, put machine guns on it, and shoot women and children as they try to come across. So yes, you certainly have a decent head on your shoulder.
Okay, that's slander, first of all. I didn't come up with the idea of putting machine guns on a wall. That wasn't my idea. If you can't detect the difference between sarcasm and an actual assertion of a policy, that's on you. And I'd like to point out that it's been far more than 10 years since our politics have been fucked. Okay, so whatever you've been doing, you've been participating in that fuck. And I don't want more of that. I think somebody who's clinically insane could provide a pleasant change of pace in the Chicago area. You know, I think really the way to find out what John Kitover is made out of is to give him as much power as possible. And you know, maybe it turns into a circus. But sometimes it's fun to go to the circus. What I don't want to do is go to fucking Chicago as it is now. And so unlike you, jackasses who all voted for fucking Trump believing it would be anything other than a return to the status quo, he's a fucking liberal Democrat who is not going to deport any of the 30 million fucking illegal immigrants who he is going to offer amnesty because they work in the fields and hospitality and we have to protect them and I love immigrants. And all of this was obvious before you elected him. John is legitimately fucking insane. And you know what? I vote for change. I vote for John Kitover. Here, here, John. Fair winds and following seas, brother. Fuck you, Marshall.
So you would willingly vote for bad decision making. Again, if you think somebody's clinically insane, they don't belong anywhere near power, which makes me glad that you don't have any power because you don't belong anywhere near it either. And your original machine gun idea may not have been yours, but it's one you promulgated.
I will just interrupt and remind the speakers that what you're stating against candidate Congressman John Kitover is libel, is slander, and we will add you to the roster of libel, slander, civil lawsuits, Marshall. Watch your tongue. You've been warned. The campaign from John Kitover will not tolerate this libel and slander. You're all put on notice legally henceforth. You have been put on notice.
Okay, Vote for John. And I'd like to address these accusations, these allegations made by Marshall, as if it's some kind of shock to anyone on Clubhouse, that the idea would come up that a would be defended with lethal force. Because, see, that's what Marshall is recoiling at. Marshall was shocked to his soft little core, his little pudding cup center, when he heard that Diogenes was hosting rooms where the idea was not only asserted, but confidently seconded that the border should be secured with lethal force, as all borders must be. And again, Marshall doesn't have the imaginative capacity to recognize that the border can be both secured with lethal force and permeable to those who are following the legal processes. Hey, Moo, Momo, whatever the fuck your name is, I'm trying to perform right now. If you could back the fuck off, I'd appreciate it. It's not shocking. It shouldn't be shocking to propose securing a border with lethal force. If that is machine guns on walls, or if that is men with machine guns patrolling the wall, it is performative. Are you not here to be entertained? Are you here to be miserable? Yes, it's performative. You vote for performative. You love performative. You watch Netflix for performative. At least I'm not sucking Jew cock. At least I'm not being paid to do it. So it's a lot more authentic.
Rule number 4, keep
Hey.
your chairs brief.
Hey, all right, fair enough. Consider it briefly done. Marshall, fuck you.
Hey, John, when you're a public figure, the standard of slander is much, much higher.
I have an ongoing civil action against someone for defamation by slander, John. If you'd like any advice, I don't know if you're planning on taking people to the magistrates or if you're trying to go to a higher court. At least in Georgia, there's several cases where defamation is per se. You don't even need to prove damages to collect. So, let me know if I can help you. I'd love to take Marshall down. Stupid fucking cocksucker.
Why Marshall?
I've been in politics for 10 years, and I can tell you how it works. Yeah, it doesn't work. Okay?
Well, I never said I thought he was crazy. I was repeating what you said. You said you thought he was crazy. Big fucking difference, Eddie. And I'm not some soft little person that thinks defending the border is a bad thing. The thing I drew a line at was your.
Okay, go on. You're in the Matrix and you're drunk?
Assertion that we should shoot women and children.
All right, he's in the Matrix, so in case anyone's wondering what Marshall's going on about, Diogenes was the head of the deportation depot short-lived program. You're in the Matrix, Marshall, don't torture us.
Yeah, Marshall, you're in the Matrix.
Marshall, you're in the Matrix. Yeah, this is God's punishment for your stupidity, okay? And I'd like to clarify, John, I don't think you're clinically insane. I don't think you're crazy. I know you're crazy. I know you're clinically insane. And that's a breath of fresh air. I really, truly appreciate that about you, sir. And again, I wish you fair winds and following seas and promise support to the fullest extent that I can provide it. Anyone curious about Marshall haranguing me about this border thing has to understand, it's never a decision to shoot women and children. It's a decision to secure your border with lethal force. When you secure the border with lethal force, you'll find that the women and the children don't try to cross that border because it is secured with lethal force. When you don't secure your border, when the state creates incentive programs in the hundreds of millions and the billions of dollars to provide welfare and incentivize, encourage women and children to come across the border and offer them free food and free lodging and protection, then you're going to create a situation where someone is going to have to close the gate. And all I'm saying is the gate needed to be closed. Now the gate is closed. Some of you die-hard Trump supporters who consistently refuse to face reality are content that at least has been accomplished. The border is now significantly more secure. It is extra extraordinarily secure in consideration of the last administration's action. But what you're not seeing, what you will never see, what Diogenes Spooner told you years ago when he guaranteed you that Donald Trump would be president in 2025, is the deportation of the 25 to 50 million illegal aliens who were allowed, not just allowed, or encouraged to come into this country to substitute the labor, to drive down wages, to drive up asset prices, and to help Donald Trump preside over the bankruptcy of the United States of America. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Vote for John Kitover.
I'm just curious, what are your rules of engagement on arming the border?
The rules of engagement for the border? What do you mean?
Yeah,
I mean,
you understand what the words rules of engagement are?
absolutely.
Okay,
Sir, I was enlisted in the most noble...
I don't know why you had to ask him a question. I don't
Yeah,
know
why did
why
you
you
do
had
that?
to do that.
I'll answer that. That is a valid question. He just didn't want to hear me talk. The left woke moralist women who want to police everyone like little school marms in the hall, they hate it when I speak. Because I say things that make little Marshall quake in his boots and piss his little underwears. The rules of engagement are, you are 100 feet away from the demilitarized zone. You'd better fucking stop. You see the sign? It's in Espanol. And well, you know what? We'll put the sign in Chinese, Mandarin, we'll put it in Arabic, we'll put it in all the languages, in fact. You get near that wall, things are going to start going boom. And just like the rules of engagement that I had in Afghanistan, you're going to get an escalation. And the closer you get to the wall without responding, the closer you get to bad, bang, bang. Okay? And see,
I don't know what
that's
that's
not
yelling
unbelievable. Hey, no interrupting. We have a, hey, this is Diogenes Spooner, page in Devon. We've got a real side distraction.
Alright, so I'm gonna mute you so you can hear me. Nobody's yelling at you. You don't have to yell back. You can complete your statement, sir, without screaming at us, please.
And I would agree, it's a distinct fashion, you don't have to ramble on forever, just make your point.
You know what the point is. The point is you need to vote for John Kitover. Everything else is just gravy on mashed potatoes, delicious mashed potatoes. Okay, William? Thanks for the question. Next question.
Your
Thanks
rules
for
of
the
engagement
question.
are somebody gets near the wall and you shoot them.
The rules of engagement are that a nation is a sovereign and sacred thing. The most important law in a nation is that which delineates its border. There should not be.
You don't have to ramble
It was a
on.
pretty straight question. Just answer it. And it's a pretty straightforward answer. If you can't listen to it, don't ask the question. Okay? The answer is absolutely. We must be deployed to secure the border of the United States and any nation. And where that integrity is at risk, lethal force must be swiftly and efficiently dispatched to address the threat.
See, I vote.
Okay, so Marshall was not slandered by Marshall. You just
It absolutely was
reiterated
slander. It absolutely was slander. No, you're missing the point. If you were confused, I will happily say that. I don't have a problem with building a wall and putting your steel gun. I'm talking. I've got another rule infraction here. You can wait till I stop. I've given several pauses. So let's be clear.
Can we have one mic?
Thank you, Nye. Thank you. So I don't want anyone to be surprised. I don't have a problem saying we should build a physical barrier on the border of our country, and we should put some kind of defensive system with lethal capabilities that would in fact kill men, women, and children, or any other goddamn living thing that threatens that border. Yes, that's right. What I'm telling you is that Marshall... Oh my God! See? Oh, you got me, Marshall! Oh my God, you got me! Oh Jesus! I just fell right into your trap! Oh my! Imagine the pair.
It wasn't a fucking trap, bro.
That's the point, Marshall. That's the point. You think you're revealing everything to everyone?
Why after the accusation that you wanted to shoot people, you then skirted around that and pretended like that was not what you wanted until you were asked a series of questions in which the end was, yes, I will shoot men, women, and children.
Wrong. Wrong. I do not want to shoot men, women, and children. I have no intention of getting on that wall. And I have no intention of any men, women, or children dying, as I clearly elucidated for you. I would absolutely put good signage, very, very big words, very easy to read words in several different languages that made it clear. Lethal force will be used. And I think, repetition teaches the donkey. And if you paid any attention to any of the brilliant rooms I did with many brilliant people, you would have heard, and you should know, you probably don't because you don't have children, and no woman would put up with your stupid ass.
Wait, hold
you
on.
probably were that guy.
I have to ask you, I don't mean to interrupt, but I need to know something really quick if somebody wants to come up. John, is the gentleman you spoke to earlier Edward Matthews? Is John there?
Probably, he's getting a good dose of what Clubhouse is all about.
Well, maybe he can answer that in the back channel 9 unless I tell.
Well, the gentleman is trying to come up, is what I'm saying. If this is gentleman that he interviewed on the phone, he's in the room listening to this madness. I clicked on his profile and it says invited by John. So I'm just, just doing a little, let's calm down a little bit if this is the gentleman that John spoke to, because he's in the room right now. If that's him, and if that's not you, sir, I don't mean to call you out, I'm sorry. But I know John, the gentleman that John spoke to over the phone, I know he invited him to the club. I know he sent him a link, and now we have a gentleman raising his hand wanting to come up. I clicked on his profile that invited by John, so I'm just trying to figure out if that's the guy.
He also has a party hat.
Well, we're all hurling insults and yelling, and he's coming into the space, right? So it might not be a good look, I don't know.
I hardly think we're throwing insults and yelling. I was doing a bit of raised voice, but let's be clear. This wasn't insulting. I think there's something for us to learn from Marshall's position and his estimation of mine on the border. See, the idea isn't that you want to kill women and children because you are willing to secure your border with lethal force. And anyone who's spent any time around women and children would tell you that they learn very quickly when you say don't do that thing, and there are lethal consequences for that thing. See, one of the things missing from modern society is corporal punishment, right? Somebody litters in Singapore, they get beat. And they learn, if I litter, I'll get caught and I'll get beat. I shouldn't do that. It's incredible to me that Marshall thinks he can equate being willing to use lethal force with a desire to use lethal force. And that's the kind of stupidity that gets us trapped in this constant political cycle of bullshitter and bigger bullshitter. Evil, lesser evil. And so Marshall shouldn't be anywhere near a voting booth. Anyone that would let him near a voting booth is doing a disservice to their country. But it is what it is. And I don't want to be long-winded. I already have been. But I love the rules, guys. And I hope I'll be able to stop it more often. Hey, Brad. Is he gone? Is Brad gone? Tell Brad to go fuck himself. Tell Marshall to go fuck themselves. Vote for John Kitover, and I'll see you guys next time.
Can I do a poll asking who is the most thwarted theater kid on Clubhouse and have Theogenes, a guy who I'm not going to name, and a couple other contestants in the poll? Can I do that poll? Because you guys are saucy.
What he's saying makes sense, but I mean, it's the same strategy we use in Iraq. When you're doing security, you're given an order to secure a perimeter. You have a controlled entry point. That's the only way people can ingress and egress to gain clearance to whatever access point that is. If they try to access that barrier, that perimeter, and any other means, it's a verbal warning, condition 1 your weapon, they're in your scope, and give another warning in condition 1, and after that, you take them down and 2 in the chest. It is what it is.
That's like an active war zone.
See, it only tends to happen once, right? And then the message is delivered maybe before the kids and the women show up. Like,
Well, that was his point. It would be a defensive measure, not an offensive measure. A defensive measure is completely different.
Yeah, if I could just jump in real quick, I just wanted to say that I am more enthusiastic day by day about the campaign, about the mission to defeat Darren LaHood. And right now, this campaign, it kicked off just a couple days ago. We're starting to really kick into doing fundraisers. We really did one fundraiser, and now we're gonna start doing that again today. So the link is up above, and I want people to remember that the money that gets raised here This is not money that goes into a politician's pocket. This is money that's going to get paid out for very hardworking, intelligent people that are going to do the complicated work, the tedious work of doing the signature gathering, getting people to sign on the line and validating that these signatures are legitimate to make sure that ballot access is possible. You cannot win an election if you're not on the ballot. The idea of winning as a write-in candidate is just not going to happen. You're going to, if you look high and low, write-in candidates do not win. You have to be on the ballot. The first thing that the money is going to be spent on is gathering the signatures, getting on the ballot. Once the ballot access is secured, which will happen the week between October 27th and November 3rd, then we can kick into new gears where we could say, okay, now that we're on the ballot, how are we going to organize, how are we going to mobilize, and how are we going to defeat this person that is robbed from the people, that is supported over taxation and borrowing in Darren LaHood. John Kitover for Congress is the one person that is going to be running, and that primary is in March. If he defeats Darren LaHood and gets in the general election, he will become Congressman. So there's two things we have to do. A few things. We have to raise the money to pay the volunteers, to get the signatures, to get on the ballot. Once on the ballot, we have to drive the vote. If we win the primary, we win the general. Let me repeat. If we win the primary, we win the general. So in order for this to happen, we have to get on the ballot. I just wanted to welcome Edward to the stage. Hopefully you'll find this a hospitable place for you, and just welcome.
If you're new to the app, you might not know you have to press the mic on and off button to speak.
Yeah, Edward, if you wanted to jump in, just the mute buttons in the lower right, you just tap that button and it'll allow you to speak to us. And again, we're just really glad you're here.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I just got forwarded all the comments, man. And, I'm trying to make sure this is not some spoof at my expense.
Well, I don't blame you. I don't blame you for thinking that. But yeah, please go ahead, Mojo.
Yeah, I was just going to say, look, there are people that have personal vendettas against the man running for Congress. I could probably guess who the individual is. Maybe there's a couple of individuals. By the way, some of his biggest critics are supporting the opposition. So there's that.
Right, okay. Well, I've been listening, and it's very energetic. I like that. It's straightforward, and I like the way he speaks. You know, it's not talking like some stick in the mud, so I can respect that personally, you know. But, so yeah, I'm here, and I'm just trying to get a feel of what's going on here. Are you guys ready to pull triggers, or you're just getting started, you know, and trying to get some traction going, or whatnot?
Well, why don't we hear from John, the man himself? John, are you there? Your potential employee has questions for you.
Yeah.
John, if you're there, you can unmute. That'd be great.
While John's thinking about unmuting, Ed, what do you see as the 5 main issues facing Americans today?
Are you asking me that question?
I was, but you don't have to answer if you don't want to.
Monica, this is Dr. Long. I can answer. I mean, I don't mind answering. You said, what do I feel the 5 main, issues facing Americans?
5 main issues facing Americans today, most challenging issues.
Well, obviously, we've got the border. We've got crime. We've got, you know, our foreign
policies. What are we going to do with, being the policeman of the world? We've got crime and homelessness. We've got to take care of the home front while we're, going abroad and saving the world. And I'm from Memphis, and it's one of the poorest cities in America. And, we've got billion-dollar corporations moving in, and the workforce is for the little people is zero. And so I think that we need to have more home, based jobs, for the people that are from your city. You shouldn't have to be working penny-ante jobs. And so that's the main thing. Me personally, what I would say.
Thank you.
Have you ever gone door to door before, Edward, like campaigning?
Yes, I've done door to door before. Started from the bottom, like anyone else. My dad was a politician. My grandfather was a politician. So I started out young, campaigning for them, running for mayor, juvenile court clerk, things of that nature, comptrollers. So, I've worked on several campaigns as a door knocker and all the way on up.
What's your policy?
One second, I'd like to go ahead and answer. I'm just going to list one thing that's affecting America, and it's inflation, the cost of living, food insecurity. We just need to get business back into America. People want to live their best life, and they want the opportunity to do so. That's why we're here. Let's keep going with the business. Let's keep going with the creating new jobs, less regulation. Let's get rid of some of the taxes. We pay too much in taxes. Give us some, let's just keep going in the direction that we can. Build up the infrastructure, build up jobs, build up business, empower people. People want to create their own future. People don't want handouts. People work, let's embrace this capitalistic society. This is Dr. Long, and I'm finished speaking.
Hey, Edward, what's your policy on the number of signatures that don't verify? How many are you actually getting for that 1,200 you need? And how does that work as far as the payment goes of your 8 to 10 signature?
Well, generally, depending, if it's a client that I've worked with before, we have rapport, they'll set the rate. They know that I do good work. They'll fly me out, fly the team out. They'll have everything set up so that the expenses is already covered. The policy is, if you want 1,200, then you're shooting for 1,800. Because, you have no control over what somebody writes on the paper. And, state of Illinois, I believe, for the district races, you have to petition in the district. Not only does the person have to live in the district, but you have to petition in the district. So, some states allow where you can be outside of the district and, get signatures. And, there's just, you have people watching, blockers, opponents, whistleblow. So you have to be in the district to get the signature from somebody in the district. The person can live in the district and you be outside the district and get the signature, and it's a no-go, depending on who finds out about it. So you shoot for over the top, and then you verify them, with the address and the voter registration, the signature matches up, and you run them through the scanner, and they match up, and you get paid. Generally, we have in my group, we get paid up front. We have the treasure chest there, at least half or 75% up front with the expenses, and then as petitions get validated, you start paying off the petitions. And at the end, once you do the final turn in, then there's the remaining balances covered. So that's generally how it works.
Are you saying there's expenses on top of per signature?
unless you're just going to be hiring, your church members and your family and friends, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, I am in Chicago. I just flew out to Chicago. I mean, I do this nationwide, so this was forwarded to me, and I was saying, hey, look, there's something going on over here. Why not make some extra cheese? So, I didn't know Bloomington was 100 miles from where I am. So obviously, I wouldn't just shoot out 100 miles and post up and be trying to get 1,200 valid signatures. I could get 1,200 signatures, but you want signatures are gonna fly. So 2 days, it sounds like it's very unrealistic. If you want quality work, you're gonna have to set up, post up, and just standing outside of shopping centers is not the way that you're gonna get the best signatures. Some canvassing on the churches, finding out his demographics, where his followers are. Really doing the research, man, to get the signatures and get them quick, and bring some awareness to find out, where we can get a lot of people at one time that are in the district that want to hear about them. If you want to have an event, things of that nature, and do the petition, barbecues. You got to think outside the box than just standing outside Walmart, because people are just scribbling anything on the paper.
But you're saying in your experience, 1 out of 3 is not verifiable?
1 out of 3.
Well, you're saying if it's 1,200 you want, then you're saying get 1,800.
Yes, all the time. I mean, because.
So you're saying 600 of those. Actually, it's more than 1 out of 3. Wouldn't it be?
I mean, this is why it takes a special kind of person to do that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's how many times have you signed a petition, and then you got to put your name and your address on it. So a lot of people will say, yeah, I signed a petition, and then I have to put my address on it, and just put a scribble address on it, or you just can't recognize the signature, and they meant well, they signed their name or whatever. It's just on the algorithm of the computer did that match up with the voter registration signature. So and then it depends on how much scrutiny the opponent's going to do. Is he going to challenge the signatures? This person moved, or this and that. It's right on the borderline of the district. So you have to plan for all kinds of contingencies and problems. So if you want quality work and you shoot for 12, well, I got my 12, and then 3 days later, hey, we need 300 more, we need 40 more. So you plan for overages, and that's how that goes. So you're gonna have to have a contingency plan. Now, you pay for the valid signatures, but you're bringing in more than that. You know what I'm saying?
But you're paying for all the signatures, not just the 1,200, right?
No, you pay for it depends. It's a case by case scenario. If you got rapport with a person, sometimes they pay for all of them over a certain amount, and so you pay for the valid ones. And so it just depends. You got a lot of shady coordinators out here that get people from all walks of life, and they get try to chip people out of their time and their work. And you've got all kind of trolls that have sham campaigns going on. I'm sure you guys know about this. So as a petitioner and a campaign manager, and I have to protect the people that trust me if I tell them, hey, look, we're shooting over here, we're gonna go 300 miles over here, we're gonna go 500 miles over here. It can't be on just somebody's, I'm gonna pay you, because that doesn't work.
What is the, you don't mind me asking, Edward, it sounds like you're pretty experienced. What is the average or normal pay, be it per hour? I mean, I know some folks use volunteers, college kids, and friends, but folks like yourself are looking to be paid for their work as well as you should be. What is the average?
Well, the average petitioner is not going to work for an hour. Because it's not worth his time, because you spend a whole day. $15 an hour, $12 an hour. That's going to get you some high school kid, college kid, but even a political science intern, I brought my son up to work with me before he goes to college his freshman year. He's, playing sports or whatnot in college, and told him to come on out. And, but the average professional petitioner is not going to work for an hour. So I couldn't even answer that question. But it's a lucrative, job if you're good at it and you're bringing in good signatures. I've worked petitions for some nonprofits and community organizations that pay $10 a signature for 4 different petition ballots and initiatives, and person can sign all 4 ballots, and you can go turn in ballots and signatures a week. Houston, Dallas, major cities, they have all kind of things going on. So you can make $10,000 in a week.
Yeah, that's pretty standard. It's always per signature, and your 8 to 10 is pretty reasonable. California here is much more than that. It's about 12, I think, is the average. What's your best opening line if you're pitching a Republican candidate, and your best opening line if you're pitching a Republican?
Well, opening line,
How are you getting my attention to get me to not walk into the Walmart? Right? What's your hook?
well, it's generally, fine. Right here petitioning for Mr. John Kitover. He's the Republican candidate for District 12, and he needs 1,200 signatures to get on the ballot. We're in your neighborhood, and we'd like to give him a chance to start a petition. It's not go into a whole lot of details, because he's just trying to get on the ballot. Yeah, so they don't even, and it's not even a Republican, Democrat to sign it. You know what I'm saying? Because he's just trying to get a chance to speak. Somebody might follow him, somebody might, it's on him. He can talk himself into a nomination, or he can talk himself out of it. We just want to give him a chance to get on the ballot. So, the main thing is making sure they live in the district and they're registered voters.
There's not a lot to it. People want to talk to you. It's just like Clubhouse in the streets. People want that dopamine, and they want to know what your petition's about, and they want to sign if they like your personality and how friendly you are. It's signature gathering, and
right.
That's what it is.
John, you're a little low. Your volume is a little low.
Yeah, I think one of your 37.
Sorry, I was just saying that, having gathered many signatures myself, and, worked with a lot of people that got signatures, people want to talk to you if you're out there gathering signatures, and you'll have more than enough people coming up to you if you're in a subway station and there's, thousands of people flowing by you every day. There's a lot of people who like people that do petition gathering and gather signatures.
discuss them in this room.
Well, the next steps to do is to obviously get your money right. Get your plan of action together, your steps to do. Are you gonna, hit the community with some events? Neighborhood churches, who are your followers? I haven't had a chance to go
John, you said you're familiar with Toastmasters. I think you said that, right? Like, have you actually taken the course in public speaking?
I have, Mr. Moose.
Okay, I'm just curious because, and I only point this out because I had a professor many years ago in a speech communication class pointed out to me where we did an exercise where you pretend you're interviewing someone, and the amount of times that the average person says you know, which is what you did about, I counted 11 times in 30 seconds, is really, the average person isn't aware of how many times we say you know, you know. So just feedback for you. You may want to be mindful of that when speaking publicly. When I was at the counter one time, we had to have likes and your notes.
I don't want to just say once, when you know, and when you know.
And if you know, you know. One of these days you're going to be funny, John. I cannot wait for that day. I'm really looking forward to it.
I put the link in the chat for at least the rational discussion house. I couldn't grab the link to the live room that's happening now. So if you haven't joined the house, check out the link in the chat. Go ahead and join the house. You'll see the live room that's happening now. I'm shutting this room down right now. Everybody have a great day. Great discussion, John. Thank you for everyone who stayed to listen to Edward and John. See you next time in the month.
You find crime in places that are low. Places that are like close to people with wealth. That's what you see. And if you look at how any city is structured, you're gonna go ahead, Robert.
Have you accounted for over policing in those areas? Because if you're over police or look for things, right, you're gonna find more.
Exactly.
Is your student accounted for over policing as well?
You didn't put that in there. Commit certain crimes, specific that you lack, which could also mean that by that logic, you could say that white people are predestined to be pedophiles, rapists, and also arsonists, mass shooters, genocidal maniacs, just all around just bad people. No one can name and name, steal man my position. I dare anyone to.
Nathan, I have a question for you. Earlier, I don't know if you were trolling or meant this, but you had mentioned something, and I'm paraphrasing, along the lines of like, there's something like innate within like black children that causes them to act poorly or like behave poorly. You remember you saying something like that?
Yeah. That was me trying to revert Mr. Finley's argument to show how absurd that sounds.
Okay.
Right?
I just wanted to see if it was being consistent because I remember you were trolling Renzo about saying that like black people or like people of African descent have that gene, the warrior gene. And I wanted to see if you were trolling or if you were like trying to use that in this argument. But okay.
Oh, no.
I was about to.
The cult is very fixed.
Which nobody has any idea what's going on. And yeah, the talking heads are talking about what's going on behind closed doors. Anyway, it is a momentous occasion, and of course they have to cover it, and they have to cover it wall to wall. Hello, Scott, you fake preacher, you, how are you?
And this is, I am being accosted in the discussion room. This is, that's okay. I mean, any precious good press that I could assail, people are complaining to me. That's the truth. Saying that we thought that the policy was no personal attacks.
everybody on the stage, unlike many of the other rooms on Clubhouse. In the Critical Thinking Forum, we speak one at a time. We endeavor not to interrupt one another and also take great strides here. And as Scott and I just alluded to in the chat, which is linked above for your use 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, we also do our very best, better here than there lately, I must say, to treat one another with a degree of decorum and respect, even when we vehemently disagree with one another, and for that I thank you in advance. Generally speaking, after people speak, they are removed from the stage to the audience. This is not punitive in nature, but just only an opportunity for yours truly not to lose sight of the aforementioned cue. If that happens to you, and you want a second go at it, raise your hand. Time permitting, you will be invited back on the stage because we are here from 5 to 6 p.m. New York time at about 5 minutes to 6. We will no longer be inviting people on the stage, but if at the 6 o'clock moment of truth you are on the stage and in queue, we will go into extra time to give everyone an opportunity who is in the queue to speak. So welcome to the Critical Thinking Forum and welcome to the stage, John. I don't think I will have time to welcome people who I have not in the audience, so I will just do a blanket welcome to all as we are seconds away from starting this very important discussion in the Critical Thinking Forum. And we now are at the top of the hour. Welcome to the Critical Thinking Forum. We're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. Today's discussion, of course, is on the meeting, that summit that's going on right now between Trump and Putin in Alaska. And actually, I was not going to make this a topic today because I knew that unless, as the president said, might happen, the talks were going south right from the very beginning, he was going to walk out within the first hour. Well, the first hour is probably right about now completed. And to our knowledge, nobody has walked out. And so the summit is continuing. So you would think we would have nothing to report, that I would have to pull maybe a different topic to discuss and save this for maybe a Monday postmortem. However, and many of you probably didn't see this, I'm going to paint the picture for you if you did not. What happened on the tarmac at the military base in Alaska was, given the current circumstances, nothing less than surreal. Because the president greeted the president of Russia on a red carpet that was literally rolled out for a guy who's being accused of being a war criminal for his actions in Ukraine, our ally. Ukraine is our ally. Not only did he walk the red carpet to meet President Trump, but as he walked toward President Trump, our president applauded the Russian president. And then they did the shaking of the hands, which really means nothing. That's diplomatic. You would just be honored. He'd do that. You would do that even if he was your biggest enemy.
If Ukraine is not there, then is it a sham meeting then altogether?
Okay, you'll get your opportunity to speak. We do this one at a time. I'll get to you. And you can express your opinion then. So, the shaking of the hands is, not unusual. The applauding on a red carpet, given the circumstances, is, and I am certain, I haven't got much feedback on this yet, this is not playing very well in Ukraine, where, although they are meeting under, at the backdrop of a, what do they call those things? I don't even know what they call those backdrops, where they put a saying on the backdrop repeatedly. I used to know what they called it. There's a marketing term for it.
Step and repeat.
Step and repeats, thank you. This is supposed to be a summit for peace. Well, while this summit for peace is going on, the sirens are going off in Kyiv. The attacks are intense this is like two alpha guys. Who's the bigger alpha? And he wants to show that he is the bigger alpha. Now, look, all of this adulation in public toward Putin has nothing to do with what they might be saying behind closed doors. It could be a very, as they say in diplomatic terms, candid discussion. The president may be setting him up like a pool shark for some kind of a big letdown by greeting him the way he did in anticipation of manipulating the conversation in a way that he walks away with what he wants, and Putin has something that he can report positively, even though supposedly this summit is supposed to be just a precursor for the real summit, which would have to occur between Putin and Zelensky, because they're holding this without Zelensky. So how much can really be accomplished here, I don't know, unless President Trump gets President Putin to agree unilaterally to end the fighting. But then, of course, comes the details. Are you going to withdraw? And if you're not going to withdraw, did you accomplish anything? Maybe from your perspective you did. And maybe if your desire is altruistic to get the fighting to stop, or even if it's not altruistic because you're campaigning for the Nobel Peace Prize, and now you can say, you got the war to end, I deserve the Nobel Peace Prize, and we do know that he is campaigning for the Nobel Peace Prize. Either way, who cares? You get the fighting to stop, but doesn't mean much if they don't withdraw. How do you do this without Zelensky being involved? But who knows? They've been in there for a little while, although take into consideration the way they do these talks with Putin. And I don't know how much of an understanding he really has of English, but President Trump will say something in English. A translator will translate that from English to Russian. This gives Putin the opportunity to consider his response, because he's hearing the question twice. And that's laborious and time-consuming. Now, here's something that adds to the surrealism of all of this, to which I first referred. We were told, we, the public, that prior to this summit, there would not be a direct one-on-one between Putin and Trump, but there would be two people each, 3-on-3, and I don't know, I guess that includes the whoever's doing the translation, but there would at least be one additional aide there. It wouldn't just be the two of them, I don't know, to use the analogy, putting the kids together without adults being in the room kind of thing, right? So what happens after the applause on the red carpet and the flyover of the B-2s and walking in between 6 stealth bombers? That was pretty surreal, that you put out stealth bombers on display for the president of the Russian Federation to see. Not that they haven't seen them before, the Russians, but still, the optics of all this was surreal. They get into the beast together without aids. So driving from the military, wherever, I'm not even sure where the summit exactly is being held, whether it's on or off the base, somebody can, if it's necessary, can tell us that. But driving from the tarmac to the summit, I don't know how long of a drive that is. The two of them were alone in the beast. So there was a one-on-one. We saw it occur right before joint news conference after the summit, and we'll see if that actually comes off, and if it does, how this will be conducted, and what we may or may not learn coming from the mouths of the horses themselves. One other thing to throw out there, Reuters reported, and it's all unnamed sources, but I'm going to tell you what they reported anyway, that there were discussions at the White House that the president would offer to Putin access to natural resources off the coast of Alaska in return for ending the war. It was detailed, which makes me think that there's some veracity to this. It was detailed to the point that in the Reuters reporting, Russian icebreakers would be used to break up the ice to get access to those resources, those petroleum resources off the coast of Alaska. Don't know how people feel about that, if in fact that is part of any deal and in fact that gets effectuated. I'm not sure that that's a price that the United States really wants to pay in return for ending a war that we're not directly involved in. And I don't know whether they're, just because they had discussions on this reportedly, it's even going to be on the table, and I don't know that even if it is on the table, whether Putin will find that palatable, but I find that very interesting and maybe even from my personal perspective, a little disturbing. So with that lead-in to today's discussion, I will now start calling on people in the order in which I see them on the stage. And today that order begins with Scott.
Well, Gary, it's good to see you. It's good to see everybody. Even though I've been assailed, my credential to sail things is fine. Great to see the Congressman, hopefully Congressman-elect rather, John Kitover, who can contribute to his campaign, my dear friend.
But the point of him being called a fake preacher in the chat, just want to tell you very anecdotally, before we came to Clubhouse, we were on a different forum. Alan, are you on the train?
No, I'm at the acting actually. I'm actually getting my groceries.
Okay. It sounded like it was the train, the next exit or the next stop. Anyway, so Alan will remember this, that when I was hosting the show for a long time on another platform, there was a guy who was on there who used the nickname Newstorm. Remember him, Alan? And he claimed to be a reporter, which in fact he was not, but he would spread throughout the program that Gary is a fake reporter. He's not really a reporter. So, I mean, come on, I'm a semi-public figure. You can look me up and you can see my career. It's all there online. My body of work, some of it is online. But he did that. And so, join the club, my fellow fake person, Scott.
Well, I am thrilled to be in any club with you. My main man, Gary, and again, good to see everybody, my friends. It's good to see my buddy Steve Lee. I did a little impromptu room the other day about anti-Semitism and is anti-Semitism Christianity's original sin. It was well attended, and my man Steve Lee was there. Yeah, it was fun. We had a good time. Yeah, I think it's very interesting the way somebody like Putin, when Putin is coming head to head against any president, when you're the lifelong dictator, you've got the advantage, or dictator of most of your, seasoned political career, because you're not in a democracy, right? I mean, you've been on the world stage, you've dealt with lots of presidents, you're experienced, right? Somebody like Xi goes up through a bureaucratic system to be groomed for this. Putin, by the function of the fact he survived so long, knows the world stage, knows how to deal with leaders, experience of somebody like Putin. I think that's double the case with Trump, who really is not somebody that's got a huge background in international affairs or came into the presidency with extensive with a lot of the kind of background a normal Republican or Democrat candidate would come with. Now, there are advantages to that too. I mean, like we wanted a disruptor. I mean, people wanted someone to. He was an outsider, and I think one of the reasons he's won twice, 2 times he beat establishment candidates, because people thought, hey, the experienced establishment's not gotten us what we want. So I mean, there are advantages and disadvantages, but this is one thing where I think this is a disadvantage when he's head to head against somebody like Putin, or if he was head to head with someone like James. I think it's just interesting, this teaming, being just so such a philo-Russo. I don't know what thing. I know you could be a philo-Semite, but I don't know what it would be a philo. Such a Russia fan. I mean, I think Trump clearly seems to have a favorite in this fight, and could have a lot of reasons for that. But he seems clearly to be inclined to sort of be on Putin's side, to be deferential to Putin. Compare the red carpet treatment to the absolute shameful treatment of Zelensky, right? Which I mean, we all saw, which was notable. I mean, I think Trump has a favor here. I think that's probably going to play out in the willingness to come to push an agreement that will be on favorable Russian terms, right? I mean, oh my gosh, we gave them less national resources, and the war that would be, and especially to end the war in a way that would be favorable to Russia. I mean, that would be really wild, guys. But yeah, I mean, I don't have much to say other than I think I just think it looks bad. If Trump is the broker, I think that will look bad for Ukraine. I think it will be good for Russia. I'm not saying it could bring an end to the. Well, I don't know that it'll bring an end to the conflict because I don't think Zelensky will give in. But by the way, one last thing. Hillary Clinton went on Instagram, I guess, and said that if Trump could end the war without giving any concessions, and without giving land, without giving food, anything, but if he could convince Putin to cease hostilities, without giving Ukrainian land to Russia, that she would nominate Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. So there you go. You heard it here, buddy. Thanks, Gary.
I've always suggested that it was all an act, lock her up. I've always suggested that they have been and remain good friends, him and Bill and Hillary, and that his daughter and their daughter are buddy-buddy. It's all a game of cards, 3-card Monte.
Perhaps a house of cards, Gary.
Perhaps, wouldn't that be, well, you know what, let's put together a series of political intrigue and call it House of Cards.
We're on fire, Gary. I mean, people are already stealing our ideas, Gary. I mean,
yeah, I know.
I mean, I've asked these people if they want me to get the title of the room ahead of time so I can direct message it to them so they don't steal it. But yeah, our good friends, our competitors.
Well, the next time I have time to talk to Kevin Spacey, I'll ask him how the hell he stole our idea. Thank you, Scott William.
Can I come back in about 20 minutes?
Yeah, John.
Hey, Gary. Hey, Scott. Hey, Al. This is anonymous.
Yeah, no, I call John. John.
Yeah, that's me.
Well, no, you're listed here as anonymous, so I would call you anonymous. How would I know that anonymous is John? Because anonymous is anonymous. John, are you there?
But I'm John. Oh, wait. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you'll wait. I know you'll wait. John. Okay, well, John is asleep at the switch, so we'll go.
He must be in the mouth.
And we'll go to Scott and my friend, Steve.
this stuff about the red carpet and about Trump clapping. What's the objective here? I thought the objective was to stop a war and keep people from dying. And, you know, the negotiations I've seen with different people, if you're trying to cut a deal, the last thing you want to do is try to insult a guy. What we want to do, put a brown carpet out there and have Trump give him the finger as he's walking down. I mean, come on. I mean, I don't know. Are we looking at just style and not results? You know, Trump has this little nuance to him that he'll do things like that once in a while when he's trying to get something going. But I don't see that as, you know, come on, buddy, let's go here and see how we can put it to Ukraine. I don't see that at all. I mean, I think the whole thing's convoluted. You know, when Trump went to Saudi Arabia, when they laid out the stuff for him, are we supposed to insult the Saudis? What are you doing? Giving him this role?
Can I just ask you a quick I agree with you about this, that you should, if you're attempting to influence a foreign leader, be conciliatory. Don't try to humiliate them. Why humiliate Zelensky then on national TV? Why not also be respectful as us?
Scott, I'll tell you why, Scott, because there's a lot of reporting on that, but before they ever got to the Oval Office, they discussed what Zelensky brought up. And it was supposed to be a press session that they is going to keep this thing controlled for messaging. And Zelensky, after he'd been told in a private meeting before they ever went to the Oval Office, brings this up and throws it in Trump's face and tries to twist the press conference. That's why he got what he got. Now, you know, if I'm telling you, hey, dude, look, this is how we're going to message this. I understand your position. Just don't bring it up. We'll handle this behind closed doors. And then we get out in front of a press conference and you throw it in my face. Yeah, I'm not going to be happy with you, Scott. So that might be the reason Zelensky got what he got. That has nothing to do with what we're looking at now, though. You know, I've been around where we've had major corporations trying to cut a deal with each other. Well, they tend to bring out the red carpet. They tend to try and set a mood that's going to make someone agreeable to listening to them. So I don't get this. I mean, what we want to show Putin that what tough guy we are, instead of trying to set something up where the guy will actually talk to us. We want to be like Biden that just wouldn't talk to him at all while people were just being massacred on the battlefield. I thought the objective was to stop people from getting killed. I bet that soldier in Ukraine sitting on the front line, if the bullets would stop, wouldn't care if Trump clapped or not. I bet it wouldn't matter to him. I bet it'd matter to him more that a bullet's not coming at his head. So I don't get this. I mean, you know, you're not going to negotiate well with people by trying to insult them. And his idea of setting a mood for a negotiation may not be your mood or your way that you do it. And this idea somehow that Putin has his leverage on Trump, that he knows all these foreign things and he's been a president for all these years. Look, Trump has been cutting deals with people in one of the hardcore markets in the United States, New York real estate. He's dealt with hardcore guys before. He knows how to deal with them. He's cut deals his whole life. So you think he doesn't? Somehow he's lost this idea of how to cut a deal? You're cutting a deal about a war, you're cutting a deal about real estate. The same principles apply. So I don't get any of this. What we want to get Putin to the point that we get him on his knees and insult the guy and send him home, and then he just turns the stuff loose on Ukraine. Well, good job. I bet the boys on the front line in Ukraine would really appreciate that. Or you can say, hey, look, man, I'm going to treat you halfway decent, but let's get in here behind closed doors. Let's talk about this and let's see what we can do. I'd be more concerned with the results than the pomp and circumstance. If the result is that people stop dying, who cares cares if the guy clapped on the runway? Who cares? The objective is to get people to stop dying. And this idea that somehow Trump is going to give away land, well, let me tell you something. Putin's already got land. And Britain and France was talking about trying to force him out. Yeah, Britain's got a standing army of 70,000. They're going to go in there and push Putin out. How are you going to push him out of that land he's conquered? Are we willing to go in there and send troops and push him out? Does Ukraine have the ability to push him out? Are the Europeans going to go in there and push him out? So what are you negotiating for? You gonna say that the guy says, hey, I got this land, I'm not giving it back, but we can stop fighting? Are you gonna say no because we're gonna push you out? And who's going to do it and how are they going to do it? Whose son's going to go over there and die in Ukraine to push him out? These are all serious questions, and to act like, well, Putin's going to get over on Trump if Ukraine don't get all their land back. Well, tell me how they're going to get that land back. And who's going to force Russia out of that land? Is it going to be the Europeans? They're feckless. Their army couldn't fight Putin. Three or four of the countries combined couldn't fight him and push him out of there. So who's going to push him out? And if you're negotiating a deal and you concede some of that territory, are you willing to concede territory, or you want to send your sons and daughters in there to fight on a European conflict that has nothing to do with our national security? So this whole thing is kind of disingenuous in my book. You're in here, Ukraine's in a compromised position. They don't have the resources, they don't have the manpower to push him out of there. The Europeans aren't going to push him out of there. So what are you negotiating for? And how are you going to negotiate? Well, we can play tough guy with him, send him down the runway, give him the middle finger and tell him what a punk he is. Yeah, he's going to go in and deal with you then. You're going to insult the Russian people and the Russian country, and then you expect this guy's going to cut a deal with you? You don't have to be buddy-buddy with him, but you sure don't want to go in there and try and poison the well before you get into it. And like I say, if the thing falls apart, who's going to go in there and take care of this guy? It's going to be the Europeans, it's going to be us, it's going to be Canada. Canada's sitting there, they talk about Canada, they sit there with their 70,000 man army too. They can't go over there and take care of it. They can't. So what are we talking about? Let's get in a real deal. Not some theoretical, well, we're going to play tough guy with Putin. Yeah, play tough guy how? Tell me how you're going to play tough guy with this guy. And who are you going to play it with? And who's going to be involved in this tough guy? And how's this going to be resolved? These are all real questions with blood as the answer at the end of that question. This ain't some theoretical thing. If you're going to play hardball, then whose blood you going to spill? Where's it going to come from? Whose money are you going to spend? Have people thought about this? So I think this whole thing, the circumstance surrounding, we can make all the hate we want out of it. Thinking Putin is Trump's buddy. Well, if it gets the war stopped and people stop dying, then I don't have to see some of our sons and daughters go over there and spill their blood on that soil. Yeah, they could be buddies all they want. So that's where I'm at.
Steve, do you have any great? I was just thinking that it was great. I know it's very articulate, I think, and passionate. I think echoing the mid 20th century in Chamberlain, when there was incursion into Czechoslovakia, it's largely approach, and Chamberlain's approach might be the way to go here.
No, this ain't Chamberlain. This ain't Hitler going on a spree. This is territory that is predominantly Russian in nature, and this is territory that there's been a long dispute in. And this is a country that we had NGOs in there permitting confrontation with them. So this is hardly the same thing as that.
Are you at all concerned about the image that this gives to Ukraine? That this is a snub in the face of our stated ally by him greeting
comes raining down on their city every night, they didn't have their soldiers being hauled off to cemeteries. You think they care if there's the imagery that comes out? Or do you think someone sitting in a town somewhere would be more concerned with a drone dropping on their house and killing everyone there? I think I'd be more concerned with the substance than anything else.
Thank you, Steve. Austin, we've repeatedly tried to invite you up to the stage. For some reason, you're not making the trip. It's not that we're ignoring you, and I know you were on a second ago and you dropped off. I don't know why you're having trouble getting back on the stage. Thank you, Steve. We'll now go to Addie. Addie. It's going to be one of those days. Andre, are you here or are you on the phone? The indicator says Andre is on the phone, and Andre, in the parlance, paramedic, and medical terminology, is unresponsive. Addie, are you back? You're going to have to speak up. You're really, really low, buddy. Barely. Can't you speak louder? Yeah, I can't let you go on like that because nobody can hear you. It's a waste. And we want to hear what you have to say. See if you can fix that and try again. I'm going to mute for now and circle back a little later. Circling back on a lot of people. Have you noticed that? William asked for a timeout. John didn't answer. Addie's got microphone problems. Andre's not answering. Let's see if we get a better, and poor Austin is having trouble even getting up on the stage. What the hell is going on today? Let's try Dismal, see if we get a better response. Dismal.
First, I should ask, can you hear me?
Yes, great success.
Okay, so I think overall the summit was largely a gamble with major geopolitical risks and very little in the way of guaranteed payoff for the U.S. or its allies. In fact, like the Russian media already painted this as a diplomatic victory for Russia, demonstrating Russia's resilience to Western isolation. And the threats of severe consequences for Russia are not yet necessarily founded. And it also painted Trump more as a facilitator of dialogue rather than a direct negotiator. And that is something that I would say weakens sort of the U.S. brand. It makes us seem like we're capitulating to another country that...
What's wrong with bringing two sides together to get them to negotiate?
If there was actual like diplomatic progress, maybe, but Trump capitulated very quickly in 2018, directly insulted the intelligence.
We have no idea what they're even discussing right now, you know?
But I think that's also like if there were real progress or outcomes, but Trump himself even stated, the win would be another meeting. It wasn't necessarily, there wouldn't be any gains here. So this was really just a conversation.
Well, wait a minute. First of all, we don't know. And secondly, wouldn't that be a win if you could get Putin to agree to sit down with Zelensky? Would that not be a win? I don't see how that wouldn't be a win. I think that the president deserves some credit if he gets the two of them to sit down with one another, and they are able to agree to some kind of a peace treaty.
I appreciate you advocating for the devil, but to be quite honest,
How is it advocating for the devil when the
it's
president...
just playing the devil's advocacy role. Sorry, I'm just saying that for the purpose of any solid gains, I don't think the president was well prepared. The summit was kind of put together at the last minute, which suggests
put on the last minute for Putin as well. 7 days. They both had 7 days to prepare for this.
It suggests a lack of back into Western circles. That that to me would feel like a loss for the U.S. But
I think you're right about that. I think that is a perfect response to Steve's suggestion that some of us are overly concerned about the optics, because the optics be damned. He's right. The optics be damned if you are successful in pulling an end to the war. But the optics are very important because this guy is a pariah, and suddenly we have elevated him to red carpet treatment and applause. Netanyahu wasn't treated with red carpet treatment and applause by Obama, and nor was Obama treated with red carpet treatment and applause when he went to China. It's not unusual for them not to roll out the red carpet and play the trumpets prior to a summit such as this. This is serious business. So to that extent, I think you make a perfect argument, but to the extent that you are already critical of the outcome of a summit that is literally still going on right now behind closed doors, I think it's okay to question, raise concerns about, you're fearful that it won't turn out to be anything, but I mean, you went way beyond that, I think.
I think here's like, I'll be open-minded if there are like legitimate outcomes. Where I would be fearful of the closed door discussions is that the outcomes previously between Trump and Putin, and then also Zelensky, the "can you do me a favor" type of discussion where he withheld congressionally allocated aid to that country, suggests that we may not have like a good faith facilitator, which is how he was positioning himself. And so I just think if we look at his verbiage and then his actions, we see like a very disparate take of how he's actually behaved. And I find that a fundamental gamble, a risk. I don't think he's well prepared, and I don't think he's necessarily hired the best people to sit opposite what I would see as, unfortunately, I hate saying this, but a far more intelligent group of individuals that actually understand geopolitics and how governments operate and how the world.
Well, do you have no faith or little faith in Rubio, because Rubio is participating in the violence that are going on?
I think Rubio is actually, I don't always agree with him politically, but I think he
salvage it up, and that was enough to, release the hounds. But now I am looking forward to your great insight with regard to diplomacy.
Oh my God. Well, I don't know that it's going to vary that much because ultimately it's all about the study of human nature. And I was mildly amused to see how much, perhaps it was my comments, Steve, I appreciate you that it really got into your skin. The reason the clapping is an issue is because, well, the clapping is an issue. It's the fact that he's not in a campaign rally. He couldn't help himself. That was a Freudian slip. There's very few ways that Trump acknowledges other people being, stronger or more powerful than him. That's very rare. But I think it's been very, very clear that there is an admiration there. Now, I hope something comes out of this. But the body language, etc., I have to also disagree that, because he's dealt with, I don't know, negotiator with tough guys in New York, this is preparing him. Like I said in the chat, Putin grew up, he's got, in his veins, in his blood, in his family legacy and history, actually raised into this position. And the fact that his grandfather was a personal chef for Lenin, that he cooked for Stalin,
That he headed the KGB. It's like George H.W. Bush. Both of them took demotions to become presidents of their countries.
Exactly. And also, as I've mentioned, the Cold War, the Iron Curtain, the gulags, the absolute, we've forgotten so much of that. Most people don't even know that history anymore, other than, there were bad communists. They've forgotten that people were committed to mental institutions for their religious beliefs and for other beliefs. It was horrific, and he was in the middle of that. It was like the Nazis. It really was. This isn't, an exaggeration. So I think that, we have forgotten that. So he is much more wily. And it's a fact that, for example, Russian state TV has frequently loved highlighting members of the Trump administration, or quoting them, or running them there to say that they support or whatever. So I'm just saying it's not the same as negotiating with a union boss or with a land developer or with a bank in New York, even with the mafia in New York. And I do hope that something comes of this. I don't respect the fact that Zelensky is left out of it. And I will say this, that when they had that meeting in Oklahoma, and he brutalized Zelensky the way he did, my beautiful, attractive 30-something-year-old daughter said, wow, right now Zelensky is the sexiest man in the world. Because he stood up to him. And I don't know. I think we'll see. I do want to see. Look, I'll say a good thing about Trump. You guys are used to hearing me say that. He's not an independent, but I don't mind the fact that there are greater presence in the waters off of Latin America right now, trying to get the actual bad guys. So I'll give you that. We're not going to change subject, but I'm just saying, I'm not incapable of doing this. But in this case, I just think it's actually silly to defend him and to infantilize him to the point that every single thing he does, even if it's dumb, it's like, oh no, he's playing, six-dimensional chess. Oh no, he's just, no. I promise you, he is very manipulable. And I think in this case, I would honestly suspect that he's not smart at him. But I hope with all my heart, because no one wants this more bloodshed, I hope something comes of it. Betraying Ukraine and just saying, okay, might is right. And if you're bullying to take over a country, you get to keep it because we don't want to rock the boat and make other people angry. That may be the pragmatic way to go, but this is not going to end well. If it's 10 or 20 years from now, it's not going to end well because what goes around comes around. That's all.
Thank you, Barbie. Just a note to people, try to send the moderator messages during while the person's trying to moderate the room. For goodness sakes, if you know anything about Clubhouse, and I don't claim to be an expert, you know that if a person clicks on the message, that takes them to the message and away from the room. So why would you try to message a person who's trying to host a room. And I don't know why Clubhouse doesn't give you the permission, or maybe they do and I don't know how to do it, to block messaging. Because I would block messaging because all I ever use Clubhouse for is to moderate this room. So I'm not gonna take any messages. So if you can back channel me on Facebook Messenger or on Instagram, wherever you like, but don't message me on Clubhouse. I'm not gonna take it. William, you say you're back.
I am back, sir. I was driving, so.
No worries.
I'm gonna start by saying.
Safety first, brother.
Yes, so I'm gonna start by saying my insight into this geopolitical region goes back to 1988 and 89, when I was working for RTV, Russian television, taking the news from the motherland and broadcasting it here to the Russians in Los Angeles. I was there the day Boris Yeltsin sent a fax over saying, hey, calm down, don't worry, I got this under control of the infamous coup that happened. I also have had personal communications with Mikhail Gorbachev. I have been studying this region for a very long time. I just want to get a little bit of insight into Putin's motivation, and then I'll make my theory as far as what's going on from his side. Then I can perhaps address Trump. I'll try and keep it as short as I possibly can. So after the fall of the Soviet Union, he tried to take Chechnya to reestablish his southern border. He then didn't work, obviously. Georgia, the two states on each side of the Caucasus Mountains are still in existence today, back to separatists. There's a city within Moldova, which is still a Russian enclave. What he wants in the Ukraine is all over the Donbas region, and he's taking other territories to swap them. When he took Crimea, he has basically a narrow roadway, a very limited land bridge to get in and out of Crimea. His warm water port is not defensible in the slightest. There's two rebellion groups, the separatists. Ukraine's fought against that. That's been going on since, 2014. All of this erupted, and what it comes down to is a real estate deal, a land swap, and how far close to Kharkiv are they going to get, or is Kharkiv going to be within the territory that's traded? That's what Putin is after. That's all he cares about, in my opinion. Now, for what you're saying about Trump and the thing about Rubio, Trump throws out both sides of an equation. I don't think Rubio was countering what Trump said. Trump uses people in order to get out both sides of it. It's a manipulation tactic. If I give you an extreme opinion, and you go, oh my God, that's so extreme, and then somehow I come back and I give you something more reasonable, suddenly you're willing to deal with the reasonable because you're fearful of the extreme. That is his tactic. You also have to keep in mind that a lot of what's going on up there has to do with oil. If you understand the difference between light crude and heavy crude, and the fact that we are pretty much the only place that can process the heavy crude. That's why we export light crude to everyone else. We take in their heavy crude. He wants to open up the Arctic. Russia wants to be able to stop getting from China. Russia wants to be able to continue with Europe. We don't want him dealing as much with Europe and China. We want him dealing with us. It has more to do with that than what we think is going on. That land deal, that real estate deal, in my opinion, it's like it's in escrow. It's already a done deal. They're just waiting for it to close.
Well, that's terminology that clearly President Trump understands. He understands land deals.
So, oh, and by the way, the clapping, absolutely embarrassing, shouldn't have been done, but he didn't give a fuck.
Thank you, William. Wow, somebody who worked for RT, that's pretty interesting. You never know who's going to end up on the stage here in Clubhouse, and that's what makes this forum so exciting. Marshall.
historic photo ops of him holding hands with both sides, and how historic that was from the standpoint of the peace that we've had since he brokered that. And now we have Trump with one side of the party, Putin, and no Zelensky. So I think that's a non-starter going into this. The fact that one of the actors, one of the victims and the players in this negotiation is not there. So, like, they're going to have to negotiate something, and then they're going to have to go to Zelensky and get him to agree upon it, or they're just going to ram this down his throat and say, take it or leave it. That appears to be what, when you only have one side of the party, what's the only alternative? You know, the fact that Putin is coming into this very smirky and snarky, and he's deflecting these very direct questions by the press. He's now on Western soil, so he's receiving the kind of questioning you would get in a normal Western style democracy. And so I think those are great optics for the world to see, because what to be brokered between him and Trump has to definitely involve security guarantees for not just Ukraine going forward, but also the Baltics, the NATO states that align, Finland, and the rest of Europe. And so if he leaves Europe out of the equation with regard to these negotiations, then what is he really negotiating? So again, still early to say here. We'll see what comes out of this. I think talking is always better than just shooting. But you know, at the end of the day, we're dealing with a very steeled, sophisticated tyrant in Putin, and he's not going to losing, and he's not going to lose. He's not going to give up something that he feels he's already won. He's kind of in the driver's seat here with regard to he's got Ukraine on their backpedaling. So I think he's got a lot of heavy wind in his sails going into this, and we'll see what Trump decides in terms of how he represents all the important players here. And you know, the red carpet and all that. I know that you know you gotta. You're gonna trap more flies with money. You know, to use that metaphor, kind of align with some of Steve's comments. But you know, Putin's gonna see through all of that. You know, he's seeing through all this. He knows Trump's a schmoozer, and you know he's gonna go right for the jugular. And we'll see how Rubio stands tall in the face of something that isn't right for us, isn't right for the Ukrainian people. Hopefully he grows a conscience. You know, he comes from a family background like mine, where dictatorships and autocracies got his family out of Cuba. And so he needs to think about what he's dealing with here. And does he want another Fidel Castro raining down on the Ukrainian people going forward? And that's all I've got to say. Let's just cross our fingers and hope our better angels win here, and the future democracy holds along the legacy of Reagan tearing down this wall, World War II, and the architecture of the post-Cold War, and all of that we enjoyed. I'll stand there. Thank you.
This is a complete aside to the main topic, but an observation I'd like to make. I'm looking at the feed coming from the briefing room at the Joint Base in Anchorage, Alaska, where Mr. Putin and Mr. Trump will address the reporters when they are through. And there are various reporters there doing their stand-up.
signatures coming out of their planes and meeting on the red carpet. And I have to say, the entire thing looks to me highly choreographed.
Oh, of course it was choreographed. They timed the arrival of the planes. They timed, I don't know if you saw the split screen. The split screen, they were walking down the stairs from their presidential planes at precisely the same time. They both touched terra firma with their first foot at exactly the same time. Of course it was choreographed.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. And Trump even got two of the F-22 jet fighters in front, and as if it's a showing of strength. Like, you could interpret it that way, but I do wonder, like, who the audience is going to be. I think he's primarily putting up a show for his domestic constituents, just like perhaps Putin is also using this as an opportunity to do propaganda within Russia's.
He got into the piece alone with the president, and all these cameras zeroed in, and he was like grinning. I mean, this was a big photo op. So Trump had the photo op of greeting Putin, getting him to the table, showing the power of the United States on land that was once P.S. part of Russia. So, boy, his licks in. But Putin got his licks in using the same photo opportunities. So it's all optics, and that's why we should not be so dismissive of what, as you correctly point out, is being choreographed.
Yeah, so with that said, I think there is a reality that everybody has to reckon, which is Ukraine has been lost in terms of this war, right? They're not completely out of existence, but as a sovereign state.
How do you know that? Because we have, as I said to a previous caller who thinks that she knows what's going on behind the closed doors, you don't know what's going on behind the closed doors either. How do you know that Ukraine is lost?
Well, it's because I watched updates on the satellites and the detailed map on where the battles are being fought and which land are being lost. So I have a very up-to-date understanding of how the war is developing in the eastern part of Ukraine. So yeah, it wouldn't be an understatement to say that the front line from Ukraine's perspective is being collapsed right now. The last fortress in the Donetsk region they have, which is Pokrovsk, is being surrounded on three sides. There's a single road that can be used to carry troops in and out, and that's already being covered by Russian.
What happened? We lost your audio, Tucker.
On a daily basis to give another conclusion about how Ukraine still has a fighting chance to maintain its control or eventual control over the territories that it used to enjoy. So I think it's pretty on definitive terms that Ukraine has been lost, and Ukraine has sacrificed itself, its own sovereignty, its prosperity, its future, its population, and teach the world a lesson on reality, on realism, right? I remember there are idiots earlier in the war celebrating that Ukraine is going to have a counteroffensive and the Russians won't have a chance when that happens. And people like Greg Suttel, I don't know if anybody remembers him, used to say, in the diplomatic circles and in political science, realism has already been forgotten. Nobody cares about realism today. People care about values and things like that. But I think the reality is that it's a slap in the face to all those people who operated on ideological grounds and disregard the unfolding of reality, which is actually material and physical, and there is logic behind it. So once we are confronted and we have to recognize reality, then I think this is a welcoming development, because if you listen never attempted to negotiate with Russia. And when two superpowers, if Russia still qualify as one, are, having this chessboard in front of them to playing their moves one after another, the biggest mistake you could make is to not communicate with each other, right? And at least right now, Trump and Putin are talking with each other, and I think it is to everybody's interest that this war to be brought to an end, even though it means that the Ukrainians are the ones that are losing out. But they have already lost. Even if they could reclaim some of the territory, the country barely has a future now that almost 10, I think 100 million or something, no, not 100 million, 10 million or something of their population has evaporated, either through loss or immigration. The most fertile land has been decimated. Their industrial base has been decimated. And again, I think they paid a dear price and they sacrificed themselves as an example of what not to do in the global politics. And I do hope people in Europe especially learn that lesson. And seeing that now that the superpowers, the big boys, are talking with each other and they're not on the table, at the table. They're not exactly on the menu, but they're not at the table. I hope that's a valuable lesson for them. And I do hope that this recalibration of people's mindset into reality and realism could actually give us a better future in that there will be less connected conflict that is unnecessary. And people who could learn to resolve their differences through dialogue instead of ignoring the counterpart and insisting on something that is so beyond, rational calculation and is bound to backfire. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiger. They're about, according to the Washington Post, the number of refugees abroad as a result of the war from Ukraine varies between 5 and 6 million people. And then there are those who live under occupation. I don't know if you are including them in your figure of 10 million. But our occupation, also according to the Washington Post, around 5 million people. So they're in Russian hands, not Ukrainian hands, although they are within the borders of what the international community views as Ukraine. In total, not going to Wikipedia, let me look. In total, it's actually greater than what you said. I think, let me see. Well, the best I can tell you is that there have been tens of thousands of civilian casualties, deaths in Ukraine, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers who have been killed. So you're right, both through attrition, by war directly, or by emigration and occupation, the population has suffered tremendous losses in Ukraine. And if that's the metric that one wants to use, or a major metric one wants to use in analyzing whether or not, as you suggest, Tiger, the Ukrainians have already lost, that is a pretty substantial metric to use. Thank you. I know there's some more folks that want to get up on the stage. We are now, however, in extra time. That means that everybody on the stage will get an opportunity to speak, but we unfortunately can't invite anybody else up on the stage because Gary has to get out the door at a certain point and catch a train to go to work. So blame it on me. Philip.
Hi, thank you, Gary. I also think recall that for Clinton is not warranted. I mean, I'm sure he didn't expect 3 years ago that drones would be reaching Moscow, that his railways would be blown to bits, that his oil refineries would be burning, that his people would be leaving, that his troops would be dying by the hundreds of thousands.
factories and munitions factories and munitions depots. That is absolutely true. And I think part of the reason they're getting greater superiority with regards to the drones is thanks to the Israelis and the Americans for what we have collectively done. And now I know it was only one attack with the Americans, but what we've collectively done to Iran that has impeded their drone production because they were exporting all these drones to Russia that they were using, and so their supply of drones has diminished some, and it should not be outside of the scope of our analysis of battlefield successes and failures to note that the Russians have been forced to empty prisons in order to satisfy their conscription needs and to bring in foreign mercenaries from North Korea and I think maybe elsewhere. I think they actually brought in Chechnyan rebels and released Chechnyan rebels from prisons to fight in Ukraine. It's taken, yes, we see the tremendous toll that it's taken on Ukraine. And yes, those who point out the battlefield boundaries are absolutely correct that Russia has been successful in taking over and controlling certain regions of Ukraine, and that is an absolute metric that's easily seen and analyzed. You don't have to be a retired general on CNN explaining it to us. We can see that with our own eye. But you're absolutely right, Philip. We should not lose sight of the fact that Ukraine, against so many odds, with the help of the Europeans and, of course, with the help of the United States, has stood in there. If it's a knockout, as Tiger suggests, it's a technical knockout. They're not down for the count for 10 count of 10, and needing smelling salts to wake them back up. That's not where they're at right now. And the renewed commitment of NATO, and what I've said before is a brilliant move on the part of the president. Getting the NATO nations to buy the munitions from the United States rather than the United States just providing the munitions to Ukraine. Well, that's a win-win. Win. It's a win for everybody on the side of righteousness. And Philip made a very important point that we all know, but it deserves repeating when we have this discussion, and that is Russia invaded a sovereign nation without provocation.
I also just want to mention that Europe, of course, is ramping up its own production. So, buying weapons from the United States is not going to be a permanent thing.
Yes, but see, here's the thing that Americans fail to realize sometimes, and that is that Europeans are immensely concerned about Russia. And Steve made the suggestion, and he may be right, that the Chamberlain-Hitler analogy doesn't apply. But I think a lot of people there in Europe, Philip, and you can correct me if I'm wrong about this, feel that that exactly applies because they fear, rightly or wrongly, that Putin has expansionist desires that fall beyond Ukraine. Am I correct in that analysis?
Well, I just don't think that any
from the European nations come on here, they've, especially those European nations that are closer to the border of Russia, they see Russia as a clear and present danger to them. Now, there are some Americans, what, Marshall?
In fact, they are genuinely worried about it. I know a woman from, from Switzerland or from Denmark. It's one of the countries, it's one of the Nordic countries. I'm getting it. Yes, I'm thinking of Jenny or I'm forgetting her name.
Yeah, Finland. She's
Kind of a part of it.
and Jenny is from Sweden, and Tina is from Finland, perhaps.
Yeah, okay. I couldn't remember where she was from. Her, and then we of course have our other lovely European friends that I'm forgetting right now who we have not seen in a while. But
I think your audio is breaking in and out.
Genuinely concerned. It's not.
Marshall, we lost you there. But we get your point. And I know a woman in Finland, and both her and her daughter are wearing uniforms because they've joined the Home Guard. Everybody in Finland, I guess, is encouraged to join the Home Guard to train. Can you imagine that?
The sort of early on, like when the invasion happened, you had a ton of Russian individuals, especially those of military serving age men that fled Russia. So I think Philip's point is something that should be like highlighted, is that you have a lot of Russians, especially in the technology industry, that fled Russia because they didn't want to get recruited. They didn't see the need
That's
to
a
pursue that.
great addition to what Philip had to say, but I want to try to maintain the order as best as possible. Thank you, Philip, and we'll now go to Catalyst.
Greetings. I'm a former Cold War military vet. Came in during Reagan and saw this play out. Studied conflict for a very long time. This is very akin to Vietnam and China sending their troops down to buttress their forces while fighting the Americans in the 60s. I see this ultimately as Ukraine winning when you have a major superpower, or what used to be a superpower before 91 actually, because they're not, using old tanks on a battlefield, and you have citizens who are very smart individuals, Ukrainians, I see them in Silicon Valley a lot, running companies who are creating and using commercial off-the-shelf drones to bomb old tanks. It reminds me of, if anyone studied how the whole Ho Chi Minh thing took place in the 60s and what was going on, and how the guerrilla warfighters were beating back larger numbers of individuals. I look at NATO, or Europe sponsoring NATO, buttressing Ukrainian forces to fight back Russian aggression coming into Western Europe, almost like China was sending troops down into North Vietnam to fight against Americans. I also look at this whole political theater with Putin, who's a master spy. I remember him before the FSB and KGB days, playing this particular president who's completely outclassed, outgunned in every shape, way, or form. And it reminds me of, at the same time, when China was sending down troops to North Vietnam to fight Americans after the French had left. It reminds me of, I recall that Nixon, at the same time in 71, after to finish the gold standard, was negotiating with China to open the doors to Americans' markets while we're still in war. The whole thing is a hustle.
So, the one thing, and I love your is that in a way maybe Russia lost this war if their goal, as I suggest that it was to do this in 1 week or 2 weeks' time. Because I think their goal was to take over the government, and they thought that they could roll up that one road to Kyiv and occupy Kyiv, and then they literally got bogged down in the mud, and they were sitting there as sitting ducks, and they never made it to Kyiv. And so this was Putin's big battle plan. Big battle plan. No serious losses to the Russians. We'll just toss a couple of battalions up the road, overtake Kyiv, declare that we're running the government, and we've got the entire nation. Get rid of, hang Zelensky in the public square, over and done, and then back home in time for tea. But that didn't happen, and we can thank President Xi for that, by the way, because Xi didn't want them to be attacking Kyiv during the Olympics in China. And so they delayed the attack, and then the rainy season came, and the rainy season caused for the muddy roads and caused for all that heavy artillery to which is referred to bog down. And you're absolutely right. They were hidden and running, and they couldn't be chased, just like we couldn't chase the Vietnamese people in the fight with North Korea, because we didn't know our way through the rice paddies and the tunnels. And they blended back into the community anyway. They wore uniforms, and it's the same thing with how this whole thing. So they lost the war based on their intent in the first 2 weeks, or at least the first month. And so then it turned into something completely other than they had anticipated, and that's why we are where we are today. Is that a fair analysis, Catalyst?
That's very accurate, sir. Ukraine will win because they are more committed, because their backs are to the wall. Europe will help them, Western Europe, because they see them as the stoppage coming further west. So you have individuals that have the will to fight and not lose, using the current modern 21st century guerrilla warfare of commercial off-the-shelf drones, and then being buttressed, maybe with Israeli arms and a lot of Turkish arms for their drones, and attacking strategically. They will wear down Russia through attrition, because they will not stop. Russia will stop. People will get tired of it. They're even in prisons, getting conscription people. Chechen rebels would have thought into the fold. And now you have Ukraine's not stopping. You're not stopping. If the United States wants to pull out, okay, but Western Europe's not stopping. It won't. And this right here, this pursuing peace in Anchorage, Alaska, I remember that military base. This is all just, I think it's the Air Force Base. This is all just theater and trying to telegraph something that's not there. Reminds me of when the Russian ships during the Cuban Missile Crisis, as anyone would have studied that, when they were trying to bring more missiles in, and U.S. Navy shot shot weapons across the bow of the ships to make the Russian ships turn around to get rid of the missiles in Cuba. It's the same thing. This is just theater. It's a massive psyop, as we called when I was in the military intelligence. It's a massive psyop that's taking place right here for the world to see.
And also, Callis, once again, you brought something to the conversation that I had not anticipated. You mentioned just briefly Israel, and I have no personal knowledge of this, but I suspect Israel is heavily involved in providing intel to the Ukrainians. I don't think Israel's sitting back and not assisting Ukraine. Again, I have no way of knowing that to be true, but I just in my bones, that's what I feel.
Zelensky is a Jewish man. Of course they're supplying intelligence.
Exactly my thought. You should come to the stage more often, my man. Okay, we'll now go to the ever-patient Patient Anonymous.
Hello, Gary. This is Anonymous, and I'd like to remain anonymous. So
That's funny. That is funny.
This is Edmund. Hey, Edmund.
What's that?
I'm not sure
This is
what should we
Edmund.
talking about. This is Anonymous. I'd like to
So
say
I
my
want to
piece.
know whether, let's take a vote. Is Scott's, Trump, or Anonymous's Putin better? We need to take a vote.
Scott Trump is like way better.
Okay, Anonymous, go ahead and make your point, and then we gotta wrap it up here pretty soon, so go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is a great day for America, a great day for Russia, a great day for Ukraine. And, you know, having Trump and Putin meet to have a meeting of the minds, even if it's in the belly of the beast, better than no meeting of the minds. And I'm so happy they finally get to meet in private and no friction between the two of them. No fake news, no deep state, no Democrat activists looking to stop two great leaders of the free world, to meeting and creating a peaceful solution.
Great leaders of the free world?
Yeah, they're great leaders because Putin and, it's got a lot of nuclear weapons. Well, he's a fascist, but, every 4 years we elect a fascist in this country. We're $37 trillion in debt. That's fascist. That's a fascist economy. To me, that's not a balanced budget act. So what I'm saying is, if Zelensky steps down and they have fair elections, and Zelensky goes away and stops playing this role of a congressional clown,
That's
dancing go-go man.
That's enough of that propaganda. If Zelensky steps down and has fair elections, because Zelensky's to blame for the invasion. John.
Gary, that's what happens when you have Edmund on your stages. He's never serious.
I know.
The things don't happen.
It's entertaining, though. It's entertaining.
But you know what, though, Gary? His lack of seriousness makes him a perfect candidate for the United States Congress, especially in the era of Trump. It really.
Well, wait a minute. If I were running for Congress, and once again I have to give this guy campaign advice, because every time he speaks I have to help him. If he's serious about running for Congress, does he want to be quoted in the media in his congressional district as saying that, as he just did, we all heard it, that Mr. Putin is a great leader of the free world? I don't think that's going to win you many votes, but that's just me. What do I know? John. I think John is actually out for the count. Steve, you get the last word.
No, I'm here, Gary. If I could go real quick. Thanks, Gary. Yeah, I just gotta agree with that former anonymous speaker, because it's my belief that peace is the best solution now, and we should be rooting for Trump, and we should be rooting for Putin, and we should be rooting for the people of Ukraine so that peace can abound and people can go about their lives and no more war. Millions of people dead in Ukraine. 400,000 Ukrainians, 900,000 Russians. sound very familiar. I think I've heard your voice before. Do you go to grocery stores often with coupons? I don't know. I think it's the way you say that, which gives it away. I think you support the campaign for like Canada Jacket or so. Get a mile. Well, go ahead and invite people to the room, Carl. Let's get some pre-party started. Welcome, Janelle, to the room. Congress in the 16th District of Illinois. I like all men who enjoy being a gentleman. Are you a gentleman, sir? Well, welcome to In the Month. This is the pre-party Mojo Positive Vibration Experience you're looking for. Back cool. Are you going to give $1 to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover? No, just hand it out. Hand them out. I don't know. If they're, protecting Yeah, thanks. Things are going pretty well with the campaign now that we've got Mojo's positive vibration guy, I guess.
Hamas terrorists are willing to disarm and disengage and go away, I don't see how this is going to come.
contention is that you have to prove a direct link between the intent and the act before calling it genocide, right? But that's exactly.
No, you have to prove the intent of the act, as demonstrated by the orders.
They also have a plan to eradicate the Jews.
The question is whether the operation is part of the plan or not. And clearly, in the case of the Nazis, the operation is part of this plan.
So the intent of the act is proven. Go ahead.
They're literally saying it all the time. This was the plan. This is the charter. This is in every speech that they do.
But that's not what I mean, Daniel. I mean the plan of the operation, not their general intent.
Yes.
The plan of the operation. And the plan of the operation is very clear in the case of the Nazis. They undertook an operation, right? And that is not comparable here and not relevant.
You answer your own question.
I'm trying to answer your question. So
I didn't ask a question.
Well, you answered the intent of
also has a plan. It's a different plan. The actions that the Nazis do were different than the one of Hamas. Maybe it's obvious to you because you read it retroactively in the history. This is happening in real time. When they do it, when they do say it, and they do execute it, and all their actions are for the greater vision.
That's the mistake you're making there. All their actions are. That's not something you can bring to the ICC and convict someone of genocide.
I'm talking to Jason, and Jason is here on the ICC, and you're not representing Jason.
I'm talking to you about the crime of genocide, Daniel.
Yes.
And that's why I'm objecting to these things that Yaakov and Rina are saying. They're unacceptable things to say about the crime of genocide.
She's completely accurate. You have a reason.
What?
Yeah, I'm trying to explain that. I'm saying to them,
but you guys gotta stop trying to explain to me, okay? I am explaining to you, and you guys don't need to understand anything I say.
No, I understand everything you're saying. I'm saying to you the intent of the act is proven by whom, what they are targeting, and by whom.
That's not.
So, today, do we have any, was the meeting today?
Yeah, it's over. It finally ended. How many hours did they go? 4 hours, 5 hours?
Did it come out looking, satisfied or?
Well, didn't we just determine that, he didn't have a whole lot to say?
Yeah, I don't even get drunk.
How do you last water or sharp? Well, maybe, maybe he's waiting for Putin to announce it to give some, I don't know.
He said it was extremely productive, and the fact that Trump doesn't talk speaks to curiosity. I have no expectations or understanding right now.
It's tricky. Because on one hand, you wanna convince somebody to take that they started. And on the other hand, you don't wanna sell out the nation that got invaded, that we're currently sitting
that's probably the first thing on the agenda too. Because if the people that you lead don't respect your decisions, you're not gonna be a leader for long unless you show.
Marshall, what was your read of it?
Good point, Marshall. Appreciate that insight. Makes sense.
John Kitover, do you have an official position on this?
I think there's a lot of people who do not want this war to end and want the military-industrial complex to keep spending hundreds of billions of dollars a year on the Ukraine-Russian conflict. Palmer Luckey and building all these bomb drones is the next evolution of warfare, apparently. And, you know, I vote for peace, and I think that there's a lot of paranoid Americans who think that Trump is somehow compromised by Putin. And I think that those types of people are the ones expressing dangerous rhetoric, not me, who's advocating for peace and meeting in the mind between President Trump and Vladimir Putin.
There's that. I don't know what can come from it though. Like, okay, so they met. That's a big step, right? Putin coming to the U.S., talking to Trump, major step. But is this the beginning of the war getting bigger, or is this the beginning of the war winding down? I don't have the answer to that.
It's a wind down. These are two older gentlemen in the peak of their political and, you know, generational affairs. This is a de-escalation in 2025 from a proxy geographic specific area of the world. I mean, all of these weapons have been flying there, millions of people dying. And when, you know, when an American president and a Russian leader can get together, it's not to expand the war, it's to de-escalate the war.
I'd love to get Anson's thoughts.
Okay, I don't know what you guys are talking about. One is awful. What a bunch of bullshit. They didn't say anything. They said a substance. There was all this crap from Putin about Russian America, Alaska, blah, 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 and then some more fluff. Absolutely nothing of substance. Trump said we agreed on a lot of things, but some things we still working on. Well, obviously, there's no fucking ceasefire. Well, they would have been dragging their ass off about that. So forget a ceasefire. Trump says he's going to talk more with Zelensky and NATO. Well, of course he is. But this whole thing that happened right now leaves wide open. God, Clubhouse is gonna friggin' explode, pardon my French, because there's nothing of substance, so there's gonna be this wild speculation. Like, if Marshall, correct me if I'm wrong, but somebody told me the substantial part of the critical thinking forum today was, again, a slam dunk on Trump for red carpet, letting him in his car, and all that crap, peripheral crap. I'm not trying to criticize that brother, but Jesus Christ, they should have said something of substance. They didn't. The world still wonders
what the fuck we're gonna do about this, that, and the other thing. I mean, why don't we have a press conference that tells the goddamn truth?
Do you think the next step will be Zelensky coming back over?
Roger, I don't know what the fuck is gonna happen based on the press conference. We're all gonna speculate. And somebody, we're gonna argue over the fucking speculation. But nobody knows what the hell's going on. Well, somebody knows what the hell's going on. Whitcock, Trump, Russian foreign minister, certainly Putin and Trump. We're just gonna be left-handed. And, I think I'm gonna go crawl in the hole, leverage the newspaper, not get on Clubhouse, and wait for a week to see what the hell's gonna come out of this. Sorry, but I wish I could be more enlightening and encouraging. God damn it, boy, this is so much bullshit. And people just, what? Hell, no. Not by either one of them. I mean, Jesus Christ, they didn't study anything of substance, of progress or lack of progress. Yeah, but what fucking issues were they in agreement on? Do they like the way each other wears their socks? Or, I mean, come on, this is just crazy. You'd like them to just put a low camera. If I was sitting here on my crap couch and my people were fighting with me, and she hates Fox News, and I turned to Fox News and said, I really want to see this press conference and hear the reaction. And I told her, I said, this may be historic. Well, it was. It was a historic dump. And no substance, no reason to do anything except guess what the hell's going on, and I'm sick of it. Putin said the words we have, quote unquote, agreement. So I don't know what he was concerned about. Well, agreement on what? He likes Trump's hairdo? No, it was about their short tie necklace where we discussed it. They're in agreement with substantive enough items that Putin is telling you that he's in agreement with Trump. We have an agreement for you that 3 times. You don't think that's going to lead to everybody saying Trump is now bamboozled Trump yet again? I mean, that's going to be the left side of the clubhouse, the press, Trump caved again. Well, we don't know whether he caved or not. We don't know whether he caved or not. Well, I say bullshit on productive meeting. I want to know the assumptions of why they say it's a productive meeting. So I have a good question for anybody that had, that take the chances to create branding here. Maybe I look at it differently. The United States is trying to be a peace broker here between an adversarial nation and one that we have historically crossed, right? So the conflict, the war, is Russia, a sovereign nation state, and Ukraine, a sovereign nation state. The United States is not an active participant in the conflict. The United States has provided funding and resources to one side and is trying to play global power broker in this conversation, right? And so the United States leader having a meeting with one of the parties, why on earth would anyone think that at the end of that meeting, the general public, the Joe Schmo American population,
would be given any information. I don't get that piece as an expectation. When they scheduled this meeting, I had no expectation that we, the general public and Joe Schmoes of America, were going to know the specifics of what was discussed, given that now Trump has to go have the conversation with the other side, the side that we have supported, the side that our allies have supported, and communicate what the conversation was with Russia. I don't know why anybody would reasonably expect that there would be a whole lot of specifics on anything given to the general public until that meeting goes.
I agree. Fred articulated that perfectly. Because you can't share things until you have an agreement with the other side. So whatever they've agreed upon is now going to be obviously presented. So that's he's going to have to put on his big boy pants and go through that and ultimately agree to those things so that they can move forward. Because this is between Ukraine and Russia. As Brent said, the U.S. is trying to broker peace between the two countries. Yes, I agree with you, brother.
This is really the perfect room title because Trump and Putin get all or nothing accusations and all or nothing complaints all the time on this app. So, in my opinion, this is going to be one really spicy in the off.
The problem, John, is that we're all going to guess. We're all going to make assumptions. I mean, I can't imagine what the Washington Post is going to have to say tomorrow, but I'll guarantee it's going to be anti-Trump. Because they're going to be guessing as to what the hell happened. Well, something of substance evidently happened. Not the whole substance. So tell us what that substance is. But then again, somebody, you're right. I have no right to know what the substance is. Let them negotiate, and then once a peace treaty is signed, then I can agree or disagree with the terms of the peace treaty. But that's not the way the world works today. And we're going to get ourselves right in the ladder because of lack of substance. They both said there was substance. They both said there was progress. Great. Just tell me what that was. And tell me where you still disagree. And then I can have a rational discussion, God forbid, about how we might be able to solve the things that they still disagree on. But we're left with nothing, absolutely nothing, for what, in my view, should have been a historic.
I mean, I don't want to beat a dead horse, so I'm just going to kind of hit this circle one
For an enterprise that's losing $100 million a year.
When we deal with
$100 million because of the big mismatch.
when you deal with treaty delegations, most of that process is not made public until you hit the end, because it is not productive or conducive to what you're trying to accomplish, to bring the entire world and the general public that frankly has no direct decision-making impact into the process. So I agree with you, Anson, as a private citizen, I would love to know what's going on. I would love to have a camera in the room. That'd be really interesting. But if the purpose is truly for the United States government to broker a peace deal or a ceasefire or some sort of progressive movement here between Russia and Ukraine to stop this, global mess of a war that's impacting the global economy, our allies and adversary nations at the same time, then you have to do what is functional for that, right? And so I do not expect leaders of nations to put the desire of their populace to be informed and not having to sit and wait above actually accomplishing something. That's why we do that in the courts, right? There's only so much that's made public prior to a verdict. There's only so much that's made public
much that they have to publicly provide until the deal is struck, at which point it's appropriate and safe to tell everybody what happened. The desire to know in the middle of the process is natural, but I just think it's an unrealistic demand for people to have.
And isn't it entirely possible that maybe some of the negotiations that they've actually hammered out are contingent on the ones that haven't been hammered out yet? And so it may be that they don't want to too early, because if that second contingent isn't ironed out, perhaps Russia's like, no, I don't want the world to know that we agreed to X, Y, or Z.
While we were having a totally unrelated discussion, rational discussion, somebody, and I think it was, I don't know, you have John, I think, provided information that in another room in Clubhouse, it was all, why did he get a red carpet treatment? Why did he get these being bamboozled? Blah, 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 the TDS, Trump arrangements. And, and Trump, to a degree, brings this on himself. He raises my expectations that he's going to have a meeting and it's going to be of real substance. Now, if the substance was, screw you, Putin, we're going to keep fighting and I'm going to knock your ass off with reparations or whatever, tariffs or whatever, fine, but Trump raises these expectations that he's going to give a Nobel Peace Prize that Hillary Clinton now says she's going to endorse and he brings peace to it. Some of these expectations of greatness are raised, and we get nothing. We get nothing in substance. All we get is bullshit. I guess what I'm saying is, I'm tired of bullshit. I want substance. Okay, I have to be patient. I have to just wait and see and quit yakking. But I'm tired of bullshit, and I want to hear some substance.
I consider it a peace agreement. So they're in agreement or it's given.
A peace agreement? Are you kidding me?
Stop. It's time for you to be honest with yourself and everybody when you speak. People, you cannot, don't just say things that you know are not true. Dude, Trump went there to kiss the man's foot. Dude, when Zelensky went to the White House, what did Trump do? Trump called the man a dictator. He said he was terrible, and he said he was disrespectful. And then he kicked him out of the White House. Trump went to flipping Alaska and literally lost. The only reason why he went there was to have a love affair with Putin. Was never to make a deal. And I told you that. I told you that on 2 separate occasions. Right? And you didn't believe me. No, you owe me money.
Hey, hold on. Ken, hold on. Ken, real quick, if you can hear me. Why don't you hold the phone closer to your mouth, but speak into it very quietly, almost like a whisper. That'll be more impactful.
Oh, I'm sorry. These mother people, man. These mother people. We didn't tell you guys
Hold on, real quick. Ken, listen, I'm not sure exactly what country you are from, but I'm sure wherever you're from, everything happens properly and it's proper order. Things happen quickly. There's no life and death situations. There's probably never been a war. All of these things would be completely new from wherever country you're from. But the United States of America, we've experienced these things, and right now, the U.S. taxpayers and the money that we borrow is funding this fight. And so you have Donald Trump having a conversation with a dictator about an invasion that the dictator launched. Now the question is, how do we end it? There's a couple of ways that this can come to an end. All of them seem fairly unrealistic. One of them is to let Putin get what he wants. That seems like a terrible strategy. Appeasement doesn't seem to work historically. The other option would be to status quo, let them continue to fight their proxy, which is probably the most likely scenario. The other thing is probably the worst scenario of all, where we get physically involved and create a scenario where things escalate. I don't know what you guys want to see. All I'm saying is that there is a lot of people dying. There's a lot of Russians dying. There's a lot of Ukrainians dying. And there's a lot of Americans that are going into debt when these people die. Those are the facts that are on the table. Now we just have to ask ourselves, which of these problems are we going to try to ease up on? Is it the spending of American taxpayers' dollars, or are we going to appease a dictator? It's a very, very tough situation. There's actually no good solution here, but the better solution would be to minimize human suffering. That's the best solution, in my opinion. What do I know?
Well, what Ken read off was exactly what I am so deeply concerned about. I mean, he left to degradation of anything and everything from, but we don't know the substance of what was agreed to or not. So how the hell can we make a judgment on this particular meeting and whether it advanced or retarded progress towards what I hope all of us want is peace? And so the lack of information is obviously an invasion. You know, I'm really disturbed, all that kind of stuff, and I apologize. I'm trying to have a rational discussion. But this obfuscation, this bullshit that we are being fed, when there is substance, I'm sure there is real substance, some good and some bad. But what is the substance? And until we have that substance, then how the hell can we have a legitimate, rational discussion about the pros and cons of what the hell's really going on in Ukraine? I hope you understand what I was trying to say. If I confused it, I apologize. You understand what I was trying to
Hanson,
say? Right?
it's the fog of war. It's the fog of war. And as what Mojo just said, both Putin and Trump are presiding over a death toll. This is a funeral procession service, and you know what? The American people are tired of paying for the funeral. Wrap it up.
I apologize for my passion, but I really hoped that I was going to see a press conference that would be historic. And not only is it not historic, it's something, I don't know what you call something that's on the negative side of historic. Ukrainian
ready to hear.
Are the replays on?
What would that change for your life tomorrow? I didn't even have to, this is with respect, sir, I didn't even have too high of an expectation. These are leaders of the world. We're not privy to everything that goes on. Do we want to be? Because honestly, there are a couple things that our country does. I don't think I want to know them.
If I say that I think there will be some truth in some everything everybody says, because for some it may have been the showmanship which has portrayed so many other leaders. And I guess kind of looking for that showmanship that don't have a spark of it and not see it at all. Could lead to a lot of thoughts where
Hi, Jane.
maybe he understands.
I'm fighting for you, Jane. We're fighting Brad the Dragon.
One different than the other because you know he's into.
What up, Jane? Yeah, Brad wants to, torch the campaign to elect John Kitover. Wow, what a hater. Yeah, he's a freak. He's a freak. He could be a dangerous person.
Could? Yes, yes. That is. Well, how are things going with your fundraising?
Well, we've got over $500 in the bank, so I can't complain. And we did an interview. Yeah, we are fundraising. So and we're challenging Darren the Hood to debates, but he's not responding. I have Jews protesting me on X now, saying that I am an unstable loser.
What?
They're calling me an unstable loser. I said Darren the Hood is an unstable loser. He's created $20 trillion in debt and said if you don't get vaxxed, you're all gonna die. That seems pretty unstable to me.
Well, I must turn. A fellow Jew. I'm not a fan of yours, John. From the political perspective, I'm a fan of you as a funny person.
Well, that's okay, because I can win you over then.
But I don't understand.
Doesn't matter, you can still donate to the campaign. I'm gonna pin the link for you right now.
It's gonna give you $18 when I confirm that it's real.
Give me $1, and then
$18, you know why?
let Menachem Schneerson, decide.
I'm gonna get Joel for talking to you.
Well, there's enough complainers to go around everywhere.
Yes, how do your parents feel about it?
My uncle ran, so I'm just doing what my uncle did, but my uncle didn't win. I'm trying to win.
Yeah, no, I think you have the steps to marry an overall constitution for it.
Yeah, I got roasted hard. I've been battling Brad like you can't believe. This guy is, intense.
He's like going after you with stolen valor.
Stolen valor. What a ridiculous
That guy steals valor when he tells him to kill himself.
I agree. He's committing a crime. I posted the crimes that he's actually violated by making death threats on the internet, so.
Oh, jeez, I think I got enough from my head. Why am I talking to you?
Well,
Oh, it's my
tell her I'm an unstable loser and you're trying to help out a guy running for Congress, fighting other unstable losers in Congress.
See, it's okay. I love all Jews. But, it's the streaming, John. A lot of us freak out.
Well, put yourself in my shoes. I have to listen to all your stupid shit and record all your stupid shit.
I barely fucking talk. I'm a listener. I'm more of a listener.
Oh, I see.
What?
So that's why you don't feel, threatened because I'm not recording you.
I just got over it because at the beginning of Clubhouse, I could tell everyone recording each other. programs here and there. I don't get it. But, you know, I'm a younger person, older than you, but. But I shall leave now. I don't know if I wish you luck in your campaign. No, that's not the topic. But you know, my topic is any different related to receiving pop culture, social issues, and interest. What else?
No, I don't have any APEC money.
That's all I've come up with right now.
Ass sex.
I'm sorry, I'm shopping and I can't tell you where.
We can't talk about those things when we heard someone on stage, remember?
You know what? We're gonna shift these to get exposure therapy facilities and get nonsense like this. That's what I think. By the way, you guys like my new PTR?
I love your new PTR.
Best
That's
PTR ever.
that's a striking PTR. It's going to annoy all the right people. I have no criticism. Except for the fact that it's
Well, you know what? Also, if I have to complain about AI image generators, is that you kind of cut the scarf off. It just looks weird. And it looks a little more pixelated than the last photo. So I'm not really, but I like the idea, and I'm being good at cafe press, just usually. Alright, I'm driving, so I can't put the poll up, but if one of you ladies can be in the poll,
I'll do it.
alright, and then
Alright. Would it be good?
Sonia with a J in the group. I saw earlier check by asking if there's a meetup tomorrow. Discuss again Sonia's lawsuit. Yes, ma'am. FYI, Sonia.
let's get Norm. Norm, why don't you give us your thoughts on the Trump Putin experience, and then we're gonna put a poll up. We're gonna change this subject, hopefully, to something very uplifting and inspiring that stays consistent with the vibe of the Ojo good vibrations experience that you stepped into.
I appreciate the good vibrations. I appreciate you, Mojo. Good Shabbos to everybody. We should let the peace of the day calm us down, cool us off. I don't have anything written to report about in Alaska.
Shabbat shalom.
Thank you. Putin is one of the great villains of history, and one of the great villainous nations in history, responsible for at least 100 million deaths of its own people and others. This meeting is an embarrassment. I'm listening to Trump. Again, no offense to anybody, he's babbling like an idiot. He's talking about 2016 and the Russia hoax. It's quite clear that they have no deal. Trump said it. I can't imagine what progress was made. Trump is dealing with one of the most powerful men in the world, president for life of 100 million people with tremendous nuclear weapons, a crappy economy, an enormous army, and lots of nuclear weapons. And Trump doesn't know what he's doing, doesn't know what he's talking about. He's literally making no sense. He's just buffering and babbling. It's back to like 2016. People were saying this guy doesn't know what he's doing, and we're in the hands of a Looney Tunes, a drooling barnacle barker who has no business being in the world. I'm sorry, I just have to be critical and honest about my impression. So I don't have any good news for you.
Do you think it's possible that they are purposely just going to wait until they can deliver good news, or perhaps maybe what they agreed was saying, okay, we'll do this, but
it from Red Square. Let's there's gotta be some pageantry around it, right? Like if they decided that the war's gonna end, I don't think they would announce it from Alaska with Zelensky not there. I think that in order for them to allow Putin to say things, I think they need to get Zelensky and Trump and maybe the knucklehead France to all show up in Moscow. To all show up in Moscow and just shake hands and do a photo op, and then the troops go. I think that might.
Yeah, these Congress, it's agreed to it, right? There's no deal here. I will tell you what, since he hasn't been spoken to yet. This is between Russia and the Ukraine. I don't understand how you're saying that without that. Well, I will tell you what's going on here. We cannot afford a 3-year war. We've downgraded from, at one point, our military doctrine, you can get this from Captain Anson, who was the head of a nuclear submarine squadron. Where did we get it from? Stephen Godkin, who's got a 3-volume, the next 3-volume biography of Stalin, who's a tremendous Russian historian and scholar. We can only afford one war right now. Trump is paying attention to that, and Putin knows this very well. So we're saying to Putin, we want out. Trump doesn't really care about Ukraine. Trump is saying to Europe, you guys are spending more money on social services than we are, and you're relying on our military protection. Everybody in the world hates America and wants protection from America, but we can't afford it anymore. And that's what Trump is telling. Putin is quite clear on this. The world is quite clear on this. The United States wants out of the Middle East, which is why we're standing up in Israel to take over the Middle East. We want out of Europe, which is why we're standing up the European nations and telling them they're going to have to contribute a lot more money to their own national defense. They're spending like nothing on their national defense. And we're saying to Putin, okay, guys, figure it out, we're out. And Putin knows this, and he's going to milk that to the max. That's the interpretation of the problem.
Trump is okay. Putin is stuck. His talk is okay. Trump.
Sorry, we have a rule about that.
Yeah, watch it.
Why would we want to lose control of the world distance after World War II? Why would we want to lose control? Maybe we don't want to spend the we can't afford it. That's why. We want what we can't afford the military expenditure. We're not spending that. We're now spending more on servicing our debt than we are on our military. We can't keep spending this money like this, and we can't. The world cannot rely on the United States to defend them. And so we had to make a decision. As I said, under Obama, we went down from 2 war theaters in one brush fire to 1.5. And under Trump, we went down from 1.5 to 1. And we're going to focus on China, which looks like it'll make a move on Taiwan. So China is surrounded by U.S. bases, and we're preparing for them to make their. That's my interpretation. Well, I agree with you there. I just don't think we want out. I just don't want to pay as much as that man. We want others to step up with their interest. We should pay the bill. It's like going out to dinner. You're not paying for everything, and everyone's money.
It's kind of like how that's kind of how the rich support like the entire nation. Kind of like that.
Yeah, same basically. But that doesn't mean I don't want to pick the restaurant. That doesn't mean that I don't want the waiter to consider me the top dog of the day. I simply want that. And if you're not paying the bill, then you're not the top dog.
Look, no shoes, no shirt, no service.
Unless you're hippie on the president of the nation.
I don't understand the whole barefoot in the sand thing. Sand gets hot all the time. Gets the crops. They're not the stylish things. Did you see the rules?
I'll be really fancy in person.
sometimes people don't talk at all the other month. Sometimes people are quite quiet. Then there's people like El Normo that are quite vocal. You get an opportunity to pick the topic.
I mean, one of the world's most wanted war criminals is in Alaska right now. I'd like to hear what people think about this.
Sanctions on Russia and what they're doing to lead to the ceasefire because the tactics were coming out of them with calls and Moscow got gifted metal to pass on to American, mother of American citizen who works in the CIA intelligence community whose son was fighting for Russia about his rendition of the and again, sanctions were not imposed. Instead, we get this Zelensky agreement, which was hyped up again to be our compilation list of the agreement to at least the ceasefire. However, it was the precondition for our to impose sanctions, and we get nothing. And he seems kind of happy. Again, I mean, it's nothing. It's like a little bit of negotiation. I'm not telling you more than talking shit. Holding all my cards really close until I get both sides of the equation. Well, hold on. By the way, in a negotiation, if you're familiar with negotiating tactics, and specifically if you've read Mark McNeil, the person that speaks first in terms of what they would want is typically the one that's going to get the short end of the stick because
Some do nothing to be polite, some do nothing to personally, we cannot reach out to all of these.
I think that's just it already.
Yeah, okay. Long live Osama bin Laden. The guy's like finished food now. And they like, Jesus Christ.
Yes, and it'll be
That guy just called the U.S. worst thieves.
Well, there's worse things we call them worse things.
I put in the chat because I was recalling how many times Reagan that Reagan was in negotiations that ultimately resulted in a treaty, the INF treaty. But there were many meetings, and the Reagan summit walked away thinking they did not have anything. So
the Oslo Accords.
I mean, I think that you have to look at the steps, as Roger was saying, the steps along the way in a negotiation process and in view. You know, it's just not happening overnight. There's so much posturing going on. But historically, our discussions with the Russians, I mean, I said this to someone else, George Bush W. met with Putin 28 times. You know, like it's just not one meeting, and all of a sudden, poof, you have an agreement.
The only problem with that is that Trump ran on this, and he literally said he can end the war with one phone call. So now we got incremental steps. And what it's like when you're in a business, you just lying on this side, wrong, very high quality business. Like, I didn't think you were going to keep lying when it was a lie. Like, that was crazy. You just said you don't think it was he was lying when he literally lied. I got a phone call. I would just say that he was campaigning, and when they campaign, that's what they do. And yes, that is a lie.
I think he just miscalculated how long it would take. I can't just say we're lies, but you know, so it didn't take one phone call, so it's going to take several meetings. So he's doing the meetings, he's brokering it, he's working towards it. I mean, I don't know if you can like look at it that way and just try to see the forest through the trees, kind of. That's the direction he's going.
Well, the INF treaty took 6 rounds of negotiations.
I do, right? It took a really long time, and Reagan also probably, you know, you could tell me, Roger, historically, go watch the Reagan movie with Dennis Quaid, but there's a good chance Reagan said when he was campaigning that he could, you know, put the Russians in check and do it quickly.
Well, they always have that. I mean, Trump, anyone who wants to deny that Trump is a liar, like, that would just be a weird thing. Of course Trump lies, but they all lie. So like, you're not saying anything about, like, anything that you say about Trump is true about all of them when it comes to their honesty, especially when they're campaigning. I remember Drain the Swamp, and then they hired the people. I remember hearing lock her up, and she didn't get locked up. I mean, there's a lot of things that you know, build the wall. You know, okay, you know, and just get a partial wall.
I never had sex with that woman. Sorry.
Right.
This is.
They all lie. They all lie. We should be able to agree on that. Like, whether you love Trump, hate Trump, or whatever. Like, when somebody says that, you know, hey, Trump lied about something, like, without even knowing what the topic is, I'm probably like, yeah, probably a good chance that's true.
Our problem is not the first round of negotiations with Russia, unless we're only counting personal meetings, and Putin doesn't really do personal meetings.
Yeah, I understood this was the first time in many years that Putin met with someone and that he requested the meeting. That's not accurate.
Well, if you remember, they met in Helsinki during the first Trump administration, and Trump behaved in a very odd manner, and I was looking for that tonight, and I saw it. That said, Abby, I hope I'm completely wrong, Your historical perspective does change my understanding. I think it's great to remember that this stuff evolves over time. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope you're right. The only thing I want to add, though, is I think at the time, oh my God, was it who did Reagan meet with? Was it Gorby?
He met with Gorbachev. He also Brezhnev was in there during that time. Remember, they kept going. They went to premieres. Andrea. I'm trying to remember.
Oh yeah, I
went to a bunch of them.
Was it Brezhnev? Was it Andrei Brezhnev?
Yeah, but then he wasn't in that long. Where there was another one that got killed or died.
But here's the only thing I want to say.
He met with many, but Norm, he met with many, and my point on Bush was Bush met with him 28 times. And the fact that Biden couldn't meet with him, and Obama did not meet during Obama's time. Forget how many, maybe 9 times he met with the Russians during his 2 terms.
I remember. I'm glad that I'll be able to deal with them after the election.
Yeah, I mean, so look, to me, the fact that he sits down with the premier of Russia and of China,
in Alaska, it's a little weird.
It's yes, but again, the fact that he's meeting with them, the fact that in his first term with North Korea, that he could reach out to a crazy lunatic like that, and I see a positive in that. Everyone's perspective on it.
So I'm hoping you're right as I say it, I'm wrong. I would be very happy. I'll buy dinner if I'm wrong. For us. But the only difference in this case
McDonald's for everybody.
Putin is cunning and brilliant in his ability to remain a dictator for life in Russia. It's not easy. You have to be both brutal and a great chess player, obviously. And if I know that Trump is looking to get out because we can't afford it right now, as opposed to Reagan conveying the message that we will outspend you, we will beat you in this. Your economy is falling apart, and by the way, Russia's economy is still falling apart. It's been dropping, and they're hemorrhaging talent. I think they have 20 million Russians living abroad, and they're losing 20,000 a year. I just heard this figure. The best and the brightest of Russia are getting the heck out of Dodge because it's a nightmare over there. So the question is Trump conveying strength like Reagan did? We will outspend you, we will outlast you, we will bury you. Or is he conveying to Putin, as I think he is, we can't afford to defend Europe anymore. So let's make a deal so we can go focus on China. He wants to defuse the U.S.-Russia antagonism and focus on the real potential rising enemy, and that's China. That's my analysis of it. Maybe I'm completely wrong.
I have a question for Abby. Emperor, do you want to say more than that?
Yeah, just quickly, I agree with Norma. Just for context, I counted the rounds of negotiations with Russia various times, and I counted at least 11 already.
For which agreement?
Oh, but not with Trump. You can just.
Well, it includes the United States. Most of them includes United States blessing, shuttle diplomacy between Bennett, Putin, Scholz, Zelensky, Trump, Putin phone calls.
Just on this one, Emperor, you're talking about just in context on this issue, or
on this
in his entire time okay, got it.
This entire time, Istanbul second round, Russia, Ukraine. The 30-day ceasefire memorandum presented by United States and the talks around that. I'm counting.
That was Biden, though. Is that fair?
No, this is Trump.
I'm sorry, I must have misheard then. I thought you said Biden. I'm good at some research. I'd like to see a table and timeline.
The 30-day ceasefire memorandum is Trump. The U.S. brokered Moscow Kyoto delegation is Trump. The Trump-Putin phone call on the U.S. initiative on agreement to launch talks February 2025 is Trump. The Istanbul second round of Ukraine is Trump. Like, there has been a lot of this stuff, right? Like, and I get it, it takes time. My point is, just didn't start today. They haven't been doing this, and it's been unsuccessful. So the trend line is not good, but as Elnorma said, I would be happy if it works out.
Yeah, but we could have said that with Reagan too, in the different talks, too, that it didn't look good. I guess that's the point. We could go with any treaty as you negotiate it and how long it takes to go through the process. And when you're in the middle of it, I mean, those of us that deal in negotiation, we could tell you that you have the people on either side saying this doesn't look good, and then boom, it happens.
Well, yeah, as Trump said, there's no deal until there's a deal. I agree with that. But I think we still can comment on the progression and success as it's happening. Way. My primary criticism is that Trump has moved from his electoral campaign position, right, which treated Ukraine as the party that is not negotiating, to complete basic reversal to something like a Biden position. Like there is not much of a daylight between Biden position and Trump position today.
Okay, I asked Rob, and you can be critical, I asked Rob, times Putin and Trump have met over the last 10 years.
Oh, they haven't met. Rounds of negotiation.
Oh, you're talking about a phone call?
No, I'm not talking about a phone call. Talk initiatives and talks, right? Like, so for example, Kremlin.
No, when you said phone call, when you were reading them all.
Well, one of them was a phone call on initiation of a U.S. initiative, like phone call plus some type of a proposal, right? So it would count as a round of negotiation. Like a phone call without
see, I don't know if I would agree with that, but you can make the point.
Well, okay, but we have to consider that Putin himself doesn't travel at all. He doesn't travel to Ankara, he doesn't travel to any of these negotiation rounds whatsoever, right? Like, so there have been many meetings in Istanbul. I think under Trump there was one meeting, right, and recent, the June 2025, right? Istanbul, that would be Istanbul's second round negotiations, which was kind of sponsored by the United States, right? Then before that, there was Kremlin's 30 days ceasefire memorandum presented to the United States that would be a round of negotiations. There have been many rounds. That's my point.
Okay. Abby, my question to you is, a few members of the stage have expressed extreme disappointment at the lack of information coming out after the talks. Did you have high expectations? What's your feedback on what we've heard after the end of the meeting?
I did not have high expectations, number one. Number two, it's kind of the point that Roger was saying. I think it was Roger said it's like some things I don't think we should know it yet. Like it's not everything's transparent when you're in this process. And no, I didn't have it.
Abby, you went into the matrix. I think it was Bren that was saying that, but I think Roger also said that in some way, shape, or form. But I don't know. Quote. I know Bren was saying that.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see that. So I did not expect to hear a lot from this. So I don't know. Maybe I'm in the minority.
Well, Abby, wouldn't you agree that what Trump and Putin have talked about still has to go to Zelensky's desk to be discussed?
Yeah, of course.
It's a deal in process being brokered, right? Yes.
It's a deal. I mean, I lived, I lived through Camp David Accords, and I lived through the process and of Begin and Sadat back and forth, till that finally happened. I mean, it's just, and there was posturing between the parties. Have you guys never been part of a mediation? And, the clients are in one room and the other clients are in another room, and you go back and forth, and you can, you can do that for quite some time, posturing back and forth till you eventually can iron out an agreement. I mean, it's just a process. To me, it was just part of the mediation.
I always say in the normal things, and what I'm hearing it is true, but I feel
think for some time, most have been observing and watching the demeanor, how Trump reacts. He always kind of sizes up his target prior to them getting there, tenderize them a little bit, and then when they get there, there's always something that you can take away from it. And what that may be is whatever the listener or the person who's observing takes away. You know, wow, did you see what he said? Or did you hear what he said? You hear what this one said? And in this one, it's like, okay, they're both at high level. And now I think it's just seeing if he's really doing what you all are saying as far as, you know, diplomatic negotiations, trying to be that in-between piece, or will we see in the next round when, you know, he comes back, being who he is with others.
All right, so let me ask you something. Do you think your expectation is, or to the room, because he brokered the deal with it might be the India and Pakistan that was very quick, or the one in Africa that just got brokered and was done quickly, and also the ceasefire that Israel entered into with Iran. Do you think that the expectation is those other ones happen pretty quick, that this one should? Is that where this is coming from?
India, Pakistan had nothing to do with Trump. The Rwanda, Congo deal has been ongoing through bipartisan administrations.
For how long? How long was that ongoing?
Maybe more than a decade.
The negotiation has been going on?
Can I answer that when he's done, Abby?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, when Emperor's done, I'm sorry, Emperor, go ahead.
Yeah, the India, Pakistan had nothing to do with Trump. They both said, like, this has really nothing to do with Trump. The Rwanda-Congo negotiations have been going on for, I think, close to a decade, maybe more, like bipartisan through U.S. administration. It's still credit to Trump that he finalized it. It's great, but like it's been going on for.
Okay, Abby, by the way, your PTR is fucking awesome. Can you ask the question again? I'm sorry, I need to refresh.
My question is, do we have an expectation with this? Because in the short time he's been in office, we have now seen a peace agreement coming out of India, Pakistan. We saw a peace agreement coming out of Africa, and we saw a ceasefire happen very quickly after 13 days with Israel and Iran. So do we have this expectation that this is going to be immediate or overnight because he scored those three already? That was my question.
Hang on one.
I'll quickly answer that. I think I'm not judging on that stuff. I'm judging him by his own setting of expectation. He said, right, that there would be X days, and within X days, if Putin doesn't agree to a ceasefire, I'm going to sanction it. Right? Those X days run out 2 days ago, so we get the Alaska deal. So he's setting kind of the bad expectations. It's not happening, and it's not happening like from. And I agree with Mojo on the campaign stuff, right? Okay, excluding the campaign stuff, from the beginning of administration, there is this recurring kind of thing where he really sets bad expectation of what's going to happen and keeps backtracking on them, just like he backtracked now in the summit.
Okay, so the question is, Abby, I think your question is, because this policies and things that happen have been kind of consistent, can we expect more of the same? Is that basically where your question is?
Yeah, I mean, that's three peace agreements and...
Yeah. And I would say no, because Trump is a fucking idiot and in my opinion, a psychopath. You don't know what Trump is going to do or say 1 minute to the next. I mean, he illegally and unconstitutionally bombed a sovereign nation without an imminent threat, approval of Congress, or declaration of war.
Trump doesn't need it, Mike, did he?
Yeah, he does. Yes, he does. Without imminent threat,
imminent threat. There was absolutely
No, there was not.
was.
What was the imminent threat?
The imminent threat from Iran?
Yeah, tell me, what was
That
it?
they were,
Imminent threat
that
as
they
in we
had,
think
they had threshold capacity.
yeah, they have threshold capacity is not a nuclear weapon. Yeah, that's not an imminent threat.
Whoa, are we talking about Iran? We can get into that if you want to.
Yes.
Talk about the delivery capability and what.
I'm just saying, we're not talking about.
Was telling us. Look,
Yeah, right. The IMEA, the literal regulation force that literally exists to investigate this, said, no, they don't have nuclear weapons.
Mike, when was the last declaration of war?
Hey, Mike, Abby, just a second. My hearing is okay. If we could just go down, just thank you so much.
You're right. I apologize.
Mike, when was the last declaration of war in the United States?
The entire point I'm trying to
When was the last declaration
is that that's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
What you said.
You can get,
Declaration. I asked you when.
hang on. Without a declaration of war by Congress, without notifying the president can bomb a sovereign nation if there's an imminent threat, but they have to notify Congress 48 hours before the action. Okay? If, only if, this is where the War Powers Act comes in, if and only if there's an imminent threat. Simply enriching uranium is not an imminent threat to life, safety, or security. If that is an imminent threat, we need to glass half the planet.
And what about the 26,000 bombs and drone strikes that Obama did? I hate to do the whataboutism.
Yeah, well, that's all that is.
That's under a metaphor derived by.
That's all that is. What about it? What about that? Oh, so somebody else did something unconstitutional, so Trump gets a pass, but it's okay because it's your guy in a seat.
It's been the policy of our president. From Clinton.
This guy is wrong, Abby, this guy is wrong. All the president has to do is notify Congress 48 hours after the action. He doesn't necessarily have to go through, and he has to just put it to the Gang of Eight. He doesn't have to notify full of Congress. The AMF has a lot of carve-outs.
You've been watching too many movies,
so
bro.
this guy is a blowhard and a bullshit.
You've been watching too many movies. You don't know political at all.
No, I don't.
Really, I don't. But I mean, and I work in it. It sounds like you don't actually know what you're fucking talking about.
I sat with my member of Congress who's a Democrat who agrees with what he did. So, you're just mischaracterizing this. And it's been our policy with our president. Since World War II, we have not had a declaration of war. There was not an obligation. Our intelligence told us where they were, what the threat was, and they made a decision based on our intelligence and based on where they were in their proliferation. End of story. Keep going.
And as we will do again.
Hopefully.
He's probably gone because, again, he got packed up and realized that other people knew what the fuck they were talking about, and Rachel Maddow doesn't get to rule the fucking day with her feelings.
But
Brad, you're right. I mean, it's after, not before. And if I'm not mistaken, that came in place because of what Nixon did, correct?
Correct. It come in place. In 73, it became the policy, if I'm right, after Vietnam.
Yeah, so they can do what they want to do, and then they can go ahead and bring it to the attention.
Yeah, and it's a whole variety of ways that they can notify Congress. I don't agree with it. I don't actually like it a little bit. I get some of the strategic and imminent threat strikes, but what that guy was sitting on stage and fucking bloviated on, it's clearly he never even read the baseline documentation for it. So, I don't know. Abby's correct on this one. You don't have to notify 48 hours prior to your imminent attack. If that was the case, we'd have a whole lot of fucking problems going back through to a lot of presidencies and a lot of Congress being absent in their duties to empower and invoke and make sure that that was being followed. Because quite frankly, every single administration broke the law then.
So I just want to go back to my question on the topic that we were on. If anyone wants to jump in on that. And I didn't know how long these, I thought India and Pakistan, that just erupted and ended, and I really thought Trump did have involvement with that. So I guess I've been corrected on that one. unless someone else has more info on it.
I think he tried to take credit for it. It was bound to happen. He got a little bit in the mix, and then went to claim it as his deal.
And then in Africa?
The Congo Rwanda has been going up for a lot of long
She's bringing him up. The Turkish rug guy.
But on the, like, I agree on it on domestic authority, although some people might disagree and have legal arguments. The president can amend Article 2 of Constitution allows limited use of force, but that's not the only thing that binds U.S. presidents, right? There's also international law, which under U.S. Constitution is quote-unquote law of the land, specifically UN Charter. And the type of
Yeah, we're not bound and beholden by the UN Charter nor the Geneva Conventions. We don't actually recognize.
Well, your Constitution says that you are.
No, it doesn't. There is actually no article in the Constitution that says we recognize an international body above any U.S. citizen. It just doesn't.
Well, you don't. It's not about international bodies. It's about stuff that you ratify in Congress, like international treaties, like the UN Charter, right? So the UN Charter is ratified by the United States, which makes the United States bound by the UN Charter, which...
The United States is not bound by the UN Charter. We just don't.
Are you arguing that the United States is a rogue nation and is illegal?
They're not. Listen, hold on. Listen. Brad's correct here. I think that there is an international expectation that we would abide by it, but we are not a signatory to it.
I'm sorry. Are you saying that the U.S. is not signatory to UN Charter?
To the Geneva Convention.
Well, you are a signatory to the Geneva Convention, but you're not.
No, we're not.
A convention.
We don't give a shit.
We don't recognize world court or any world authority above us or any governing body above us. We will not recognize.
I'm talking about specific thing. I'm talking about the UN Charter. Are you saying that
the UN Charter does not matter to the Constitution, to an American citizen, nor any political structure that the U.S.
There's nothing in the Constitution that talks about the United Nations.
Do you want me to start?
Whatsoever.
Let me open the U.S. Constitution. Give me a second.
Yeah, tell me the article and clause.
He's talking about Senate's ability to ratify treaties in Congress, and
let's let him pull it up, and then let him make his argument, and then people can reply to it.
I want to hear this too. But in all fairness to everybody on the stage, the United States does not recognize any world court. We will not recognize any world court. We do not recognize the UN as a governing body over the United States, nor will we subject any American to be labeled or subjected to any UN governing body or any other foreign body to rule an American citizen. We do not recognize that.
100% right, Brad. 100% right.
So let's find the site from the Constitution. By the way, my favorite constitutional amendment is the 21st. I just want to say that.
Known as Supremacy Clause states that duly ratified treaties, like federal statutes and the Constitution itself, are part of the supreme law of the land, binding state courts, even when state laws conflict, right? All treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be supreme law of the land. So specifically, that's the Constitution. So specifically, the United States ratified the United Nations Charter when the Senate approved it 89-2 in July 28, 1945, making the U.S. the first major power to join the organization. So yes, the UN Charter is the quote-unquote law of the land.
So again, you actually misinterpreted literally everything you just read. The UN Charter.
Find me an authoritative lawyer that says that you guys.
There's a lawyer on fucking stage right now who actually discusses it.
Yeah, but Brad's doing a great job, but I'm happy to jump in, but Brad, go for it, because you can.
Yeah, you don't even understand how our Senate works. It's like, this is the problem with a lot of foreign people. We do not. There is nowhere, even in the UN Charter itself, the UN picked and chose what it was going to agree to with certain world leaders. The NATO Charter, the U.S. picked and chose what it was going to agree to in the treaties. We determined how that was going to work. Everybody bows beneath us. We do not recognize the UN as a controlling authority. This is why the President of the United States determines what the UN can and cannot fucking do. That, like, I'm kind of confused. The articles you just read out of the Constitution, there was a little thing that you think, well, this is the UN, is the supreme ruling body. Again, it's even stated in the United States, in their agreement of the UN and NATO and everybody else. We do not recognize any world authority. We do not recognize any world court, and we do not recognize any other governing body outside of our own. There are plenty of nations who do that. Russia is one of them. India is one of them. China is one of them. There's a lot of countries that will say, we'll participate in the UN, but you do not get to govern us. This idea that the UN does not do it.
Talking about, Brad, I'm sorry.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Governing countries. UN Charter, I have no idea what you're talking about, actually. I was just arguing that the UN Charter, which the United States voluntarily ratified, I gave the date, right? In the Senate, Congress, right, is a founding member of the United Nations, and according to the Constitution, it makes the UN Charter.
Nowhere in the U.S. Constitution does an American have to owe allegiance to the United fucking Nations. Fuck the UN, fuck your country, fuck every other country but the U.S.
Are you okay, Brad?
No, I don't really fucking, I hate people like you who come in. No, I tell you what, take your United Nations fucking army, you know, the motherfuckers that like to shoot American soldiers in the back when we have to go, like win a war? No, yeah, I am. You know how, like, these green blue attacks happen? You get the blue little fucking UN fuckers who like to shoot American men and women in the back, like this fucking cock monkey, who like to shoot us and then take pot shots and then say, oh, you gotta listen to us. Fuck your UN, we would destroy your UN in a heartbeat. And this is why I advocate for separating from the UN, because of idiots like you.
Okay, well,
prove my point.
You're currently not separated, which makes the UN Charter supreme law of the land according to...
No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh, come on, man.
Find me
Go ahead, I've got co-counsel here, which is great. Go
Find
ahead.
me a consensus opinion of United States lawyers that say that the UN Charter is not law of the land. Give me an authoritative consensus opinion on this.
Let me just say something. You show me where in the Constitution, which is the law of the land, it relinquishes, you show me where in the Constitution it says we relinquish the law of the land to a foreign body. Show me where it says
I don't think that you have relinquished anything to the UN. I'm arguing that the United
This is why we should just like basically bomb these fucking Middle Eastern guys until the turbans fucking disappear and that people can actually live in peace. Like, fuck this Muhammad prophet.
All right, guys, hold on, listen. We could do this a couple of ways. One of the ways that I would love to do it is, let's do three things. And these are all supported with the rules of the House. Number one, let's stay on topic. Number two, let's keep our shares short. And number four, let's go ahead, actually, I'm saying them wrong. It's 3, 4, and 5. Stay on topic, keep your shares short, and don't interrupt. If we do those three things, I think we could be good with the other rules as well, but let's try to keep those in mind. Shares short, no interruptions, stay on topic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would restate my position because I think people are hearing something else from what I'm saying. I didn't say that the United States relinquished its land to the United Nations. All I said is, according to the U.S. Constitution, right, Article 6, Clause 2, known as Supremacy Clause, states that duly ratified treaties like federal statutes, etc., right, are itself part of the supreme law of the land, binding state courts, even what state laws are.
But what is the treaty?
I'll say it. The treaty
that we have with the United Nations is not a treaty to have to abide by all of the...
Hold on, everyone. Look, we're doing the talking over each other again. I just want to read something that I looked up here. So, a couple of things. Treaty status. The U.S. Charter is a treaty that the U.S. ratified in 1945 under the Supremacy Clause of the U.S. Constitution. Treaties are part of the supreme law of the land. only if they are self-executing, being directly enforceable, or if Congress passes implementing legislation. That's point one. Point two, limits. The Supreme Court has made clear that no treaty, including the UN Charter, can override the Constitution. If there's a conflict, the Constitution wins. That was an important one, so hopefully you drunk that in. Number three, practical effect. Many provisions of the UN Charter are broad statements of principle, not self-executing law. So they don't create enforceable rights or obligations in U.S. courts unless Congress enacts domestic laws to implement them. So those are the facts. If anybody wants to dispute those, happy to have that conversation.
Okay, so I'm not talking about non-self-executing clauses. Non-self-executing clauses like the ICJ, Brad is correct on that, like the International Court of Justice. The United States has a clause on the non-self-executing parts of the UN Charter and other treaties, right? That's why it doesn't automatically accept the jurisdiction of International Court of Justice. So Brad is correct on that, right? But other self-executing parts of the UN Charter, like this previous conversation was, right of self-defense, are self-executing, right? That's why when United States ambassador to UN goes to United Nations, they open their Security Council hearings, reaffirming, right, that they're bound by the UN Charter, right? So yeah, Bojo, you introduced some nuance in there. I agree with you on the self-execution and non-self-execution. I agree that under the structure of U.S. law, the Constitution is supreme domestic authority. In international law, the Constitution is not necessarily the supreme authority, but anyway, that's not part of this discussion. We can talk about it.
How do we withhold the funding? How have we been, since we have the right in the United States at our discretion to, if we disagree with something from the UN, to withhold and condition funding to UN entities or any activities that we have policy disagreements. If we have this obligation that was a supreme obligation to uphold everything the UN does, then how have we been able to actually, we have a specific treaty that enables us to not.
Treaty doesn't say that you have to uphold.
Why can't you finish your fucking statement?
Wait a minute.
Why can't you finish your fucking
If
statement?
we're not going to interrupt you, sir, we're going to let Abby speak without interruption too, right? That's equality, huh?
I apologize.
Also, so you understand, we can pick and choose, which we did, and we can choose to be obligated with human rights, but we can also choose to walk away from the UN if we have disagreements with their positions, which, if you remember, under Ambassador Haley, she walked away from several different positions the UN was doing when she was in. Also, we have Congress that is very significant in how we deal with the UN, and Congress can limit or withhold the same funding that I'm talking about if the members of Congress think that the UN is doing something inappropriate, which is what we're seeing when the UN troops, the UN was supporting UNRWA, and it was supporting, and it had Hamas operatives working for the UN and working in UNRWA, and we saw that, and we withheld funding for UNRWA, specifically because the UN was doing something that was fundamentally against the policies of the United States. Also, our president entered into agreements other than Congress to limit the funding and to limit, without having any ratification from the Senate, our president can make those determinations. Our president puts the ambassador in there. I mean, there's so many outs from this. It is not the supreme law of the United States whatsoever, and you're miscalculating it by trying to say that this kicks in through the supremacy clause. It just doesn't. It's not how it works.
Abby, and I don't know if it's, I just got here, but I don't know if it's material to the conversation, but the U.S. is not a party to the ICC.
This is not material to the conversation.
Yeah, that's correct. We're not.
Yeah, ICC has nothing to do with UN. So, Abby, the UN requires members to pay the dues. The expenses of the organization shall be borne by the members as portioned by the General Assembly. This does not, this is just for the functioning of the UN, right? Functioning of the UN does not include UNICEF, UNDP, UNRWA, and all of those things that the United States has withhold funding, etc. Those things are voluntary. UN Charter has nothing to do with UNRWA. Nothing whatsoever.
You're saying the UN, who has under the UN banner, UNRWA, you're now
Yeah,
saying that they
that's
don't,
all.
because I just told you that they were supporting Hamas and that they had UN operatives in Hamas, or Hamas operatives in the UN. So now all of a sudden the UN doesn't have a connection.
Are we having a legal argument or not? Legally,
No,
right?
legally, we don't
Legally.
have a legal obligation to have to comply with what the UN votes on. We can choose not to. We have that
So-
discretion. That's how we entered into our
UN
treaty.
doesn't.
We
UN
can
votes-
also
how-
stop funding it, which is a big push that's happening now.
Abby, I'm sorry, there are many votes in the UN, right? Like there are 10,000 commissions that vote of stuff. What do you mean? If you're saying
They
that.
don't matter to the US. It
Okay,
does not matter.
Can we have one mic on Emperor?
Are you saying that the United Nations Security Council, of which the winners of the World War II sits, that according to UN Charter, right, creates binding legislation, if they so choose to, does not have any authority in international law, and the United States is not bound by it, you will be wrong. If you're saying that about.
That's incorrect again.
I'm speaking. If you're talking about that, about General Assembly, then you would be correct. If you're talking about Human Rights Council votes, you would be correct. There are many votes in the UN. Some of those things are binding, like the Security Council resolutions, right? Security Council resolutions create binding law. According to the Charter, that is not false.
That is absolutely false.
This is like basics of international.
No, it's not. It's false.
Okay.
You're fucking lying.
You can yell about it.
Again, if it was so binding, why is Russia still trading oil despite the sanctions? How is North Korea doing it? How about all the fucking sanctions from the Security Council on Pakistan not getting fucking nuclear weapons? Guess what? That was fucking violent. What about the developments in Iran? How about the funding for terrorists around an organization casting? How about your fucking camel junkie, fucking terrorist bombing fucking fucking people, getting fucking all sorts of Security Council measures against it, and still fucking violating them? Again, they're not binding laws by countries. The UN has absolutely no power. It is feckless, spineless, and filled with a bunch of fucking pussies, if ever I've met one. Like, it is literally the dumbest organization in the world, because guess what? It contradicts itself, and all the countries don't fucking follow through. Israel doesn't have to follow, the same way Saudi Arabia has been ruled upon, didn't have to follow. Fucking Europe doesn't even follow its own fucking edict when it tries to fucking impose those binding things there. Fuck the UN. Fuck you fucking blue helmet. I wish somebody would fucking nuke that fucking entity. Because quite frankly, I'm tired of American soldiers having to bail out your country.
Wait, hold
I'm
on,
tired
guys.
of
Hold
your- I'm tired of-
Everyone hold on. Listen, let's get back to the shares short, no interruptions. I don't mind the profanity. We have no rules against it. Call me weird. I kind of like the rants that get animated. I kind of like them. All I would request is that we make sure that we just be a little more succinct, and then pass the mic to other people for response. I want to see the back and forth, the volley and the serve.
Could I ask Abby a question? Quick question.
Well, first of all, I want to ask if Brad was complete. I know the Emperor wanted to respond. Brad, are you complete?
No, we are not binding to this fucking faux organization that does more harm than good. And as someone who's, and I'm sure there's other veterans on this stage who can attest to this, we're well fucking aware of the blue on green fucking attacks from you fucking retards that want to fucking claim UN sanctions and we have an imperialistic thing. Because we're aware of our brothers and sisters who've been shot at by cock monkeys like you. And as far as you towelheads fucking preaching about the
Emperor, I'm gonna just clear the deck for you. I just wanna let everyone know, Emperor is gonna respond, and if he says something that somebody disagrees with, go ahead and write it down. You'll get a chance to respond, but we're gonna let Emperor speak, and then I know Jules wants to go. So we're gonna have a little bit of a queue, a little mini queue, not a full queue, just a mini queue. Emperor's gonna go uninterrupted, then we're gonna go to Jules, and then we'll just pop it back around. And I do wanna make space for people that I know are a little less likely to like punch their way in. There's some introverts that are on the stage that want to speak, I know this, so let's try to find the space for them. But Emperor, go ahead, followed by Jules, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so first, Brad, if you're gonna bomb the United Nations, I don't know if you know that, but the headquarters of the United Nations are in New York. But to the point of whether UN Security Council resolutions can create legally binding obligations on every UN member state, legal basis of it would be Article 25 of the UN Charter. Members agree to accept and carry out the decisions of the Security Council. Again, reminding you that the UN Charter itself is ratified by the United States and signed into law, and as Mojo rightfully introduced nuance, that is still the law of the land. And the Security Council legal obligations would be self-executing.
Again, there's no enforcement ability. What are they gonna do?
Abby,
It's a different topic.
let me ask you a question, Abby. I don't think that the UN is a treaty. That's where I'm coming from. I was in the tax field, I was an international tax examiner. We had treaties with certain countries. When we had a treaty with a certain country, the treaty took over our laws. We had to abide by the treaty. But that was a treaty with a specific country, not a United Nations. Like we had a treaty with the UK, for example, that interest expense would be done under certain formula with the US-UK treaty. Okay? Not under normal circumstances. The interest expense you pay is what you deduct. We have to follow the treaty. Now, of course, when there's a treaty, there could be disagreements within the treaty. I mean, we could be fighting with another country. I don't want to use the term fighting. We have a disagreement and we have to take it to court, so go up to higher authority, and it can go on forever, which is the right way to do something. Now, my question to you, Abby, is the United Nations, I think he's wrong that the United Nations is a treaty. What do you say, Abby?
As what I was trying to say before, we entered into a treaty on certain provisions of the United Nations. There are certain treaties that, like, let me give you an example. We entered into the civil, it's a covenant, let me try the initials, the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and we're bound to that because we entered into that particular aspect of what the UN treaty was. But still, there's no enforcement ability of the UN. It's an outline, I put this in the chat, framework for the international community to cooperate, but the UN doesn't create laws at all. I mean,
that's right.
So you have to look at it that way. We have made an agreement with certain aspects of what they do, but we specifically carved out that they don't have supreme power over our legal system. If we want to enter into an international treaty on a specific area, we have, but not generally everything the UN does. It's not how we entered into the United Nations in the beginning. So I think the word treaty is throwing people off as you're seeing it. I don't know.
That's right. Well, I would say this, that the UN Charter
is a treaty, but the treaty results in how it's organized, and we agreed to the organization of it. But we didn't agree to any kind of supremacy in it.
Again, the treaty also says that, for example, Security Council resolutions, right, Article 25, agree to accept and carry out the decisions of the Security Council, right? Now, U.S. has a veto on the Security Council, so it can guard against any action that are aimed against U.S. interests, right? But it doesn't mean that legal Security Council resolutions, if they are worded in a legally binding manner, are not binding on the United States if that resolution came to pass.
Could I ask a simple question? Or maybe try to see, because I understand you all have an in-depth, and I'm trying to learn something. So, if I listen to, I've heard the word binding and different things, or not enforced. So if I put it in the perspective of like a speed, like here in America, speed limit. A lot of us break it, but if they pull you over, you can pay a penalty. Is that the treaty and the UN type situation?
No.
No. What I'm saying is that if you break it, nothing's going to happen to you, right?
This is like you jaywalking in fucking France. That's the extent of it. It's akin to that. Maybe you get punished, but I doubt it because it's fucking Paris, and let's be honest, it's the French. No one expects much out of the French. So overall, like, again, it's irrelevant. They have no say. It's like, so here, take this. I will say this. England is full of pussy wank fucking bitches. That they are feckless, they're colonizers, they're horrible people, they don't, like, I think we should have, like, continued and invaded England again after the Revolutionary War and the War of 1812. I think we should have conquered England. I think many nations should conquer England and make them slaves for 1,000 years. And I hate England. I think the Queen is better off buried in the ground, and thank God Lizzie's in a box, along with Princess Diana. I hate all of that. So now, according to English law, I can be prosecuted because that's hate speech against the crown. It's hate speech against their government. It's hate speech against the country. They have laws against me targeting their own people. You know what? Good fucking luck, England. Come try it, because the United States will not tolerate you trying to enforce your crime laws in our own land. We are not responsible to the United Nations or any other nation. And secondly, we carry the biggest stick. We have the biggest weapons. We have the best weapons. We have the better fucking everything around. So again, the rest of the world is kind of like, well, we wish you wouldn't do it. And the UN does not have any legal binding or power over anybody in the United States without going through the president and our own Congress. And Congress and the president are really strict about that shit. So are the courts. So they don't let them.
Real quick,
could I ask Emperor? That's what I was about to ask Abby. I think Brent's here.
Bren, why don't you co-counsel this with me? I gotta get dressed for something. Bren?
Yeah, I mean, was there a specific question? I've been listening.
Yeah, he's been citing the supremacy clause, claiming that because the treaties were passed by the Senate, that it becomes the supreme law of our land, and it binds American citizens, and it binds us.
Didn't say citizens.
Yeah,
and as we were explaining that when the UN was founded and what treaties we have with the UN, it's not, we haven't accepted.
Specifically been talking about the UN Charter only.
And we're saying we're not subject to the full UN Charter.
Plus the other.
Yeah, so when the UN was founded, right, you have the UN Charter that was drafted. Every single member state that currently exists inside of the United Nations, whether you have, you're one of the five with the permanent veto power on the Security Council, or you're any of the lesser member states, you have agreed upon your membership or your entry, right, to the ratification process. And that process that you are going to abide by in entirety the UN Charter as it is when you join. So one of the things that's there is that the United States, the UK, China, Russia, essentially the founding member states, they agreed to the charter in entirety as it was drafted. Any amendment to that along the way, there's a perceived agreement
and a perceived obligation of duty, but there really isn't an enforceable obligation. So as they have made adjustments to the basic UN Charter and the standard rules and provisions operating, if you're one of the original nations, you're only bound by the original rules. Now, when it comes to different decisions that the UN passes, right, the General Assembly passing a resolution means absolutely nothing for enforcement. It has no enforcement action, right? That resolution can then be pushed to the Security Council, and the Security Council is the enforcement end of the UN, right, which is the permanent members, including the US, including Russia, including China, including the UK, including France, that have veto power, right? Everybody else is not a permanent member in the way of veto standing. And so if a measure is passed in the General Assembly, it's a recommendation at best, right? It's an advisory of the opinion of the majority of the nations that are member states. It is not binding on anybody for action. The Security Council then meets on these things. And if a permanent member vetoes it, nobody's bound by that lower decision because it is not considered passed. So if we veto it, if Russia vetoes it, if China vetoes it, it is not a passed measure, and therefore it's not binding on anybody.
And the question isn't about binding. The question is, does it supersede U.S. law?
Well, there's a difference between U.S. law and international law, right? The U.S. is an entity, it's a sovereign nation state that has agreed to certain things. If the U.S. agrees to abide by an international standard, that doesn't make that a U.S. law, right? That means that the entity of the United States has said, sure, we are willing to abide by that. That doesn't change the laws on the books in the United States. And so
that's not my question. That's not my question.
That's what you just asked, Jules. So perhaps you would do better at wording it more specific.
No, all right.
Literally what you just said.
Does it supersede U.S. law? For example,
here's the thing. I assume you would be able to pull that answer out of what I just said to you, right? If they are not, if the United States is not bound by something, right? So if the United States says, hey, this is a General Assembly ruling, we are not going to veto it, it's now a Security Council ruling, this is now international law and expectations, right? That does nothing on affecting the United States internal legal system. So there is nothing to say that supersedes anything, right? They're two different things. It's like two cars parked in the same garage. The United States has its international obligations as it agrees to abide by them. Then it has its own ruling structure for inside of its own domestic border. Those are not the same thing. It's two handbooks. Right? It's like having one set of rules for your house and one for your lake house. You may be involved in both of them, you may use both of them, but the rules are different. And so it depends on what are you talking about superseding. Because you're using two different sets of rules for two different implications. Inside of the United States, inside of its domestic sovereign territory, the U.S. is bound by its own rules. Engaged by its own territory, it's bound by international regulation that it's agreed to. Those are two very different things.
I think the
Trying to
Constitution
make
was
the
part
legal
of it.
argument, Brent, that.
They had mentioned the Constitution. It impacts the U.S. Constitution.
Wait, Gary, can you allow Abby to respond to Brent?
He was trying to make the legal argument that via the supremacy clause, because a treaty is ratified, that becomes the supreme law of our land, and it binds us and our actions through the supremacy clause. So
The domain of international organizations.
Yeah, no, that
doesn't work.
Not at all. The U.S. Supreme Court has never issued a ruling. It's not been read that way in any way, shape, or form. Our laws do not change because of agreements we have made on the global stage. Our guidelines do not change because of those agreements.
You don't understand our
Can I get a word in?
Can I respond to this? We have one right.
I'd like to get a word in when I can.
Why don't the guy who makes the argument, what's in it, why don't he respond to Brent?
It's Emperor. Brent, real quick for clarification, Brent, what is your title? Like, what is your, like, job title, Brent?
So here's the thing, and
You
most
mean
of
that
this room
thing
knows.
just because the
No, hold on,
Tuesday-
this is fine, this is fine, I'm okay with answering this, I'm okay with it. I, I sit on a federal bench within the United States federal judiciary. I'm not getting more specific than that due to document.
That's all we're looking for, Brent. Thank you.
Okay, I know Anson was trying to get in, Anson, or let's, does Anson have like the rebuttal, so Anson wants to get in the queue, Anson, did you need to say anything?
Yeah, thank you. Not really about I'm in full agreement with Brent. I've never said that we're in charge of domestic law. I have said that according to the U.S. Constitution, under the supremacy clause, under which we are in charge of arrest, but, the treaty, here's the wording, all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law to them. Now, that doesn't mean that overrules the Constitution, right? Or it's on equal ground of Constitution. There are Supreme Court rulings on this stuff that Brent can talk about, but UN Charter does not govern domestic issues of the United States. UN Charter governs international relations, right? And the things that UN Charter outlines as responsibilities of member states are not only the stuff that goes through Security Council, although that includes two, as Brent has discussed, right? Stuff like other responsibilities that are part of the UN Charter itself, right, is refrain from the threat of use of force, right? The prohibition of the crime of aggression, of attacking another state outside of self-defense, right? Threats against states' territorial integrity or political independence, that's often stuff, right? But this is all international relations stuff. Yeah, those are obligations on the United States.
Iraq war proves that we don't need it because the UN was against it and the US said, fuck it, we're gonna invade it, and we went through 2003. So if you finish talking and you can't, and you want everybody to do this one mic thing, but you can't shut your own fucking pie hole. So again, that whole level of respect. I know, I think you just need to shut up. I think
We're gonna move on to Anson. Anson would like to speak. We're just gonna move on to Anson. Go ahead, Anson.
Wow. I look at the poll, and I wonder, based on the results of the poll above, the quality of K-12 education. And then I think about the quality of discussion on Clubhouse. And I again say, wow, I'm complete.
Gary. Okay, so does Brad want to go? Does Brad have something to say? Okay, go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, I didn't see the poll up there. I'm actually shocked, but okay, go ahead. Yeah, I don't really care that people can add anymore. I think that a lot of people's points are just off. For the privacy clause in the United States, like the number of times that the U.S. has ignored the UN. 2003, we invaded fucking Iraq, did we not? I recall that. 2001, we went ahead and went full tilt and did Afghanistan, despite the fact that the UN asked for a calm, measured approach and a consultation. And again, all the U.S. actions. We didn't give a flying fuck. And the U.S. tried to pass binding resolution that we wouldn't invade everything, and the U.S. said, go ahead, try to enforce it. Nothing there. We aren't bound by entities. Let's see, there's multiple times. We like the number of times the UN wanted to bind and tie up Israel, and the U.S. said, well, fuck you, go ahead, try it. We still sent weapons over there. We still sent financial aid, despite them wanting to, condemn and hold court and put Bibi Netanyahu in jail and hold him as a war criminal. I mean, holy shit. The withdrawal from the Paris Agreement. The UN wanted that binding. Trump pulled that up, so guess what? We didn't suffer any consequences. Again, there's no enforcement. The UN is a paper tiger. I don't care if it's located in New York City You could put it in base shape for a life care. It's not going to fucking matter. The US decides what it's going to do, when it's going to do it, and how it's going to do it.
William, can you mic up, William, please, or mic up?
Wow, okay. So again, we are not bound to anything with the UN, and at any point in time, we will and have multiple times ignored whatever the hell they want to, regardless of their wishes. If that was the case, you know the number of times we would have been in trouble? Holy shit. Like, I can't believe people really think the UN is our governing body internationally. It's not.
Can I get in the lineup? I'll fix it on, there are murderers that evade law and are not prosecuted. That does not mean that law doesn't exist. I guess this is asking too much from Clubhouse, but there's a difference between normative conversation, right, and legal conversation, more specifically, and the actual existence and enforcement. If you ask me, enforcement powers of the UN is a strong, I would say no, but that doesn't mean anything for the purposes of this conversations.
But it does, Emperor. The concept of enforcement in the law, but we can get into just the anatomy of law. Go ahead.
Can we finish, please?
Yeah, there's also a lot of this confusion that the UN, I guess, the UN, the Paris Agreement has something to do with the UN, but not really, like it's only UN is just like the conference thing. And that's all, right? Like the ICC, that under which you mentioned Israel, et cetera, has very little to do with the UN. They have some reporting requirement to UN. That's the extent that they have to do with UN. That's like a different body. You have some meme of the United Nations, right? And we're talking about specific things. That's all.
Oh, hey, can I get on the queue?
Yeah, hold on, I think Abby wants to respond. Abby, did you want to respond to that group?
No, let other people, I was just going to get philosophical with him about law, but let other people talk.
Go ahead, Rich.
Oh, Anson, I was just gonna ask for clarification. You do realize it's 238 times 1,000, right? I was just checking.
Well, with my background in physics and, STEM stuff and teaching at school, I think I have a pretty good idea what the answer is. It's a very simple answer. Look at my comment in the chat, and I'll leave it at that.
Hold on, I just want to really quickly say, I normally don't do this, but, Doc of the Apocalypse, welcome to the month. Please join the house. I see you down there, so it's always a pleasure to see you talk in this room. I think you might like this room, Doc, so if you're so inclined, if you enjoy the conversation, please join them up. Okay. Next speaker, thank you.
Yeah, I want to say, Anson, yeah, your answer is wrong. I don't care what physics you know. I do appreciate your service. If you did serve and you're a captain, my grandfather retired as lieutenant colonel in the Korean War in favor. So, and yeah, 132 successful missions.
Yeah, Sean, the reason I was asking that question was,
Crazy answer.
Sean,
It's not 2.3 million.
Yeah, Sean, the reason I was asking the question is because we always hear boomers that'll be like, oh, these young kids, they don't know anything, they're not educated, they don't know math, they don't know how to read, but then they go and ask like boomers, like, when was the Declaration of Independence signed? And they go, 1865? And it's like, answer's 2.3 million, it's clearly 238 times 1,000, it's 238,000.
This is why Nancy Pelosi and older people should actually have, this is why we should have term limits.
Don't go completely off, Sean, but,
I figure it was a vision issue, maybe.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. You're not gonna go after him like that. You're not gonna go after him like that.
You don't go after people saying they don't know their math. I don't care who the fuck you are. I don't care who the fuck you are. If you say something wrong, I'm gonna call your doctor.
Okay, Anson would like to respond. I keep saying, gentlemen, please, one mic, Anson would like to respond. Anson, go ahead. Anson? you like to respond? I saw you were off mic. If not, we'll just get back to Brad.
Basic math, 238,000. The 238 times 10 to the third is equal to 238,000. Now, if you want to argue with that result, I can't figure out how you can do it with simple frigging arithmetic.
Anson, you answered
But go
2.3
ahead.
million. Anson, you answered 2.3 million.
I said 238,000 times 10 to the third is 238 times 10 to the thousand is 230,000. If I mistyped it, I apologize.
That's what we're asking, Anson. That's why we're asking for clarification.
Well, it's a simple fucking question. If we can't agree on that, all right.
That's why I was asking, maybe you didn't see the comma or something. I thought you thought that it was 238,000 or 238 times 10,000. That's why I was like, well, you call us all dumb, but we all answered 238,000, but Anson answered 2,380,000. That's why we're asking.
That's because I'm a dumb old man.
No, I figured it was maybe you need your glasses. That's all.
I can't believe the stage is roughly chaos because he picked the wrong number in the poll. But okay, Jim.
Well, it was an interruption with a bad argument, that's all. So we had to respond. I mean, I don't care your age.
Hold on. Hold on. Nobody's selected 23,800.
Talking. A lot of you, I would trust Captain Anson, who's actually piloted a nuclear submarine beneath the waves fighting people, than a lot of you fucking waffles with your basic fucking computer that you went to figure out that fucking answer. Leave the man alone.
Thank you. That part. Leave the man alone. Jesus Christ. Like, real. Y'all can't be serious right now.
Well, I'm just saying, let's put him back in his house. He's gonna get the damn wrong country with those numbers.
Remember when you were looking
You know, Nye and Brad, you don't have to protect me. I can stand strong, and I won't hit the wrong fucking target with my submarine, because I'm 83 years old and I don't have a submarine to shoot from, God damn it.
Yeah, I just want to say we all answered correctly except for Roger, which clearly did it on purpose.
Okay, I'm gonna pick the wrong answer too. Please trigger everybody. Now everybody.
And I apologize for diverting from a rational discussion. I just got a little pissed. Sorry, shouldn't have done that.
Anson, and I apologize for any disrespect. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I know I came across that way. My apologies to you, sir. And I do appreciate you serving for us, and appreciate you wholeheartedly. I mean it. Thank you.
And I was just busting your chops, Anson, that's all. You're a sailor, you should know that.
Well, I think that's all, I mean, it's all very humorous, and we'll come back to that. But I do think that the controversy between Abby and Emperor is really, it raises a hard question here, right? To what degree is unenforceable law the law of the land, and to what degree do we expect people to respect it? I mean, people get away with crimes. That's true. So just somebody getting away with a crime doesn't mean the law is not the law, or it doesn't matter. There are, though, laws which, broadly speaking, are not enforced, and I think Brad is right to bring that up. It's like if we say, in Texas, the speed limit, it says it's 70. But I tell you what, I get on the freeway and it's 90 basically all the way to wherever I'm going. So I don't know we can really say that it's against the law to go 90 in the state. I mean, practically speaking, if you do it, nothing's going to happen to you. If somebody else does it, nothing's going to happen to them. So you kind of got to accept that it's something ordinary people do. And that's that's just part of understanding how the world works, really. Whereas like murder, okay, you murder people, probably you're in a lot of trouble. Okay, I'll be really honest with you. If you hit other cars with your car, well, that's not like speeding, and that's not gonna, be overlooked. So, right, I mean, there's a continuum here, but I could see the argument being that all these UN continuing resolutions are on the, the far, I guess, left end of that continuum where they basically don't matter.
That's what I'm kind of gaining is that it says membership, and I got a membership to a gym. I'm not forced to go, I should probably go more often, all that, but it's a membership. And if I don't go, there's nothing going to happen. But as you said with the speed limit, even though everybody may be going 90, if I get popped because I'm in a red car, sports car, and they decide to pull me over, there's a penalty for that. So I'm kind of looking at it like, yeah, gym membership, speed limit ticket, I can get away with it unless I'm in the wrong view. And maybe somebody wants to just check it out, pull me over. But then I got to go to court. So, yeah, I'm just looking at membership. It seems like a gym membership. It's what I'm learning from the conversations.
There are obligations that we have as a nation when we enter into a treaty, and they're enforceable. And what he was trying to say, I think, if I understand his argument, is under the Supremacy Clause, if something was ratified by the Senate, a treaty, then in fact, we're bound by it. So which is true as a nation, we're bound by a treaty and the ramifications if we breach the treaty. But the UN doesn't have enforcement on us. And we were very careful as to what we were bound to, and we pick and choose what treaties and what obligations we want to enter into. And our Senate, which is, that will then ratify the decision, and our House can pass laws as well as our executive with respect to foreign policy that can reverse those obligations and can change the course in our foreign policy. So I'm still trying to understand where you're trying to go with this, because it's fluid, and we are not obligated to the whole UN Charter and all that it is advisory form. It is not something that we then pay, a penalty or our country. I'm trying to understand what he thinks we choose not to follow something that the UN votes on.
Even if it's not, if a country, one country makes a treaty with another, makes a promise to another, what is your condition on that? There's no enforcement, so it's...
There is enforcement, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the UN.
You're right. So you understand, hold on, I just want to understand if international law is a thing at all.
That's a whole other question, Daniel. I think we've talked about that in rooms, whether it is, and what's enforceable and how is it enforceable. If you went, in your Texas example, you still broke the law. You broke the law if you have a tail light out, even though they may not stop you for it for 20 years. But if they happen to stop you, you broke the law. So, that's specific, and there's enforcement as a result of it. They can enforce a penalty, whether it's a civil or a criminal one. The UN it's more an advisory role, but we have obligated ourselves to some treaties with respect to the UN, but not all, and not ones that would bind our nation.
From what you just said, some now, I found at some point, then others was like whole offer to me, right? Can I talk? So, Abby, on enforcement, I agree with you. I have never argued for anything on enforcement, right? I'm having a normative conversation. The United States has voluntarily accepted obligations enumerated under the UN Charter, right? Specifically self-executing parts of the UN Charter, which is most of it, right?
Not most of it. Not most of it.
It has conditioned, let me get to an agreement. It has conditioned ICJ, International Court of Justice, jurisdiction. So I would agree with you there. When this whole conversation started, right,
because some other guy was on stage arguing that even, United States by striking Iran violated, Constitution. And I said, Brad, that the stuff that binds the United States is not only the Constitution and War Powers Act, which I don't think, well, I mean, there are disagreements on it. In my reading of it, it doesn't seem that the United States has violated it. It's domestic law, but the United States is also bound, right, by a self-executing clause of the UN Charter, specifically Article 2, which is limits countries' abilities to go to war. So only legal way under the UN Charter, because it prohibits, because of World War II and everything else, right, it prohibits crime of aggression. So attacking another country is only legal under the UN Charter, which, again, the United States has accepted this condition. It's only legal under the self-defense clause. And that self-defense clause is further restricted. Countries disagree on the interpretation of the self-defense clause. The consensus opinion in international law is that anticipatory self-defense, like the one that the United States argues in attacking Iran, is not a thing. The United States disagrees. I was only going to say that majority opinion in international law is that anticipatory self-defense is not a thing, because we don't want to do stuff like Russia does in Ukraine, because it also argued anticipatory self-defense when it launched the war against Ukraine, right? We don't want to do stuff like Hitler did with invasion of Poland, because Hitler also argued anticipatory self-defense, right? So for a good reason, those things are prohibited under the UN Charter. The United States voluntarily accepted the UN Charter, which includes Article 2, which is self-executing. So it has obligations that it only can act in self-defense if in use of force. So it's valid to criticize that the United States is breaking the UN Charter its own voluntary obligation, specifically Article 2, when it attacked Iran. This is
well, but then you have to define emperor,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I don't get too legal with you, but you'd have to define your terms, and you'd have to define what a threat is. You'd have to define what war is. You'd have to define what's a valid threat. Certain intelligence needs, and that's what I was trying to argue with him, that once the intel came back that it was threshold capacity, and the period of time before there was full proliferation was enough to feel the threat. What's interesting, by the way, in the last 48 hours, I've read that they just discovered weapons of chemical weapons being shipped, was either from the Houthis to Hezbollah or vice versa, and under the control of Iran. So the threats were not just nuclear, and there's a lot of, I think the question is there enough intel for a nation to feel that they can invoke that right of self-defense? Or,
Those states are going
and we can look at the Six-Day War as an example of it with Israel.
I mean,
Okay?
there are valid disagreements on this. What I offered you is.
Yes, no, I know them, but I stick by, you know, when you say it's, and you say it very eloquently, but all of those terms, all of those provisions that have to be the standard to meet in order to invoke the self-defense, all of those can be broken apart as to what justifies a threat. And what we could determine in our nation is a threat may be different than it's viewed in another nation.
Well, that's
right.
Okay, sure, and for you, that might be satisfactory, right? But we're talking about international law. Those terms, as they are written, are interpreted by different lawyers differently. That's why I said consensus opinion in international law. Again, because we don't have a supreme authority, because again, ICJ was supposed to be supreme authority, but the United States does not accept the jurisdiction of ICJ, or rather conditions the jurisdiction of ICJ. So we don't have a supreme authority of international law, and countries determine whether other countries' actions are legal or illegal for themselves, right?
But do you
We
think
don't have
we
a
should?
one-up.
So let me ask you, do you think we should? Do you think one country that has certain morals and principles to be bound by and other countries, I mean, I guess it's a very philosophical question, but do you think there should be one supreme world law?
I think, I don't want to go that far, but I think if we're criticizing Russia attack of Ukraine as illegal, right, then it opens the question of the standard, right, because Russia also argues anticipatory self-defense, right? They were saying that the Ukrainians are genociding Russian population or about to genocide Russian-speaking population. That's why they attack. That's their anticipatory self-defense claim. I, as along with the rest of the international community, reject the notions of anticipatory self-defense unless in extremely dire circumstances, which means immediate threat. And by immediate, and this is, again, there's a consensus opinion. Immediate threat is attack is about to launch now, not in a week, not in a month, not in a, I don't know, some later date, but it is about to happen right now, right? That is the standard for immediacy.
So I don't know, 6-day war, was that going to happen that day? Was it going to happen within 3 days, 5 days? Do you think there was clearly a justification for Israel to strike when they did in 1967? So, I mean, what's an imminent threat? Can an imminent threat be the proliferation of nuclear weapon and the capability to deliver it? So is that enough of an imminent threat? And also having your ships attacked by proxies and your troops attacked by proxies? You tell me, what's an imminent threat? Sorry, I'm gonna have to, someone's gonna have to jump in, and I gotta go to dinner, but.
Please, somebody else jump in.
Sorry, Emily, it's disturbing.
I mean, this is like a particularly detailed issue, which we're not gonna, then it's not coming down to what is an imminent threat, right? But I think the broader concern here is that international law has written a lot of checks it can't cash. No one who has the actual problem of considering an imminent threat is turning to international law to address that situation. They're on their own, and they know it. And there's many other areas where, you know, we would like for there to be law in this area. We would like there to be for there to be a court we could go to, but there isn't. And nations have to appeal to the court of war to sort things out. And I think here, the people who trust in international law trust too much, basically, and need to get real. And that's mostly Europe, to be totally honest.
I'm not European, I'm not American. I agree with you, but from other standpoint, I think they should, like we collectively, as people living, should learn from the lessons of World War II and strengthen international law, right? Because we don't want to end up in a situation pre-World War II and pre-legal nations, sort of legal nations for lyric law, right? Without any governance of these issues, so that everybody can attack everybody. That's not a good world to live in. So I think everyone has a vested interest to have good actors on the international stage that follows established rules. The rules are imperfect, the institutions are imperfect, the laws are not necessarily perfect, right? And maybe they, as you have said, can cash the check, right? They are too ambitious maybe, but that doesn't mean they normatively shouldn't be held to some, aspiration. So that would be my argument.
I also think we leave off a really important part of this discussion, which is the cultural effect. There's a lot that happens between not just the UN, but all these other organizations on a global stage that have things that occur outside the nation state that are beneficial to life. You would not want to have a world without it. You can improve it. You can take whatever's not cashing the check, as Amber was just saying. But you're definitely a better off world with it than without it.
And let's be clear, Jason, just to put it in context, like there is a field of law called international law that goes beyond the United Nations itself. And, there is standing that occurs from one nation's laws that propagate to another as well. I mean, is the judge still here to validate this? there are precedents that end up, getting propagated from one country to another, all the time. I mean, it recently happened, with a group of old ladies in Switzerland that were able to, successfully, prosecute a lawsuit against their own government, the climate law, and it got used as precedent immediately in 4 or 5 other countries.
All right, are we ready for a new topic, ladies and gentlemen, or do we want to continue with the review?
I mean, look, let's try to be constructive. I would be happy to talk about something else. What are you doing? What are you doing over the weekend?
Particular, the conversation.
You're cutting in and out. You're cutting in and
Right.
out. But yeah, like what are you guys doing over the weekend? Let's talk about that.
Nana, can you tell us about your room tomorrow afternoon? Access Hollywood.
Oh, wow, yes, tomorrow, 2 p.m. Central, I have a house here for those who like.
It's an 8 room.
Can you hear me, Charlie? Is that coming through all right? Okay, cool. Yeah, I have a house on here. It is certainly not as thrilling and exciting as being in Bluff, but we do talk about conspiracy.
No. They were arguing and fighting. Russia was fighting.
But that's why everybody came in, by the way. That's why all those other folks came in. Because they all want to, like, sort this out, you know what I mean? But
I was asking Brent about how much trouble Candace Owens is in, and, choose the boot comes to mind as one of the things that, like, where did that come from? Is that accurate? Shoot the boots? I'm not sure. Meaning like she's in really big trouble? Where did I get that from? Alright, I'll stay corrected.
Yeah, it's the first time I've heard that expression. It'll be interesting if she wins her lawsuit. I mean, if she wins, if she wins the case, if the proponent loses. But anyway, Monica, you suggested perhaps a topic change. If there's no topic change, then the mic is open if anybody wants to grab the mic, if they have any thoughts.
Sometimes, because, I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't hear you. I'm traveling in a different area. Go ahead.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. I thought you weren't speaking. I didn't hear you. My bad.
Did you guys leave this room concluding topic? Have you gone past that now from the original title?
We can circle back.
Yeah, no, if you want to, go ahead, Daniel.
Well, what the fuck was that? I mean, what exactly was that? Can anybody tell me?
Well, I think the speakers were really passionate about that topic and left the stage. It sounded like to me, from what I gathered, it was a big nothing burger. I saw a quote on TV today that Trump said, the quote was, "There's no deal until there's a deal." So, whatever that means.
And what about, did these guys talk about sort of the setup of it, the context of it, where it was, symbolism of it, any of that? Did anybody talk about that?
I don't know. Scarlett, were you here for most of that conversation? I know Anson had a lot to say about it. I think Brad had a lot to say about it. But,
the vibe I got, it was people were frustrated that there wasn't a signed thing at the end of the meeting. That was my impression. They were frustrated by the lack of information after a 4.5-hour meeting. But Sean was like, well, they only talked to half the party. So they have to wait for Zelensky and Ukraine to co-sign. So I like what there's no deal until there's a deal. That's good.
Well, you know, if there is a deal, then ends up being a deal, that will be good. There's something that was done in the context of just having the meeting that was a huge thing for Russia. And you can go to the Russian media to see how much they were dancing in the streets over it, so to speak. But Trump,
Well, wait, can you tell us so we don't have to do research?
basically, they loved the fact that Putin was on the stage show with Trump, not with Zelensky, because it makes Zelensky secondary. Basically, what it does is puts Russia and the U.S. sort of on the same plane, like back during the time of the USSR, and the former premier president, I forget what the guy's name is, who arrived with him actually wore something that said USSR on it, and he arrived to a red carpet, which to me is a split screen on how he had his meeting with Zelensky in the White House, where they never even had lunch kind of thing, and he dressed him down, and not only did he
Yeah, Zelensky was dressed down.
yeah, and not only was Putin warmly received, whatever, let's say, try to make peace with him and all that, but he also traveled to the beach on the way there, which everybody can say it's no big deal, they're just a couple of minutes together and it's nice that they're being friendly and so on. That's a significant protocol. It's not a norm. Let's at least give the best benefit that we could give to it. And, when the entire event is over, they were supposed to have a meal together and didn't. That's a mystery. And secondly, Putin spoke first. And what Putin had to say to me was very significant. He said two things I thought. Now, one, he took the time in a very small address to say that Trump said that he would not, Trump said that there would not have been a war if he had been president, and he said he agreed with that. He looked straight at the camera and said that. So everybody who loves Trump and believes that there would not have been a war if he had been just brought up that confirmation, number one. And the second thing he did was, he started off by talking about this sort of shared reality of the United States and Russia being so close together. They're only 3 miles apart, and Alaska used to be owned by, and then talking about all the economic opportunities between them. But this is a peace summit. This is not about strengthening ties with the United States. This is a weird thing. Like, you can do one, you can do the thing together, you could argue, you could do both, but this is, it's the thing that is behind the peace summit. Just no question, you can carry on with the lunch or anything about Caribbean. I don't know why you're interrupting me.
What you're saying isn't that important.
Isn't what?
Well, let Daniel finish his thought and then Jim and I will straight.
I was just giving my take. But thank you, Monica. Anyway, this to me is very strange. Kabuki theater. I think that it is to draw attention away from other things they don't want talked about. That's fine, but there's no sense of creating any peace in the world without all three of them. And there's absolutely no peace possible unless they have an ironclad guarantee. And that ironclad guarantee has to basically be NATO, even if they don't call it NATO, so that he can never take any more. And I can't see how they're going to pull that off. I can't see that being pulled off by a JFK, never mind a Donald Trump. I don't know how they're going to do it.
Thank you, Daniel. Al, did you want to say something, Al?
I just wanted to make sure my friend El Caribbean came up. I mean, this Trump Putin stuff is not nearly as important to me as what's happening to an industrial homeland in Israel. Israel has the right to defend itself, and I think everyone should condemn Hamas as an international terrorist organization that applies to Iran, quite frankly.
This is El Normo, who has to change his name to come on the app, and wants to just change the topic, obviously. But we were talking about Trump and Putin, so you'll step away to El Normo.
Well, I said that piece. I appreciate the space. Thank you for hearing me out.
Somebody in the chat said that you are a troll, basically, and a loser, and that you hate Jewish people.
Oh my Lord, they're blasphemy and they're libel and they're slander. El Normo? Wait, El Normo's Jewish.
Well, they're almost more than Jewish.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question. How can someone be more than Jewish?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Maybe by being an ultra Zionist, I guess?
What was the question, Monica?
Because I know I was a super Zionist.
So if you're a Jew, is that more than Jewish?
Yeah.
That sounds disrespectful.
I wear
It
that
is
label
disrespectful, actually. It is.
I wear it out.
Disrespectful.
Wait a minute, why does he sound like El Normal though?
Because that is El Normal.
Normal, why are you so hard
I'm
today?
not trolling. Why do you think I'm trolling? Zionism is inherent to Judaism. Anyone that doesn't agree is either a self-hating Jew or an anti-Semite.
Wait, so Monica, is this normal for real? Cause
It is. It is him.
Okay, so this is not disrespectful, but it sounds like normal with extra Jew. I'm sorry, it's not.
Well, multiculturalism for thee, but not for me.
That's funny.
I take that as a great compliment. Thank you, Sally.
You are a character.
Wow, craziness, this is crazy. Okay, popcorn style, who wants to go next? Oh,
I
Andrew.
think Al Carabino has something to say.
Okay, go ahead, Al Carabino.
Yeah, I just think Putin really is the only international voice for black people across the globe.
Can you break that down for us?
Black then gay, too, right?
I did a documentary called Driving Harlem Black. I won an award from the NAACP. I don't know if you guys are familiar with my documenting Jews and blacks is at a great
Can
time.
you put a link in the chat for us?
Of course, I'll put it in.
That is actually real.
I don't know why, the members who, individuals who are not members of the BIPOC community, y'all fascinate me with your obsession with the blacks. So go ahead.
The blacks. Al, what do you think of the blacks?
They're my favorite subgroup in America. I just dropped a link to the documentary in the chat, by the way. It's on PBS, you can watch it. And, yeah, we've been tied to them since the beginning of time. We share the same struggle. We've both been victims, eternally. And, we unite in our victimhood, in our trauma bonding. And we've been trauma bonding together since the beginning of time, and we'll continue to trauma bond together. And, yeah, I just really, my heart goes out to these people. They have it so bad in America. You know, with the racism, discrimination, gender, everything, you know, just the systemic racism into prison population. We see it in the members don't lie. And we need to advocate for these people and bring about diversity, inclusion, and equity. We need to bring it back. We need to make the good we can. Otherwise, the country is going to go damage.
What about DEI in Israel?
No, not in Israel.
Well, why not?
Because it can't be a Jewish state, as you said. You know, we're just trolling. We're just trying to get over that stuff.
You know, Ann Coulter made a comment.
Critical, no?
So Ann Coulter, I'm gonna ask Al or whoever was talking to take tell lady. I watched Ann Coulter's interview with the trigonometry guy today at the replay. And she made the point that Israel would never, and not anything scornful, but would never have a Muslim leader. And everybody said that's right, because a Muslim leader in Israel would not meet the needs of the country or its citizens. And I thought that was an interesting observation.
Exactly. That was nonsense. That would really take away our ethno state. It's obvious. I support Ann Culture, whatever her name is. Yeah, she's a wise woman. She knows what she's talking about.
we need to stay 70% at least, and keep the Prime Minister, the Minister of Internal Security, the Minister of Finance, the Mossad Chief, obviously they all need to be also Canada's nationals, doing everything I can, Canada to talk from me.
It was a wonderful interview. She had an interesting take on Ukraine, and with Konstantin Kisin being Russian, there was some tense moments. And also, they just pushed her a little bit on her Vivek Ramaswamy stance about not wanting a first-generation Indian American as the President of the United States. So it was a really good interview. I quite enjoyed it. One of the funniest things she said, they asked about Russia and Ukraine and Israel and Palestine and how Trump had promised that on day one, both of those terrible situations would be resolved. And she said, well, I don't know if you might have noticed or not, but Trump can be a little, can exaggerate a little bit. And I'm like, yeah, that's hyperbole in chief. Because Trump absolutely can exaggerate stuff.
It's not
Shit, it's not just exaggerating. You can't do shit that he says you can do. You can't do that. That's just not just exaggeration to me.
Daniel, I understand that you're frustrated and distrustful. That you believe that he is taking America down the wrong path. I understand that. Welcome, Tom Lady, to the state.
You don't understand what I'm thinking about it, or what I'm actually thinking or frustrated or anything, what you just summarized. I don't think he's taking down any damn direction. I don't think he even planned for that coming.
Well, that's correct because that's for it.
Yeah. And granting it to him is a form of agreement that edifies him. And it is
Daniel, if I agree with you that Trump is really not a very great politician, would you agree with me that at least most of the country thinks that the candidate the Democrats proposed was demonstrably worse?
Yeah, the time that they took the vote, for sure. And if we would go by that fact, which is a fact that I would absolutely agree with you on, we'd also look at the facts of where it is now, too, and what the numbers show right now. Right?
Wait, what did the numbers show? Like, no, I'm serious. What did the numbers show?
I think he's got a 38 or 39% approval rating. He's got something over 65% of Republicans think that he's holding something back on and had a lot to do with, the whole Epstein thing. They're very worried about prices now rising. And that's amongst, even his own base. But even if you didn't include his base, he couldn't possibly have won what he won without having persuaded independents, and he's a toilet on independents. So if the numbers matter on the day of voting, they also matter now, or they'll matter especially in the next election, let's say. Right?
So, if his numbers are so low, I would think you would be happier, but you don't seem happy, David. Why?
Because I don't think the country is going in a good direction. I think it's going to cause a lot of damage. That's why we'd be happy.
Almost like I said that 5 minutes ago, sir. I said you're not happy with the direction he's taking us in, and you said he's not taking us in any direction, and now you said you're not happy with the direction he's taking us in. It's a little inconsistent.
Let me clarify my understanding, so we don't feel like a prosecutor. We just clarify. By virtue of making no decision at all, I can end up having decisions made for me. There's a consequence to that, right? So when I say that he goes into such an important international, really as historically important as Munich was in 1938, I believe that was, but he goes into that with absolutely no preparation whatsoever, doing more dividing than unifying.
How do you know?
Can I comment? This is double.
Daniel, if you don't mind asking, how do you know that Trump did not prepare for his meeting with Putin? And then after you reply, and I'm nice to do double, please.
Sure. Generally, there are norms in making international meetings happen like this, particularly amongst the adversaries, which up to now, Russia has been politically, historically, an adversary. There is more of a buildup when there's a sit-down for the proposition of an agreement, so that by the time they get there, they're simply signing what they've all worked out ahead of time. Now, you can say, oh, it's just his negotiation style, if you want to give him the benefit of the doubt, to go in and try to work it out himself with Putin instead of going through the underlings and so on and so forth. But if that was the case, then he needs to really come out with something like that. We'll see if he does. Maybe he pulls a rabbit out of the hat.
Daniel, since you're a big supporter of the NATO and the Democrats, they seem to be running somebody who is Muslim for a high office. Now, what is it about killing infidels that you think is inspiring? Can you just explain that to me?
But hold on, Benjamin, I did promise Double that he could have a
That's
turn
right,
in
we
the last.
hear from Double, but I'll wait.
And I know, Benjamin, you've been very patient, because you did speak earlier, and I don't know if your comment was addressed. So, Double, the mic is yours.
Before you go, can I just say, man, I am so impressed with the results of the poll, man. That's some smart people in this room, I love it.
Okay, yeah, I just want to say, this is like the second day, this is like 2 days later, Daniel still, has full-blown TDS, and the other day recommended he needed treatment. Today we see it again, he's saying, we hear him having cognitive dissonance, he's contradicting himself, he has all this, negotiation going on with even just keeping his story straight. And he's obsessed with Donald Trump and supposed incompetence, but really it's just that, I think at the root level, he doesn't like, the person who's in power. He hopes that, his preferred candidate, Vice President Harris, had won the election, and he's still in that, negotiation phase of, the stages of grief. He needs to get to acceptance, and he needs help.
If I walk Benjamin. Oh, you wanted to reply? Go ahead, and then we'll hear from Benjamin.
I was gonna say real quick, if I walk into a meeting unprepared, it's because I know my shit and I don't have to prepare, and I have the upper hand, and I know it.
Again, time will tell, you're right.
And how do you negotiate and sign a deal when there's only two people at the table?
Well, that's the point. That's why Putin, I understood, said a deal has been made, and then I think Trump replied with, there's no deal until it's signed. So there is a little inconsistency. But we'll see. Zelensky is not in a position of power. I don't know why people think he's got anything.
Do you know any Ukrainians yourself or have any in this room before, Monica? Because I know quite a few. And I can tell you that those people will never give up unless they have a security guarantee. They'll fight to the last person.
And what does a security guarantee look like?
That's going to be a very big problem to answer, but that is the $64,000 question, because what they put themselves all into a bind is that the only way they can have a security guarantee is effectively as good as NATO, maybe not call it NATO, that basically says that if Russia were ever to attack again, there's literally an international force that would have to stop him, because the case that the other side is making, and the Europeans are making as well, is that Putin's word cannot be trusted. We talked here earlier about international agreements and all that stuff. Basically, when you have a reputation as he has. Let me finish.
Well,
no, but I'm making a point.
No, yeah, but you gotta hurry so then a response can happen. What happens is
Just let me finish and get it out.
The university lecture.
Can't be trusted, so she asked what an international guarantee is. There's gonna have to be a guarantee that they can't be invaded. Again, they can't take Russia's word for it. They can't take Russia's word for it.
Okay, so here's the interesting thing. When they were disarmed, they were issued a security guarantee by the UK, by the US, and by Russia. So,
I'm aware of that.
Well, then it would be foolish for them to accept any security guarantee from any of those three countries because one of them invaded them and the other two have not stepped up to stop it.
So they have to have a better, they have to have a better one.
No.
They gotta have no one. I'm telling you right now, people will never stop unless they have an ironclad security guarantee.
Do you want to respond to this? Okay, well, how about this? I'll just move everybody down and you can lecture to the room and then we don't have a conversation. How about that?
Nope, I'm just gonna speak up for my point. You can do whatever you.
So here's the point. You're saying that, you know, that they would stop if they get a security guarantee, but they had a security guarantee and they find themselves in this situation.
It's good enough. It wasn't good enough. It failed. Doesn't mean they're not gonna try again.
Okay, got it. All right. I'll just move on. We'll just, I suppose if you were, I suppose if you were the leader of Ukraine, you would look to who, the UK and the US for a security guarantee?
I think it's gonna be NATO.
Oh, okay. All right, because the UK and the US shirked their responsibilities.
Yeah, they're too small. NATO is not small. That's what he's afraid of. That's exactly what he respects, and the only thing he's worried about is NATO.
Okay.
And you think he's gonna sign a deal which basically gives the Ukraine de facto NATO status?
As I said, I don't know what the solution's gonna be. I can't figure one out, because right now I can tell you,
Well,
those people
let me ask you a question.
they will never give up unless they have
I got it.
a security guarantee. It'll just be real simple with you.
I got it. What do you think Putin's motivation is? Where would he stop and what is he after?
Oh, he's after reconstituting the entire Soviet Union. There's no doubt about that.
Okay. So he failed in Chechnya. What happened in Georgia? What happened in that city in Moldova? It's like basically Russian enclave. Did he stop there? Did he stop in Georgia? Are there two independent states in Georgia, one on each side of the Caucasus Mountains? And they just exist, and they're basically Russian provinces. They have the flag there. They consider themselves Russia. Did he constitute anything other than those two regions? What about the city in Moldova, which is basically a Russian enclave? Do you not understand this is about the Donbass region, and it's about him having more than just one little highway with a few miles on each side of it in the Donbass region? And all he's trying to do is say, hey, give me this, and I'll give you back all the other land that I took.
Sure, if I took him at his word, I would absolutely see that. I also don't think that people speaking a language and having a culture on a sovereign borderline become your property just because they appeal to your culture. If you did, then you accepted when Germany went into the Rhineland and Czechoslovakia and all that stuff before the official war started, Austria, everything, they said those are all our people, they're all German people. He's saying those are all my Russian people. Why is that any different?
Well, you're drawing a comparison. Do you think that the Russian-speaking, Russian culture, Russian DNA, or by ethnicity in the Donbass region who have wanted to leave Ukraine and be a part of Russia since before 2014, before he took Crimea, do you think these people want to be a part of Russia? Or is it just Putin coming and saying, you're Russian, we're going to force you into it? Which is the pacification?
Well, I look at it this way. You are absolutely right that those people wanted to be part of Russia. I would see evidence by them actually declaring that, not by the troops coming to declare for them.
They did declare. Where have you been? Where were you in 2014?
You're saying, okay, in 2014 they were invaded. They did not have the population declare themselves wanted to be Russian by democratic means.
They formed two groups that had three letters. I don't know what it is, but there's two different groups that have been saying this before 2014, before he took Crimea. This is not a new thing here.
So he took Crimea, you do admit that?
Yes, I absolutely admit that he took Crimea.
Under the Obama administration, if I remember correctly. Gentlemen, we have some new speakers on the stage. Benjamin's been trying to get in a while. Steve, always a pleasure. If we can move the mic around, I would appreciate it.
Real quick, just a question for Daniel. It seems very confident in the support of the Democratic Party. I want
I'll just call it maybe the Islamic party, maybe this one, but, just, can you explain to me, given that there's this choice of running a person who openly, adheres to Islam, for a mayor of New York? Well, Daniel, what is it about, killing the infidel that makes you want to go out and vote for the mayor, for your candidate for mayor? Can you just tell me how that works? Love to know. Thanks.
Yeah. So, thanks for your question. First of all, I look at international conversations much more than local conversation. I don't live in New York. I'm actually a Canadian citizen. I don't vote in America. I do have taxes that I pay through institutions that I manage or own, and very embedded in American society. But I'm not going to say that I am a voter of any party of any place in the world. Not that often to vote anywhere. So nice try. I'm just commenting.
Well, how is Junior Trudeau doing in Canada? It's been kind of quiet.
Trudeau is out of power?
Junior, his replacement, Mark, is it? How's he doing?
Doing good enough. He's doing better than what the alternative would have been.
I disagree.
I understand.
You know, inflation's been out of control in Canada, totally unaffordable.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Our economy's in free fall.
What do you think Canadians think that's due to?
The rebalancing of the tariff?
So it is amazing, like the Liberals stayed in power in large part because many Canadians like Daniel, many voters, have been propagandized to the point of themselves having TDS despite, you know, Trump not being a politician in Canada. He's not a Canadian. But yeah, a lot of Canadians have TDS and they decided to continue to vote for the Liberal Party, who has ruined the country for 10 years. They're continuing because they had
The joke about the 51st state might have been poorly timed.
I agree.
Okay, if you agree, then you have an explanation for what took place. Did you know that people didn't want to keep the Liberals in power? They actually did perceive that this foreign actor was actually threatening America, or threatening Canada.
Oh, yeah, was foreign?
Canada, was threatening Canada, and like, I've never seen Canadians more united. It was almost like that thing in the movie when the alien comes from outer space, suddenly all the nations are going to bind together. All the Canadians came together against Donald Trump.
They came together to collectively, you know, commit sort of economic and political suicide.
We'll see.
Congratulations.
Can I ask Daniel a question about this when my turn comes?
Benjamin Lewis.
So Daniel, I am kind of curious about this tariffs business, because you kind of accused maybe Donald Trump of attacking Canada by raising tariffs.
I think to clarify, he's attacking the world, not Canada. Canada's attacking.
Oh, okay. But just to be clear, it's the tariffs, right? The tariffs are the attack.
Yeah, it's a form of warfare.
Do you remember how high those tariffs were that he was threatening Canada with?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure they were higher than what he actually applied.
Higher than how much? So 30%, 40%, 50%?
You know, I can't call it. I
Say when, 70%, 80%, say when?
So I have a feeling that Benjamin knows. So instead of torturing Daniel when he just said he didn't, could you share with us the numbers, Benjamin?
I don't actually know what the threat was. Let's say it was really high, maybe 50%. That's just horrible. That is just really violent. That is basically a nuclear bomb. Now, I was surprised to learn, honestly, I didn't know this before, but I was surprised to learn that Canada had already implemented 298% tariffs on U.S.
Show receipts to that, Benjamin, show receipts to that. Nobody's ever heard
of it. Okay, sure, I'll do that, for sure. That's a promise there, I'll get to it, you know, Very soon. Do you feel that Canada might have been launching some kind of warfare against the United States with their 298% butter tariff?
Well, first of all.
That's a yes or a no for you, Danny. That's a yes or no, just make this real.
No, I'm not gonna say yes or no on fucking.
No! Okay,
No,
Daniel on the record. Daniel,
Please.
conditionally, if I prove it, would you accept that it was warfare by Canada on the United States before Donald Trump was even elected? In that case, would you?
It's possible, I don't look at the context of it.
Okay.
Yeah, look, but
Okay, hold my beer.
I said to you that tariffs are warfare, all nations can engage in it, try to do the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, change the title of the room, Daniel gets owned big time.
Wait, what's that?
That's what you pay for it, that's.
It's gonna happen in 2 minutes. That's how long it's gonna take me to Google this shit. And then it'll be in the chat, and then I'll come off mic and say, please look at the chat. 2 minutes.
Sure.
So we got some Jeopardy music?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Well, I'd like to know the security guarantee, and we exclude the United States out of NATO providing this. What military superpower is there within NATO? You go to Canada's, to Daniel's home country, they got a standing army of 70,000 men. Britain has about the same thing. And you're really going to threaten the Soviet Union with security with a 70,000 man army? The German army is...
You would propose that the United States no longer be part of NATO then?
No, you was, the conversation was that the United States and Great Britain are unreliable because they shirked on it before, and your comeback was that NATO was going to supply the security guarantee. And my question is,
I think I politely said that it was gonna be difficult under all circumstances, but if it was ever gonna be provided by anybody, there could be anybody else but NATO, because it can't depend on any one country to stop him. It's gonna have to take the entire world to stop him.
oh, okay, well, I got the impression that you dealt with the United States, because basically, right now, NATO, as far as the military entity, is feckless without the United States in it.
Well, yeah, I mean,
You
could say it's feckless without the United States. My question then became legitimately, whatever your opinion is, do you think that America should leave NATO and leave it to itself? That might be your position, I don't know.
No, that's not what I'm saying, Daniel.
If it's not your position, then if the United States is part of NATO, it seems like an A-B switch to me, that if the United States is part of NATO and it is strong enough to actually prevent Putin from taking any more land in the world, that's all I'm talking about, the law. He should not be allowed to take any more land, no matter whether he thinks he has a right to, no matter whether he thinks the culture of Russians, no matter whether he thinks he's constituting the old lost Russian USSR. None of that is a justification for him to break the law and take a piece of land that's not legally voted for him or traded or purchased or some agreement that does not involve military force. If you allow one country on earth to do that, you allow every country on earth to do that. I don't think you want to live in a world like that.
Well, yeah. So you're the one that switched positions here, because initially the United States, by the conversation, had been taken out of this equation. And the question, NATO shouldn't even have to be a player in this. The Europeans, if they hadn't summarily disbanded their own military readiness, would not need anything other than the countries that are there. The Germans are perfectly capable of building a quality army. The French.
Do you think the Germans by themselves could stop Putin's weapons?
No, you're missing what I'm saying. This is the European backyard. And you had the Germans, you had the French, you had the major players within the European continent had been armed properly.
Then it would have been more of a deterrent in the first place, is what you're saying.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
weakness invites aggression.
I absolutely agree with you, and if you and I agree with that, then what minimum type of strength to prevent aggression going forward will be whatever the hell people can't figure out will be the appropriate security guarantee, and that will be the answer. And to me, I can't see anything in which the entire world unites to stop the aggressor, period. It's black and white to me.
Well, I think one of the problems we had in Ukraine was started in 1989 when we said we wasn't going to move the NATO alliance eastward, and we got right to Russia's front door, which I don't know if you know anything about the military strategy of Russia. There's a defensive posture called the Five Passes that the Russians have always considered strategic in their military defensive homeland, because once you get through that passes, you're basically in the open country. And that's why this movement of NATO closer creates such anxiety. And they kept telling people about this. They told people about it in the 90s. They warned them about it, that this was creating a problem, and no one wanted to listen. Then we started sending the NGOs into Ukraine, trying to influence the election, trying to start talking about NATO, join NATO. These are all things that created this situation. Now, Putin, did he have his hand in it? Absolutely. But to think that the West has clean hands in this is just disingenuous. There's a thing called the Polar Revolution. You might want to look it up and see what it says about it. And we had NGOs in Ukraine that was deeply involved in that.
Yeah, there's no.
Okay, 2 minutes. 2 minutes is up. We got your names.
Yeah, so you found Don Lumber also falls in this category that you didn't put out Gary. Those are long-standing, absolutely big conflicts.
Huge.
10 years.
Huge tariffs, right, Daniel?
Yeah,
Huge tariffs.
Yeah, that is, I mean, if you think that's a fair comparison, I certainly do not. That's a selective, specific type of things that they have not worked out for many years. But Canadian and American, hold on, no, overall, the Canadian and American relationship, if you can find me two countries in human history that have had a better trade relationship for longer than Canada and the United States have had, I will pay you.
So now, just to be clear, now you're saying 298% tariff is not, it is consistent with the best trade relationship in history, whereas like, what, wasn't it just, remind me folks, wasn't it just 3 minutes ago that 30% tariffs were tantamount to an act of war? Daniel, your progress is remarkable. I've never seen somebody progress.
Thank you. Do you have a very close relationship with somebody that, like, not everything that you agree with, that you not agree with, right? So I simply confirmed what you already just pointed out as some.
3 minutes, and we converted, we talked Daniel off the ledge in 3 minutes. He went from thinking 30% tariffs were tantamount to war to thinking 298% tariffs are consistent with the best trade relationship in the history of the goddamn universe. Daniel, front of the class, round of applause, most improved student of the year award. Everybody, put your hands together for Daniel Madelon. You are amazing, sir. You are amazing.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad we can keep two things straight at the same time, which one has to do with an 80-year relationship between these two countries who are now dividing their interests and going other directions for the first time in 80 years. And I said, you can find, let me say, Benjamin, you're going to be able to say whatever you want in response. If you can find two countries that have a better relationship than these two countries for the last 80 years, I'll pay you $1,000. Anytime in human history, okay? You're not going to find one. And to say that you want to be taking over the 51st state and coming in with these swaths of, because there's a supposed trade imbalance, they've had their conflicts that they've worked out in collective industries, which is all you're pointing out, which I am not approving of or anything like that, but it is not an expression of the entire relationship with Canada and the U.S., which is what I'm speaking to. And if you think it's more important to cherry pick on just those two pieces, go ahead. Have that. I don't have anything more to argue with you on that.
I'm not a professional educator, but, you know, I've had my moments in history. I've been at the university class. I have stepped into an elementary school from time to time. I've done the best I can with some of my, you know, nephews and nieces and my own kids. I've tried to educate all of them. But Daniel, in 50 years of educating people, I have never had the opportunity in a mere 3 minutes to educate somebody as much as I have just educated. So I appreciate
you just know the apex of your skills after 50 years.
This
So
has set the bar so high.
Make you feel so good about that. That really.
This has set the bar so high for my future educational.
There it is, yeah.
Serendipitous moments. I may never even try to marry somebody.
Not a free place. To just see such a perfect example of the legacy that you leave in all of your wonderful education.
I may never try to see people again because I for fear that I will not even be a third.
Well, that's a shame when you think you've reached your limit.
But thank you so much.
What's in that beer you're drinking? Is that like domestic or imported? Yeah, magical powers. It's like a Molson, a Hookshot? What are you drinking?
Glad to entertain everybody.
What's going on here? This is school. Don't interrupt. That was gonna ring 20 minutes.
The person that is spam waving at me, please stop.
Who is it?
Oh, wait, because it's Janelle.
Danelle, why are you waving at her?
I'll wait in a minute.
Danelle, why are you spam waving at her?
Curtis said he'd stop.
So Daniel, if Putin gets the warm water port, which he has in Crimea, and he takes Donbass, so he's got a big security blanket there, do you think he's really going to go back into Ukraine for more aggression to beat this security force that you're talking about? Or do you think he'll stop just like he did in Moldova and in Georgia? Bueller?
Yeah, I got a question for Daniel when, get a second. Oh, well, hey, Benjamin, how come you haven't responded to the poll above? You know what, I did respond to the poll. Did you change the poll?
He changed the poll.
Oh, sorry, give me a second. Daniel, I see you haven't responded either.
Yeah, I'm not. I'll let myself win or lose for a coach.
Well,
And Daniel is,
I wasn't here.
Daniel is winning.
I wasn't here, but I'm following Daniel and not following Benjamin, so like, probably Daniel.
Daniel is winning so hard today.
I think picking Daniel would be better just because it would be more fun to listen to Benjamin crash out if he loses.
Crashing out's not gonna happen.
Well, who's Benjamin?
It's me.
Are you new?
Lizard people. I am new, yeah. Just got Clubhouse.
I think she meant it like philosophically, like, who are you?
Wait, there are new people coming on this app?
Yeah, but I was just going to know.
Now that would be.
Oh, so, this is a question for Daniel. Daniel's like really beating the drum here for the Democrat. It's the Democratic Party.
And hold on a second, Benjamin, before you ask. Can one person on this app right now confirm that I've promoted anything about the Democratic Party tonight? Anything I've said?
Islamo Democratic Party.
Okay, so but only you so far have seen that, right? Nobody else want to raise their hand or just do a thumbs up?
Oh, well, I never heard you say anything that.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about the Democratic Party at any time tonight at all.
You were anti-Trump, but you weren't like promoting the Democratic Party.
Thank you for the clarification. Yes, I am anti-Trump, and I do want to say, in all transparency, I've met Mr. Trump before he was a politician. I have my own experience with him. I've told anybody that's ever asked me about him, I am not unbiased. I don't have Trump derangement syndrome. I have Trump traumatic syndrome. I was traumatized by him with 5,000 other people. And I was very close by him, and this is on record, on replay. Look at it on Clubhouse. 2 years ago, I told the story.
That's fair. Just for the record, I'm not a Trump supporter, but I am a no way Kamala supporter, whatever that is.
Whatever that is.
So just curious, Daniel, do you think in 100 years or 1,000,000 years, the time it would take for the sun to burn out, that Kamala Harris would grab it, would find the balls, or whatever, to invent and then impose a secondary tariff on countries that do business with Russia in exchange for the way that they attack Ukraine? Do you think the heat death of the universe would happen before Kamala would figure that out and then find the balls to do it? Or do you think that she would have figured that out on day one?
See, this is fascinating. I believe you when you say you're not a Republican, you're a Trump supporter, right? I'm just fascinated with why you look so hard to find, like, what a ninja this guy is when he's such a bubbling fool. That's what I don't get, Benjamin. Please explain that to me.
Oh, shit. Sometimes, there was actually a really good play I watched once. I might call the producer, I'm not sure. And it was about a bumbling fool who just could not do anything right. He would like eat peanuts during the audio take and everything, just complete idiot mess. But weirdly enough, serendipitously enough, like all of his accidents turned out to sort of like be accidentally genius. And he just like kept falling up. And it was sort of funny.
Being there with Peter Sellers, being there.
Well, it was a play, but probably, I mean, this shtick must have been done 100 times. It's super funny to watch. And I felt, but sometimes I do feel like I'm watching like the world's most bumbling idiot fail up time after time after time. And I feel like it's only possible because the Democrats left so much on the table. They made it so easy to fail up for Donald Trump. So, like, what did Katie do like 4 days after he was in office? Here's an idea. Let's take junk food out of schools. And I thought, seriously, like the Democrats left that available so he could just become Surgeon General and say, let's take junk food out of schools. Like, that was so hard for the Democrats to do? Well, apparently so.
No, Michelle Obama tried that. Benjamin, can you pull the refresh?
Sure.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Shaista.
Oh, she's like the third hottest chick on the app.
Oh my God, stop it, Roger. Hi, not Roger. Hi, Serendipity.
Is that really you?
That is me.
That's not even like one of her top photos. She's like, I'm serious. When I said she's like the third hottest on the app, I'm serious.
Honestly, that's a huge compliment. There's a lot of options on the app.
No fucking lie. There's been over 20 million downloads. And if half of those are female, which it's not, it's probably a third are female, to be in the top 3,
I'll take that.
That's
right, that is a great question. Who's one and two, Neil Brown?
Number one is Monica.
Wait, what's Monica? What's Monica? Monica?
We don't call her that no more. We call her Scarlet with 2 T's.
Scarlet, okay, that's my girl. That's 2?
Yeah, no, she's number 1. Number 2, this one you guys probably are going to disagree with me on, but I do like older women, and so Shirley's number 2.
Shirley, I feel like I know who Shirley is. I don't doubt she's gorgeous. Shout out to Shirley.
Well, I'll tell you this, if Shirley was 30 years younger and I was 30 years older, I would be so on it.
Curtis knows you too well to be guessed it right. He said number 2 is Shirley.
That's fucking wild. Curtis has been listening. I know I have a deal with Shirley. When her husband dies, I'm gonna be a pallbearer, and then the moment he's in the ground, it's on and popping.
No.
Yeah, she likes this plan, by the way. She wishes that her husband would live a long life, but yeah, when it's over, it's over.
Gotta get on with it. Gotta get on with it.
Yeah, what was the girl's name that barked at me? She was different. She was like, she's from a different part of town, as they say, and
What do you mean someone barked at you?
well,
Like bark?
yeah, literally, yeah, exactly. I can't remember her name. If I go and look at my Cash App, I can find it, because I did send her some money one day.
Kristen, did you send her the money because she barked at you? Pick it up, or?
No, we were in a small room, and she was telling us that story, and I subsidized her. Yes, B-worm, that was it, B-worm.
Shut up, B-worm.
Yes. B-worm was cool, though. She was funny. She's actually very attractive. She just, I think she's literally insane. So, yeah. But she's funny. She's hot. Shai, where you been?
I've been in my own little corner of the house, to be honest. Especially, like, there's no more, like, conservative stuff out there, so.
Was it ever really conservative?
That's up for debate. But you know what I mean, like no, it's not.
I
don't really exist.
Yeah.
Really just be me and Jazzy in the world, whoever comes in.
We go ahead, Danelle. Danelle's never seen a pretty woman before.
I've never seen it in my life.
Yeah, I'm gonna go mute up so Danelle can talk to the most.
I'm gonna start stuttering. I'm already sweating. It's pretty embarrassing. What's your background, Shishi?
As in, like, my ethnicity?
Yes, sure.
My mom's Puerto Rican, my dad is Brazilian and South.
Okay, that makes sense.
So, you guys ever seen a beautiful black woman? Like, what the fuck? Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Your piece, listen. I am the king of beautiful black women, and I'm just saying, there is a difference. Shai's like a cut above. You know, I mean, there's million great musicians, but when you see, like, the best musician, you're like, wow, that was an experience. She's one of the smoke shows with the app.
She is.
Oh,
You get all your flowers, but one thing I can say, and I hate to bring this up, I hate it, but I do, it's like, I ask white women this all the time. Why was it ever a thing when slave owners used to get out the bed with their wives and walk out to the slave quarters and get black pussy? What was that about?
You know, it's good.
No, you got pussy. No, you got pussy right here. Have your window. You got your kids. Why do you need to go out into the slave quarters and fuck the women out here that are slaves? They're black women with big booties. Why did they do that?
You know the
The answer is in your question.
They want some big booty.
Exactly. Thank you. It's like, hello?
I'm not gonna lie, those African chicks, they're built different. Like,
They got some bad bodies, and a lot of them, I know a girl from Ghana, I look at her body and I'm like, you go to the gym? She's like, no, she's just naturally.
girl, they're just naturally built.
Body, no stomach, flat stomach, like super hips and ass and breasts, big tits.
Your piece, are you old enough to remember National Geographic magazine?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out, like.
Oh, I'm asking you, are you familiar with National Geographic magazine?
Yeah, but I'm just trying to figure out.
So when I was growing up, that was my only exposure to seeing African American well, they weren't even American, they were African women with big titties. And some of them had like bones in their nose, others had these rings on their neck, but they had some big ass titties.
So, but that was a go-to masturbation.
Well, I also had a Miss Butterworth, and an Aunt Jemima, syrup bottle. Those were happening too.
And your mama had big titties. And your mama was like a double D.
Do you
And your mama was thick. Yeah, she had.
Hold on, your piece, hold on. Y'all remember Walona from Good Times? You guys too young for that?
Or Dee. What about Dee? She just died.
Yeah, she had a mustache though. Are we you gonna point out Shirley from that show too? What's Happening didn't have cute chicks, but Good Times, you had the sister, you had the neighbor. Like when I was a kid, I used to have a crush on Janet Jackson. That was probably my first crush was Janet Jackson on Good Times.
She fine. Was that Penny?
Yes, that was Penny.
Oh, she was so pretty.
I never understood why there's a demographic of white men who like women that have the bodies of like 10-year-old boys. I never understood that.
Are you talking about like guys that date Asian chicks?
Yeah, I never got it.
Well, not necessarily Asian, just black with me. I'm not going to speak for him, but it's like, I agree with that. I've never understood when I see a guy who's with a woman, and the woman is just like straight up flat up and down, like chest, no tits, no ass, straight up and down.
Like the legs are connected to the back.
Like swing from above, like. I'm like, she's not developed like a woman in any way. What the fuck? How you attract her? I had to work my butt off to get an ass because I have no titties. So my main focus is my ass.
Wouldn't it be easier to just grow some titties?
I don't know. I've heard some bad things about these surgeries, man. I'm trying to do it.
Yeah, me too. I like smaller boobs. You can get away with it a lot more.
Actually, no, because then, the nipples are nipples when you are braless, and I just can't do that.
Yeah, I feel like fake tits, they always look like they have hard nipples.
Well, so do you all have children? No. That's the thing. After you have kids, and I tell a lot of women, young girls in my community, when I go back for homecoming to my college, I'm very crazy. And they're like, all this BBL, they want to fix this, they want to fix that. It's so much shit. It's just a new culture that these kids, that the new kids get. And I tell them, I said, if you can just hold out, after you finish college, by the time you have a baby, you'll have a natural BBL. Your body will form into that. Your titties will get fat. It'll grow. Just give it a minute. Like, you haven't even had a baby yet.
Well, I've had 2 children, but after you breastfeed, maybe you didn't experience this, but I know many of my friends and family did. After you breastfeed multiple children, they get big for a minute, but then they deflate pretty.
They deflate after the time when the child starts eating like table food, and they're not sucking and stretching.
Yeah. The titties go from like a solid like a baked potato to mashed potatoes. It's like they just soften.
Yeah, they get sad. I just don't hate mine enough. Like, I have friends that like stay obsessed over it.
You have to understand that's a part of being a mom.
Yeah, but I think it's, to
and
me,
if
you're obsessing over something, just go take care of it. Like, live your life. But, like, it's not something that really upsets me. Like, I don't hate my tits. Like, sometimes, some days I'm like, these are pretty good. And other days I'm like, fuck, they look sad.
I'm not married to my ex-husband no more. Like, I do appreciate, like, sometimes I'll be breastfeeding our daughter, and she'd be like, she looks so beautiful right now. And I'm like, my titties look like trash. Like, the kids are sucking them, one big, one small, one, it's, dude, you gotta have the right man. I think there's gonna be understanding, because some of the breasts are gonna be aligned and pumped up the whole time. I've had a couple kids. They're not gonna be the same. So you should fuck off.
Yeah, and some women they have one is, a whole size larger than the other. Like I don't know. I'm the only one in my family, that doesn't have a boob job. I'm like the last woman standing, and I feel like I just at this point, like, I'm just gonna be different and be the one with small tits.
And then, and on my breast, give me a break. I'm feeding your kids, I'm breastfeeding, like, bro, give me a break. I mean, anybody on stage if you're a man. Don't you think if a woman is feeding kids or maybe 24/7, like every 6 hours with her breast, they're not gonna be looking the same. Can you guys just give her a break?
I don't think it's the men so much that put that pressure on us. I think it's just ourselves and kind of the comparison thing. And I don't know. My husband's kind of like, whatever you want to do, like he doesn't have it, He's more of an ass man anyway, I think. And I still have a nice ass.
But that's good, like, you still got somebody to understand it, like, my neighbor, her husband was not understanding. Like, she's like,
She's a food man, maybe, maybe getting
she's out of set of twins. They told her to wait 8 weeks before they had sex. Do you think that man waited 8 weeks?
Oh, that's a shame. That's fucked
up. No. She said probably by 5 weeks he was still trying to have sex with me. And he knows, like, I need to wait. They don't care.
That's so sad. That is fucked up, especially she's twins, so she probably had some tearing. I mean, that's
You wanna know what's crazy, Holly? My pussy stretched out the older I got, but I score more with the singleton versus the twins.
Is that because they were seconds?
Maybe.
Probably. Your first one. How big was your first? How big was your first?
All my kids were small.
Okay.
But my first was like 6'4".
Yeah.
The twins were
That's wild though.
within 5 pounds. They dropped down to like 4. The water was.
Yeah.
We got a poll up.
What is this for? Do you prefer big old cities, little old cities, or mid-sized cities? I don't know.
I wish there was an option for, like, any, any city thing.
Yeah, my first shy was almost 10 pounds. He was stayed in the back, so it's fucking horrible. So I definitely had tearing. It was, not
What do you guys think of those big giant areolas? Like the big, like they look like buttermilk pancakes.
They look like macaroni. Oh, yeah.
I'm not a fan of a giant areola.
I think that's hot. I only had tear with my first daughter, and she did weigh almost 10 pounds, and that shit ripped my pussy, and I had to get stitches after that.
Oh yeah, me too, for sure I had stitches. I think my areolas are on the bigger side, but I've definitely seen way, way, way bigger. I mean, mine aren't like National Geographic big.
Mine are pretty normal, thank God. Yeah, they're pretty normal.
Wait, is Mojo curating a intellectual discussion on Oreo?
They want to know, are you moderating Roger to come down if you get your pussy ripped?
Wow, this sounds very, like a very profound philosophical question. Roger, you are doing an excellent job of elevating the discourse here on, Clubhouse. Very good job, sir.
I appreciate that, Concrete, but, when I talk about subjects, I like to know a little bit about them. So I know about them big old titties, them little old titties, the mid-sized titties. When I go into the spaces that you're in, you're talking about Hegel for 45 minutes, and then when I come to find out, you never even read Hegel. You should talk about things you know. Do you know anything about titties, Concrete?
A man asking another man about that seems a little sus. I understand that whites are much more comfortable.
Well, imagine having a 9-pound baby through your dick. How do you think that will feel?
Again,
If you had to have
our
a baby, a
conversation,
9-pound baby through your dick comes in a little hole, I mean, the pain that you would have. That's what we're talking about, the pain that we have as women.
yeah, and Roger seems to be doing a great job curating this conversation. And, I apologize for interrupting. Please, Roger, please continue your conversation on areola size and using the penis as a birth canal. Congratulations.
Concrete, a lot of us would have had, so, this is an include.
You're a bit in the matrix, but Concrete, you're gonna have to give me a break here. I'm in the back channel. People are feeling the need to send me photographs of their titties. So I'm giving real-time feedback on titties, so give me a moment.
Yeah, congratulations. This sounds excellent. Sounds very high tier. And up there with Hegel and Aristotle, Thomas Aquinas. You're doing an excellent job, Roger. Excellent job.
I appreciate your support, Concrete. Concrete, where's ICAP?
Again, seems like a sus question. Very uncomfortable for me.
Why don't you ping him in?
Into your comfort zone.
Why don't you ping him in?
I'm sure your ping button works just as well as mine. Pause.
Probably not. Does this topic make you uncomfortable?
I just commended you for having a high tier conversation. I don't know why you would think that it would make me uncomfortable.
When was the last time you've been with a woman with great big old titties?
Again, a man asking another man that seems a little sus. And I'll just refrain from engaging.
You like to call that locker room talk. Have you ever been in a locker room?
Yeah. If you are comfortable having these type of conversations in a locker room where men are taking showers and so on and so forth, again, that's a you thing, bro.
Talking about titties?
I'm not gonna shame you for your preferences. I'm just not gonna indulge, right?
You don't indulge in titties?
Again, seems like you're trying to goad me into a conversation, and not interested.
Are you a homosexual? You're a homosexual?
Because I'm uncomfortable talking to you about this? Interesting.
Have you read your Bible?
Yeah, it's getting real uncomfortable. You went from locker room talk to now you want to talk about the Bible. A little schizophrenic, not gonna lie. Anyway, I take this as my opportunity. I'm gonna take this as my opportunity to say good deal. You have a wonderful night, Roger. Great conversation.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for stopping by. All right. Interestingly enough, that we could talk about titties, and it's a better conversation than the room that he's going back to, called chillism.
You got beef for chillism, Roger?
Beef now. I like going in there, and it makes me feel better about myself to know that there's people that stupid. So I'm like kind of like, I'm a bit of a midwit, and so when I go in there, like I feel really intelligent.
Yeah, man. I used to go in there all the time, and then I got banned.
What? I thought it was a free speech zone.
I deserve the ban, though, to be fair.
What did you do?
Whatever.
What'd you do?
I don't even want to say it.
A hint?
I released public information.
Oh yeah, that's a violation even in this room.
Yeah, I was really upset at that time. I know I was wrong. I wouldn't do it again, but I was really upset.
That's okay. You've grown. You've learned from your mistakes. I think it's probably worth it to have gone through it to end up where you're at today.
I think so too. That room is something. I mean, they have some good topics sometimes, but for the most part, it's just a room to trigger people.
Well, they banned too many people though, and made it to the where they kind of made it this like, they banned some interesting voices, let's put it that way, you know, where it's gotten a little boring,
Yeah.
Anyway, where have you been, Roger? Cause, I haven't really seen you around until, like, in the month and your mojo now, so.
Yeah, I was off the app for about 7 months, and then I came back. Then I got clipped for like 3 days, and then I'm back, but I'm gonna be on a week-long vacation, so I won't see you kind people until, what's that, the 22nd?
Oh, where you going? Yeah, where you going?
I'm going to Vancouver, BC, and we're going to Whistler. There's no snow at Whistler, but it's still nice this time of year.
That's cool. You said we. Is there a lovely lady in your life, or bring your...
Why is she gotta be lovely?
What size are her areolas?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Joe, don't let them drag you into this stuff. You're the one that's supposed to class up the joint. What the hell? Jesus.
I don't speak often.
I know, and then you're asking me about a female's areolas. It's very uncomfortable, I have to be honest. I think Concrete's right about this room.
I mean, that was a pack the punch.
I guess you and I would have never worked out, Mojo, in the end.
No, I think in the beginning we would have problems too, but no, you said you got a nice ass. It would have worked for a minute.
To counteract the areolas.
You just keep the shirt on and cover them baloney titties, and we'll be fine.
Oh, come on.
It's okay.
Holly, if you try hard, you might be able to be in plan B number 2.
Right. Perchance to dream.
I can put you on the list. I mean, it's long and distinguished, but I could get you on the list. But if you look at my PTR, it says it all. It tells you everything you need to know.
I feel like you've used long and distinguished, in other ways.
I mean, Curtis raises his hand. You don't do that very often. Well, Curtis, what do you got going on?
Why was Concrete so uncomfortable talking about females? And that was so weird. I just had to say it. It's a bit about it.
It was very, very different.
Virgin.
Yeah, but no matter the topic, that's how he always comes into a room.
Yeah, always wanted to be uncomfortable. Yep. Not only that, like, when people try to get biblical, I feel like they put so much on the woman, and I'm so tired of it. You know,
I like putting so much on the woman.
She couldn't have let you know what, she should have never let you to eat garden with food and just let you starve. She could do that.
Hey, Mojo, do you think that, I don't know Concrete, but do you think you've actually read St. Thomas Aquinas on ethics and being?
At least we led you somewhere we get food.
You know, Joe, I don't think he's read much at all. In fact, in talking to my good friend Io, the biggest problem with chillism, it isn't that so much that they're stupid, it's that they refuse to stay where they're at, or they refuse to leave where they're at. If they've read books, let's say, up through junior high and then stop, they have no desire to pick up a new one. Like, their growth has been stunted, all of them. And you know, when we read books in this room, like we read the Tao Te Ching. That was a good shared experience where we read out loud to each other. If you were to mention reading a book out loud with chillism, what would you have to do? Like Dr. Seuss? Like, I couldn't even imagine what grade level you'd have to stoop to be able to get them to participate.
Well, what you're describing is arrested ignorance.
Hey, yo, one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish, fucking snap. Like, I don't care what anyone says.
Oh, pockets. So now you want to be a smarty pants, tell me.
That was the first rapper in history, bro, was Dr. Seuss.
Hold on.
He started the game.
Pockets, so you're a woman of letters, and you know these words very well, but how about math? 814 times 1,000.
Oh, not 814,000, bro. That's crazy.
Damn,
Yellow guy.
Yeah, my girl got still. Hey, how come the women know math better than the men on this app? Isn't there like a trope that men know math and science and women know English?
No, it's because we live on a clock. We have a clock. We have a clock literally internalized.
Shirley, did you hear that we were complimenting you earlier?
Number 2, baby.
I didn't hear, but I need encouragement today.
Got it. So number 3 most attractive woman on the app was Shy. Number 1, you guys know I have to go with Monica. But Shirley, out of all the women that have ever downloaded this app, you were number 2 most attractive woman on the app.
Abso-friggin-lutely.
Oh, that's absolutely precious.
Yep. Do you remember playing Monopoly and you get the card that says you won 2nd place in a beauty contest? Shirley, I'm gonna mail you one of those cards.
So what, in what context were we having this conversation?
Well, Shy came in here and like all the guys like jacked off on her and told her she's a very attractive young woman. And we complimented her and we let her know that she's the 3rd most attractive woman on the app. And so somebody asked the question, well, who's number 1 and who's number 2? And I think everybody was able to guess that, you know, Monica's my number 1. But well, they'll say Curtis picked it correctly. Curtis was the one that said that Shirley is number 2. And that is true, Shirley. You are the 2nd most beautiful woman on this app.
Well, that is very kind. I appreciate that.
And then all the other women are tied for 4th. There's no losers in this room.
I thought there was going to be...
You get a trophy.
I thought there was going to be a mojo scale of beauty, but nope, there's not going to be. There's only 1 through 4, and everybody's number 4 except for 1, 2, and 3.
It's a pretty good world to live in.
Very charming man.
You know, they...
I'm not charming. I'm not charming.
I didn't say anything about your charm or lack of charm, dear. I just said Mojo's charming.
Shirley, I described to them our arrangement, and some people cringed and was like, oh, that's not good. Can you describe to them what our arrangement is?
Well, he says he's going to be the pallbearer to my husband's funeral, and I'm his next wife. This is he's saying this to be charming. It is charming. But the thing is, there's going to be a lot of girlfriends between now and then, because my husband's going to live to be 92 at least, right?
At least 92. We're hoping for 102.
Absolutely.
We should probably stop talking about this now, because it's going to get very uncomfortable.
Well, someone has, one day we were horsing around and someone said that I wasn't a Christian. I said they didn't have a sense of humor.
What? Scarlett, we had a Clubhouse beauty contest. Any idea where you finished?
Well, as a beluga whale that's 575 pounds and 75 years old with a limp, I'm thinking I got first place.
You did, girl. Look at my PTR.
You get it, girl. Yes, thank you very much.
Talking about how pretty people are.
No, like, yeah, well, I only changed the title a little bit.
Well, let me just tell you, Monica, you won first place, Shirley came in second place,
Shy came in third place, and then all of the rest of the women on all of Clubhouse tied for fourth.
Only as honorable mention. Just heads up.
Can I just mention something else that's big, and that's the budget for the United Nations at $10 billion a month. We spend $10 billion a month at the United Nations. Does anyone here want to keep working, 5 days a week to fund the United Nations here for $10 billion a month? That's what we've been spending for 25 years. It's unbelievable.
What does Grok say about how much money we spend on gender studies in Pakistan?
I can ask.
I saw an interview once. Who was it? Tucker Carlson interviewing someone, and they talked about soft power, and they said that that's actually strategic to infect the Middle East with woke, toxic leftist ideologies to weaken. And I'm like, well, that's kind of a stretch, but I believe in soft power.
Do you like hard power?
Finally, that's my nickname.
Donate now to kitovercongress.com. Every time Rich talks, I'm going to talk about John Kitover's campaign because, from what I understand, I thought remuneration of her atonement for past grievances would be addressed. So, John Kitover for Congress.com.
Do you guys know how much money the U.S. taxpayers spend every year to support is it crabs or fish that they put on treadmills?
Shrimp.
Yes. So just so people are aware of this, shrimp on a treadmill, this is something that your taxpayer dollars go to. I know that you guys like to think that it only pays for roads, but it pays for shrimp on a treadmill. Look it up.
That shit's important. It's really important for the country.
I'm trying to visualize shrimp on a treadmill.
There's video. No, seriously, it's a giant shrimp on a treadmill in the water.
Is it pineapple?
Wait, hold on. John, can you look up and see if the bill that funded the treadmills for shrimp, and let's see if Darren voted for that?
Sure, let me
Brad did.
ask
Brad
Rob.
said he did.
I don't know about y'all, but I think it's been a pretty productive day on Clubhouse.
I like the fact that we recruited some people for the campaign. That was pretty good.
Well, I did get a text message. I wanted to share it with you all. This is what Edward
This
wrote.
doesn't sound good from your voice.
This is what he wrote me back by a text message. Looking at comments looks like spamming and waste of time.
Wow, you know that.
So just wish him well and thank you for his time. That's all.
You know what that tells me? That tells me that the operatives from the Darren LaHood campaign, they sabotage yours. You might want to think about a lawsuit over that.
Well, I think I should be able to sue just on ballot access, but you can't really get any justice. It's very difficult, and it's a rigged political industrial complex.
Okay, so this man had no job. He answered a Craigslist ad, which means he's kind of needs a job. And because of Clubhousers, he turned down a paying gig.
Well, the chat.
You know what? That was my fault. When we knew as soon as he agreed, we should have shut down the chat that way, and then removed certain people from the stage.
then he could have came, had a positive experience in the mojo positive vibration space. And if that would have happened, he'd probably be out knocking on doors tonight.
So, Roger, I got a question. Has anybody actually ever looked into why they did the whole shrimp stuff? I mean, I thought it was kind of fucking stupid and weird. Like, we're spending millions of dollars testing shrimp on treadmills, but when you actually... Yeah, so the bacterium in shrimp and stuff like that caused by environmental factors and also overfishing can cause higher blood lactic levels in the shrimp and decreased endurance and like longevity of the shrimp's life. So like, I mean, yeah, I get we're running shrimp on treadmills, but I mean, like, if you spoke to a scientist, he'd probably be like, there's actually a reason why we're doing it.
So, Rich, here's the problem, right? I can say the most absurd thing, like shrimp, we pay for shrimp to run on a treadmill, and there's going to be somebody that's going to say, yeah, I like that. Then there's going to be somebody that defends the gender studies in Pakistan. Then there's going to be a whole group of people that are going to defend the spending that we have on the military-industrial complex. Then there's going to be a group of people that supports the spending that we do on Medicare and then Social Security. The interest on the debt is the third largest line item, and the reason why is because people like you think that we should defend the right to taxpayer dollars to fund treadmills for sure.
So overfishing and bacterium and pollutions and shrimp and stuff like that, like, that's not important or no?
No, you're right. You're right. With only $37 trillion in debt, we should do more of these experiments. Fuck. Like, how are we ever going to know if our food supply is safe if we don't spend at least $40 trillion?
Well, I mean, do you think we should study like honeybees, like extinction of honeybees and stuff like that? I mean, you think that's like important or no?
Well, honeybees are crucial to the ecosystem. That's a little different.
So shrimp.
Wait, how do you think we got this far, Rich? All right, wait, hold on. Are you one of those people that thinks the Earth is only like 4,000 years old?
Oh, no.
Okay, so how old is the Earth?
I would have to look up the amount of billions of years that it is old, but I don't have the exact number yet.
And how long do you think human beings have been walking on the Earth?
I think it's like estimated like Homo sapiens, like 150, 200,000 years.
Gotcha. And Homo erectus probably another like 40,000 before that.
Oh, yeah.
Homo erectus,
That one makes me laugh too. It's a long
I'm only laughing because pockets clap.
So wait, do you think I'm trying to justify like, global climate change and stuff like that, or do you think I'm saying that maybe over polluting, overfishing and stuff like that's probably bad for like,
That's not my argument, but I'll get to my argument. My argument is this: we got to where we're at by not worrying about a lot of that shit. And now that we have all these studies, and we can now tell you, the BMI of a fucking shrimp, all of a sudden the world is a much unsafer place. Everybody's got more worries. We're more stressed out. We're more depressed. I think we should go back to a time when we didn't have these worries.
I know, like, what was like the estimate on like, sperm whales and like humpback whales like 150 years ago in comparison with now, today? And then on top of that, like the environmental factors of like putting these large wind farms out in the ocean and like fucking whales now suiciding themselves on the fucking beach. I mean, I think we should study that stuff and like try to figure out if we're gonna accidentally fucking wipe out all the fish and wipe out all the fucking shrimp and wipe out all the fucking humpback whales, and then we probably shouldn't be making lipstick, out of fucking whales.
100%.
No, I get what you're saying, that shrimp on a treadmill sounds like fucking outrageous, but like if it's showing like environmental factors, overpollution, overfishing, bacterial.
Rich.
Yeah.
Why does it sound ridiculous?
No, because you just said, it's a shrimp running on a treadmill, which sounds like cartoonish, like it's from Looney Tunes, but when you actually look into the research, you're like, this is talking about like overfishing and pollutants in the ocean, and like we might lose all the fucking shrimp in the ocean, and that might affect like the entire ecosystem of the entire fucking ocean, or like, harvesting whales to make fucking lipstick, or, just fucking allowing the Japanese to fucking just murder every fucking whale in the ocean so they can fucking eat them. Like, probably a bad idea. We should probably look into that.
Did you guys know that they freaking make snails have orgasms for face cream?
You know, I'm not defending like fucking transgender Pakistani shit, but like, I understand that it sounds cartoonish to shrimp run on a treadmill, but I had somebody explain it, and I was like, that doesn't sound right. There's no way that it's actually like an environmental thing. And then I looked it up, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, this sounds like fucking something that we could do. Like, we should probably figure out if, you know, we're gonna lose all the shrimp in the ocean,
What
all
about
the
the
fucking
beagle
monkeys, you know?
experiments? What about the beagle experiments done by Fauci? Those were
Oh, yeah. They were horrific and terrible. I agree. But there might be a valid reason why they were doing that. I don't agree with human experiments on like putting fucking flesh-eating flies on fucking beagles, you know? I think we could probably use some type of other mammal that, you know, isn't as sentient as like, you know, a fucking beagle.
Well, they have the point to use those types of animals because they have weaker systems, kind of like ours, to where, you know, so I feel like that's why they do that, which is fucked up, but that's why they did it.
Okay, that guy is an evil ass. That's why he did it.
Yeah, that's for
You know, come on. Anyway.
No, there's gotta be another reason besides that.
Don't we like test anthrax on fucking racist monkeys to like figure out the effects on the human body, you know, when somebody gets exposure and like try to make up fucking, you know, like different types of things to try to combat things like anthrax, you know, like I get what you're saying, but you know,
we test almost everything on those people because it's fucked up. We test almost everything on them, yeah?
So millions of people don't die. I get that. It totally makes sense.
Yeah.
We create viruses that aren't in nature and send them up to want to see if we can make a vaccine against, I'm sorry, Fauci is an ass. Okay, it's late. I need to mic up.
Well, they didn't do it to make a vaccine. They did it to like try to further the advancement in bioweapons. I mean, like the Ukrainians were doing it, the Chinese were doing it. But it's not to like try to make a vaccine. It's to trying to figure out like how to fuck wipe out mass groups of people.
There we go. The same guy who puts the flies on the beagle wants to know how to wipe out the old people. How conspiratorial do you need to make me be tonight?
Real question. Shirley, what would you say, conspiracy or conspiracy theory?
I don't think it's a conspiracy theory. I think
because a conspiracy is just 3 or more people involved in conspiring against someone or a group of people. So, like, a theory is just a theory. That's all.
Well, I got a theory.
Oh, how many conspiracies are happening on the clubhouse?
Oh, conspiracy theories or conspiracies?
Conspiracies. Sorry.
Maybe the little things was hard.
Alright, hey, we're gonna introduce a new concept. We're gonna start it tonight. It's gonna run forever. If you want to remove somebody from the stage, all you have to do is donate $5 to John Kitover for Congress.
Hold on. I think there should be a tiered approach to this. Like if they want to remove a moderator from the stage, that's gotta be at least worth $50 or I'm gonna be spending a lot of time in the goo, and I do want to make sure it's worth it.
How much would it cost to remove a moderator and all their alternate accounts permanently from the room?
I haven't put a dollar on that, so we're gonna simplify this. Look, fundraising is better when it's simple. So if you want somebody to be removed from the stage, you have to pay $5 to the John Kitover for Congress, and that keeps them off the stage for 1 full hour.
No, that's not worth it.
Including moderators?
Yeah, that's not worth it. We need like a tiered structure, like, you know, $200 and Monica and all her other accounts are gone permanently for the room.
No, I'm worth $100,000 and John would only get 50. No, I'm serious. $100,000 and I would get half.
Maybe on your life insurance policy.
No, Rich. Put up or shut up. Because you're annoying. You've got the money, Daddy. You own your own business. You're doing great.
Scarlett, can I want to provide a little pushback here. I think you're priceless.
I think this is a terrible idea, and you're putting a target on my back, sir.
The
But
link.
if you're going to insist on doing it, make it worth it.
Okay, that's fine. Hey, if somebody wants to remove Scarlett from this stage right now for 1 hour, it's going to cost $1,000.
Wow, link is in the chat, everybody. Link is in the chat. Daddy Warbucks, where are you at? Well, negotiate.
Well, you guys pick John Leftier. He's got deep pockets. And then what we'll do is we'll tell him that Verizon is better than T-Mobile, and then whoever says that, he'll want to remove them, and then maybe we can get $1,000.
I don't know. I mean, I would agree with that had T-Mobile not came out with the new Starlink. So the Starlink feature is pretty badass with T-Mobile.
John, let me know when the money comes through so I can move myself down.
Okay, I think the campaign would be willing to take $50 right now to have Monica removed for an hour. Is anybody here
we said
willing to
1,000.
contribute?
Don't discount me, John.
Well, this is the first. This is the first donation to the campaign.
No, it makes me annoying. No. Grand. 1,000.
Scarlett, did I just hear you say that you were going to go down?
I will go down in a month for $1,000.
I might cough up $1,000, man. This is getting exciting.
I think I kept you in my cash app also, by the way.
I like this.
Okay, so you have 5 minutes for y'all to pull your little pennies together to donate to John Kitover. We don't even need a single donation. If 10 people do $100, it's done, and I don't think you should put a price on me, Akimo.
But Scarlett, what if you gave 50?
Because I think that's bullshit.
Roger, I will stay within the confines of the rules of the room. But I just want to mention, within Clubhouse itself, there was a room, and I'm not going to be specific because that would violate the rules, but there was a room earlier that was talking about, is it acceptable to kiss children on the mouth or not? And if so, is it considered sexual in nature?
Was this a Buddhist room that was talking about the Dalai Lama?
No. It's one you're familiar with very, very well.
Chillism?
I am not going to violate the rules.
What an awkward
No, let's not get involved in the conversation, Akima. No, I did not jump in that shit.
Hold on. Here's another way that we can raise money. What if for every $10 you give, you can cause somebody from the goo that's never spoken to come up and say their, just give an opinion. You get to ask them one question. Like, for example, let me look. No, all of these motherfuckers speak Kirill. For $10, I would donate right now $10 if Kirill would get up on the stage and allow me to ask him one question. It might be a math question, but one question. Kirill, are you willing to come up? This doesn't work that easy. It's easier to put people down than to bring them up. Anybody want to put Kristen down? We're taking bids, starting at $1. Scarlett?
Your money is going to go towards this campaign. I realize that putting ads in Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, the biggest towns in the district, I'll just put the ads up in Chicago and get some college graduates to work on the campaign. Chicago's got a lot of employed college graduates. So, I think if you want to help this campaign, now is the moment. The dollars must flow. The spice must flow.
Tomorrow, call the University of Chicago, ask them what their process is for tabling, and then bring a folding table with a tablecloth, and then just have some literature, and bring a stripe so you can take the donations right there. University of Chicago has a lot of people. That is the one school in America that actually gives a shit about the debt.
4 more minutes before the offer expires, I'm going to be removed from the stage for an hour.
Monica, can I just say I love your PTR? I got $20.
20 bucks will get you how much of 60 minutes is prorated per 1,000? Let's see. 250 for 15 minutes. 20 bucks will give you 1 minute of me in the booth with you. There you go.
John, what do you think?
Hakima, can you do $40? $40.
For 20 minutes, Akima, 20 minutes of not hearing Molly Karen voice on stage. 20 minutes.
Hakima, the way.
$20 for 20 minutes is pretty good. That's $1 a minute. That's really good.
I am negotiating this contract, Rich. Stay out the way because you haven't donated. You haven't donated. You shouldn't even be on the stage, sir. You don't even belong here on the stage because you didn't donate. As a sign of your true apology. I don't even know why you're here. Alright, Hakima. I can barely hear Hakima. I'm the only one that can barely hear. $40 for 20 minutes, Hakima, and I promise I won't know. Yes.
I said you are kicking this nigga right now. You are fighting for your life.
Jonathan, we're doing donations in the last 7 minutes because this offer's about to expire.
Well, I think whoever makes a donation is going to speak up, but we haven't really had a meeting of the mind yet. Hakima, can we do halfway at 30?
30 for 20 minutes.
30 for 35 minutes.
For 25 minutes.
Going once, going twice. Sold to you, Hakima, the highest bidder. Link is in the chat. Scarlett, enjoy your time in the goo.
Well, I need confirmation of the payment.
You will get it shortly, guys. You will get it shortly.
Well, upon receipt, you will be good.
I will do it myself too, please.
This is exciting. Maybe I could auction myself off. Actually, when I was in college, I organized a date auction while I was living in Australia, and we raised.
No, Hakima, you gotta negotiate that you get to be on for that few seconds to kick her.
I don't think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, that's good. That's great.
That wasn't part of the deal. I'm saying next step. I will do it again.
How about an extra 5 for that?
$40 in the year. You can't be moving yourself, Scarlett. I got it.
No, sir, that wasn't part of the deal. I will not let you touch my PTR. No hands on me, please.
Her choice.
Maybe we can do a campaign date auction where we auction off the most beautiful girls in Clubhouse to a Clubhouse date.
Ooh, I got 5 bucks actually.
Alright, this is feeling uncomfortable like slavery, so probably should stop right here.
Why? Because I picked a black woman.
No.
Well, don't you understand? This is the new DEI CRT policy. He's gonna kick you to the goo.
No, he's not going to touch me. I will move myself down as soon as you confirm payment.
No, he included the extra $5 to get the kick. Sorry, Monica, you already agreed by default.
No.
Can you cancel that payment?
Hit the subscribe button now.
Alright, there you go. Alright. Kima's now a moderator. Oh, come on. User's not in the room. What?
Ah, boy. That felt good, didn't it?
Can I just say that, despite the fact that I like we're raising money, seeing Monica move to the goo, that just doesn't feel good for me. I really like her being. Oh man. I don't have control of the account funds. I'm not.
She is his number one on the app, too.
We can confirm Hakima sent $35 to the campaign.
That's very fucking cool. Hakima is now on board. Mike asked, can I spend 40 to bring her back up?
Link is in the chat. Link is in the chat.
Oh, so I'd have to give Hakima the $40 back plus give 40 to the kid.
Yes, yep, to reverse it, yep.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the link is in the chat.
Anybody want to pay to get Kristen off the stage?
You keep asking that. All you have to do is say, hey, can you go? And I'm like, okay, fine.
We're trying to raise money. Say annoying things. Tell them about crochet needles.
That's my special secret. People have to pay for medicine.
Do you also do you have another burner phone where you can live stream on X?
I have one, but I gotta get it. I gotta get it all set up. I'm not campaigning very well today.
You're in trouble.
It's a practice run. It's all good.
What did you say, Dippity?
I said you're in trouble. Did you see the chat?
Oh, what happened?
Hang on.
Oh, shit.
I can hear it now. I told that Negro not to touch me. How dare that Negro?
That's not funny, y'all. Monica left.
How dare that Negro put his hands on me?
I'm so happy right now.
This might be the funnest day in the month ever.
Oh, you're in trouble.
Dude, these back channels are hilarious. She's not happy. Jesus Christ.
I know.
She signed up for it. What did she expect?
Well, thank you, Hakima, very much.
It's like a celebrity charity event where you get to dunk the celebrity. Like, tell her to fucking be have a little fucking philanthropy in it. What is wrong with it?
She said she didn't consent to you touching her PTR.
It is the
That
dunk
damn
tank.
Negro touched my PTR. She gotta go wash her PTR off now.
Let's catch Nia up on the drama. Nia, Hakima paid $40 so he could goo Monica, and Monica is not happy.
What?
I gotta say, I shot a reel with that Monica bit there, and it's very funny. It's already got 20 views. It's gonna go viral.
I'm pretty sure that it did not violate any campaign finance laws. And if it did, I'm sure we can explain ourselves around it.
Hey, John, so I just turned the other $5. I turned 35, the other $5 was there. So I had the honor and the privilege of going fucking Monica, guys. It was money well spent.
Well, anyone go on a monthly subscription fee to donate to the. There is a monthly option, but we've only got 60 days.
Not every day.
Oh, it is gonna be every day.
How about this? If you give a monthly subscription option of $100, if you select to give monthly for $100, you can remove people from the stage whenever you want. Oh my word, that is not fair, Mojo. They're always a mess. That's not cool.
Hey, Roger, don't tempt me, Roger. Do not fucking tempt me.
So Roger, $100. How do I? So Roger, all you're saying is that we have to do is just self-dox ourselves. That's all we have to do. Okay, so what if I pay the $100 and then I get rid of John Kitover?
Yeah, you can do that. I'm available to be kicked. Campaign needs that much money. I'm willing to sacrifice myself and leave this live stream and head to Emerald Island to go see beautiful college girls drinking Malort.
That's a pure fucking politician right there, and a Catholic. I love it, John.
Are you sure you're not Catholic, John? Because the
I
Catholic
went to
Church will take
Catholic
every dollar
school.
you get, but
I've taken the sacrament. I've put the wafer on my tongue.
this makes sense. Now I understand where you get this from.
It's, the crucifix is just a phallus. So putting the phallus on a piece of little wafer, paper bread, ingesting it, it's like getting $40 from Hakima and kicking Monica to the goo. It's transcendent.
This is craziness. This is new heights. In the month has reached a level that I'm clutching my pearls.
All up in the month.
Everybody better clutch their pearl from now on. I promise you. You all better clutch your pearl. I'm coming for you.
Monica's already in chillism and she's already a mod. But honestly, the YouTube clips of that bit about kicking her to the goo for $40 is hilarious because there is something funny about her voice, on this live stream. Because a lot of people ask me if they ever watch my stuff and they meet me, they go, "Who are you talking to?" Because nobody knows that I'm talking on the social audio chat app. But when they hear Monica's voice, it creates dopamine.
Well, anytime my family hears me on this app, they think I'm talking to El Normo. Because El Normo and I used to go. We used to kind of have heated conversations when this app had the chats. We could go chat in the hallway, the recorded voicemail chats. And so the only person they know on this app is El Normo. So they're always like, "Is that El Normo?" No, it's not.
My ex-boyfriend had an intervention. He was like, "You need to delete this app," because I was screaming into the phone about the people that
Hit the subscribe button now.
He was like, "Stop using Clubhouse when I'm around." And then our rule is that I was not allowed to be on this app when he was in my house. Put me on a leash. And that's why I got rid of him. No, ain't no man gonna tie me down. $40 to bring him back. She's a strong, independent woman. I don't need a man.
Is she really in the chillism?
No,
Yeah,
spreading.
she's over there all the time.
spreading
Well, I guess
gossip
a
all
mod
over.
she's been a monitor longer than I'm here. She's been a monitor like a year.
Yeah.
They have White Woman Wednesdays for her.
Yeah, White Wednesdays.
That's what a queen. What a beautiful queen. Yeah, that video's up to 80 views.
I don't think you should put a price on the Mickey Mouse.
But Scarlett, what if you get 15?
Because I think that's bullshit.
Yeah, that video's already at 100 views. That one could put us over the top. 2 new subscribers.
The thing is, she's like, Hakeem is now a mod, and then of course he's gonna boo you. Like, oh, mod.
That was too funny. When I saw it was a mod, I was flipping my phone over trying to get to that.
He couldn't do it fast enough.
I almost broke my fucking finger out.
So I am gonna post in Chicago to try to find, digital content strategists as well, because I figure like now is the time to at least, pull off some more online marketing campaigns, and get people to start asking Darren LaHood the tough questions on X.
I don't think Sarah has donated yet.
I don't.
I'd also just like to offer this brief moment of silence in absence of Monica, that we all take the deepest breath of the day, hold it for 10 seconds and say, I'm flower.
Possible donors, things are gonna have to roll. Oh my word, that is not animals right there. Always a mess. Cool.
Okay, I am gonna head out briefly, and I will return with some food, but before I go, I'd like to read a poem on behalf of the campaign. It's called Greed and Generosity. Look at her face. Open your eyes into her eyes. When she laughs, everyone falls in love. Lift your head up off the table. See, there are no edges to this clubhouse garden. Sweet fruits, every kind you can think of, branches green and always slightly moving. How long should you look at Earth's face? Come back and look again. Now you see the nervous greed deep inside plants and animals. Now you see them constantly giving themselves away. Greed and generosity are evidence of love. If you can't see love itself, see the results. If you can't find love colors in anything, look for the pale, tired face of a lover. take this clown house town with its stores and everyone rushing around, some with a lot of money, some without any.
Johnny, you can stop recording.
Well, I mean, I was just gonna let it, run live.
The reason I ask is we might run music in here.
That's always the danger when I step out of my live stream office. I think Politically Correct must have played Notorious B.I.G. and Tupac about like 20 times on me. I had to keep running back to the phone and lowering the volume. They watch and then they try to purge. They watch and purge.
Fun little tactic. You gotta give it to him for that.
Yeah. But the craziest part is like nobody's watching it. But if people go back and they watch some of these rooms that I've recorded, I don't know, I think it's just a sound wall, But if you like create a clip out of what somebody said and it's, very profane and vulgar, now you have, an index of people saying profane, vulgar things.
The issue is there's just too much content. If there's only a couple of clips, even if they were, a few hours long, you can go through it, but nobody's going to click on every video and watch hours of it. They're just not going to do it.
Oh, I agree. I think it's the SoundCloud, sound wall, but I do think it's also funny that, people who know me on this app, who do a quick scan, maybe they want to see themselves or they see people they know. Like my mirror of Clubhouse has created its own like platform, aka, it is this app. I don't know if it's the best of this app, but it's a lot of this app. So I'm just saying that extra replatforming on 3 different platforms creates like a forced network, basically.
You should get with Aya and figure out how to just set up a API that calls for every single room to get recorded, and then use AI to spin up the feed into YouTube. If set up correctly, you could literally stream every single room 24/7 on the YouTube. Well, I can set that up in about 5 minutes. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I did actually invest in this startup that I launched. We were recording poker rooms. It was called pokerpeeper.com. My friend was a very successful poker player and he was using something called Poker Shark. I was like, well, let's just clone it and start our own, poker scraper.
Poker Shark, the sites loved it because it brought mediocre players to playing at higher stakes and buying in more and all this shit. But it also caused a situation where it started giving advantages to some people after enough data was collected that it made people want to leave and then they started doing the bot blocking. But I don't know if that's really super helpful because all it would tell you is it would just say this is their tendency to call pre-flop. This is their tendency to call or fold or raise on the flop. Knowing that somebody's aggressive, right? Like uber aggressive, you could say, okay, this guy's uber aggressive. I'm going to play back at them. But in order to do that, you still have to have the cards to be able to play back at them. And what if you fucking run into a big hand and then you're relying on this data to tell you that their tendencies are to overbet their hands. But the time that you fucking get good cards, let's say you get jacks, and your opponent that's using Poker Shark happens to have kings, queens, or aces.
I'm all about the now is all important, so why don't you just, tell me what you would want to tell me in private and public? Let's hear what you want to say.
Okay, so Mojo will probably kick me in under a couple minutes for this, but it's going to be incredibly complicated, and it's going to be like, do you want to know just how to win straight out? Like I can tell you how to win the whole thing right now. I mean, under 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, so here we go. And Mojo will probably kick me, but just be warned about that. So I'm putting my timer 3 minutes. Okay. So, setting everything aside, politics, religion, everything. Humanity is right now sandwiched between AI, which is black boxed, meaning that no one knows how it works or how to deal with it, and multi-dimensional spiritual reality. I'll say that again because it's a hard one. Multi-dimensional spiritual reality, meaning there are beings from other dimensions that are currently around Earth that are causing different things. And the third thing is a planet that comes into our solar system once every several thousand years that is causing all the earthquakes and flat fires and floods and everything else, right? So those three things are what are controlling humanity right now. And if you really want to cultivate the basic core premise of what humanity has concern about, it is the concern about those three things that they don't understand how it's impacting their reality. I think I'm done actually.
You believe in Nibiru or Planet X? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, so you have Planet X, you have AI, which is negative, ET inspired and controlled, and which is designed to, you know, manipulate as many people into slavery as possible. You have central bank digital currency systems that are going to come online. So, and you have the fact that, perhaps we're in Revelations. I have a whole minute left. But I think that's about it, man. So, if you want to win, dude, you have to meet humans where humans are at. And humans, like much of humanity at a basic level, is somewhat aware of these things because they've become personally affected. So if you're going to be at some political layer, you can't win. You have to go to the layer above, So that's what I was going to be doing as president, saying that kind of shit, and people would never want to deal with it. So, so there you go. So that's it.
How does that guarantee victory?
So cater to humanity with that level of context, and then you win and win and win.
No, but walk me through the math. How do you win?
I only have 8 seconds left, but you just tell people the truth of what situation they're in, and they'll love you forever and always.
I'm not sure that would work.
I think you're an alpha enough to try it.
Well, I think that you just explained this to a room full of people, and nobody seems overly impressed with what you just said.
Well, let me interrupt you real quick and just point out that Mojo posted on X and wrote to Darren LaHood, the guy I'm running against, and he wrote, "Are you planning to debate John Kitover?" And then somebody named Goddess Agrona replied, "Why would anyone want to debate this unstable loser? Rockford residents don't." I wrote, "I agree Darren LaHood is an unstable loser who has created $20 trillion in debt, lied to everyone about a clot shot of spike proteins, and just added another $2.4 trillion to the deficit." And then a clown and a rhino and a dollar emoji. So, I mean, Mojo got 144 views on that post. What have you done for the campaign today?
My dears, I have an email database of every American in the United States. I can do whatever
Does that seem like dismal?
I wanna see, I'll go on your X page, let me see what happened.
What the fuck is happening?
Which candidacy are you running for, Ken?
Oh, he's drunk and he's retarded, Roger, if you're wondering what's going on.
I just explained the whole situation to humanity, so.
Oh, Times Square, can you explain to Roger and all of us about how you have hundreds of millions of dollars lawsuits?
No, because I was explained, I explained all kinds of things.
You're a billionaire.
Hey, hold on. Hakima, how much time we got left for bringing up the girl? Hakima? Anyone got the math on this? Nobody?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, I think the timer is reset to another 35 minutes.
No. How much more time is Scarlett gonna do?
I think there's.
Probably got like about 10 minutes at the most.
Oh no, she's at 20 minutes. She's still got 20 minutes. No doubt. No.
That one 15 minutes ago, or?
Yeah.
Scarlett, I'm sorry, I'm trying to bring you up.
I'm on your X profile, John, and I don't see, the last thing I see is a post about, something about lives in Chicago. I don't see anything about what you're saying just now. I don't know if you can hear that.
Yeah, I can hear that, but sometimes when I hear things, I just keep breathing, and just keep breathing.
Why such a dramatic response? So I'm trying to find the post that you were just talking about just now.
I'm just living my life in love so we can get to victory faster.
Okay, so there's no post that actually happened with this whole person you were talking about?
Living my life in love. I don't know if you're aware of this, though, but this is a Mojo positive vibration experience based in love. Don't you get that, though?
Okay. Sure. Alright. That doesn't really mean anything to me, but,
I'm gonna tweet at the Chicago Tribune right now.
Wow. That's real work. Do you see that, though? He's getting us in touch with one of the largest communication networks in the Chicagoland area. What have you done for the campaign today, though?
Dude, the thing is that you gotta do your own political party. You can't do a Republican or Democrat. And the values of that party have to be so uniting that it sweeps everything, dude. You know? Let me tell you what happened with the vax. You know what happened with the vax? The liberals went for it first, got lulled into liberal bullshit, and signed up. And then, now we have Trump in, then the Republicans, too much masculinity, too much femininity.
Wait a second, though.
Yeah,
I wanna move this conversation along quicker than you might want it to move. But Mojo, could we maybe get a bid auction to have the removed from the stage? $10. Anybody here want to spend $10 getting the kicked to the goo? Go in the chat right now. The is up for auction at $10 to the goo.
I'll spend $20 instead.
Okay. Link is in the goo. Link is in the chat, though. Go ahead. It's in the chat. Go ahead, though. $20 in the chat. Find the link. Post it to the top of the room.
It's $5. Anybody, there's not much.
Well, hold on. How about this? For $100, if he pays $100 between now and March, as long as he obeys the rules of the House, he has complete immunity from being removed from stages.
Wow, that's like a membership card to a country club.
Where'd he go?
Well, he demonetized himself, obviously.
I feel so bad. Like I picture myself like being like a
Have you ever seen the movie Spartacus? No, I'm sorry, Ben-Hur, while Charlton Heston is rowing in, the galley of that Roman warship.
Tell us about it.
I mean, I'm just thinking about boats, and power, and how have hundreds of people rowing a boat, into a battle. I'm just saying that Monica, in the captain's quarters, Our Lady Scarlet, when she rises to the deck of the ship to view the beautiful sunshine outside, which I'm sure she will. Scarlet, I just hope that when you come on, to the top deck of this ship in the goo, that you bring so much more positive vibrations to this room. And I just want you to know this silence in the goo is, sponsored by Hakima. And, take this moment to just be in the now. If you're in your car, drive from point A to point B, and, go do all the things you have to do that you would normally not be doing because you're talking here and, talking and thinking and, maybe you're just sitting in your car not going from point A to point B. Or maybe, there's garbage to be taken out to the alleyway and you need to clean the kitchen. Or perhaps, your bathroom needs to be vacuumed. Something in your house could be done other than being in Clown House right now. So I just want to say thank you, Hakima, for this moment of Zen for Monica.
I hope you come back as a better person. I hope this speaks for a whole life lesson.